Oh, how nice. You calmed down all on your own. That is awesome. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy 2020. I'm Cheryl Larson, President and CEO of the Midwest Business Group on Health, and we are really, really excited to be here today. And we're not kidding. We've been working on this program for a long time, and I'm very excited about its unique nature. Like, as I walked into the room this morning, I heard the band Hanson singing doo-wop, and I have not heard that since my daughter was a teenager. And then some other great music. So Judy Hearn, thank you so much for that. We'll be hearing more during the course of the day. What we wanted to do this year, and we have this program every year, and it's the only program we do that's one of our monthly educational programs that is for employers only. And of course, we've got some sponsors in the room who were kind enough to help support the program so we can invite all of you at no cost. So we'll talk a little bit about who our sponsors are, but I want to start first with, again, welcoming you today. We like to do things informally. We want you to spend time networking with the folks at your table and introducing yourself to the other people, the other employers in the room. And so just relax and enjoy today, and please engage. This is an informal, safe setting. So thank you again for coming. I am going to start by sharing a little bit about the people that are webinar participants, and just a reminder to make sure that your phone is off, and by the way, mine's not, so when I get off the table, I need you guys to remind me. Make sure your phone is off, and for those on the webinar, place your phone on mute, not hold, because we don't want to hear music, and then of course use the chat function if you have questions. Those of you that are in the room that are members know who we are, but I always like to level set. We are one of the oldest and largest employer coalitions in the country. We have about 130 members. Those members represent 4 million lives. Our employer members spend between $8 and $12 billion annually on healthcare costs. And so not only is health benefits management, but health improvement and health management critical. This is our main program that focuses on those key topics in that area. I just wanted to share with all of you, especially the members in the room, that we did a lot of education last year, and this slide does not even show all of the educational programs we conducted, but you can see a year ago we had a program on wellness and well-being and engagement, marijuana legalization, and now, of course, the state of Illinois, for those of you that are outside the state, is a medicinal and recreational marijuana state. We do have a speaker that's going to talk about that. We know most of the employers in the room have not changed any of their policies and procedures because it's still not federally approved, but we're going to learn some good information from Sheila at Drinker, Biddle, and Reith soon. We did a program on healthy and productive aging, so for those of us that have older workforce, musculoskeletal, very well attended, huge risk factor for most of you in this room. We did a couple employer-only roundtables. Those are smaller events where it's just employers. We did one on data analytics and specialty drugs, pre-diabetes and diabetes management. We did our annual employer forum in June on specialty benefits. We had a webinar on managing migraines, and then a few other things that we focused on. Again, this wasn't everything, but the reason I want you to see it is that all of the archives of these meetings, both the PowerPoints and a summary, a pretty comprehensive summary of the meetings, are in the member-only section of our website. And if you need any help in knowing how to get to that, ask any staff person. Here we have for 2020. We've done a really good job setting everything up for you early in the year. Today we're here. In February, we've got a workshop series on is your plan design encouraging appropriate opioid use? Reminder that we have a toolkit on that I'll mention later. In a month from now, we have our mental health in the workplace program. We've done some great research on access and some of the major issues that prevent people from getting needed care. March is a big program on creating effective benefit communications, which is so critical. We also have another webinar on prediabetes and diabetes management. Our 40th annual conference, 40 years. I was 5 when I started. I know many of you have heard that, but many of you may know that for 14 years in the 80s and 90s, I worked for MBGH. I left for 9.5 years, and next month I'll be back 14 years. So we have a long history of success working with employers and having a little bit of a good time at the same time. June Employer Forum, this is going to be a great one. We're going to focus on drugs running through the medical benefit and biosimilars and some other key areas like pharmacogenomics. And we'll have our annual meeting in September. This is our keynote speaker that we just found out about last week, Dr. Elizabeth Rosenthal. She wrote a really fabulous book. It's got the auto turn in it. A really fabulous book, An American Sickness. And she will be our opening keynote at the conference on May 7th, and everybody in the audience will get a copy of that book. I'm reading it now. My staff has read it. As many of you know, our focus in the last 5 or 6 years has been on working with you to control the things that you can control, but as important is getting rid of the waste in the system, whether that's vendor waste, whether it's clinical waste, whether it's whoever is in the system making more money than they should be. Let's just say that. So we're excited about that. A reminder about all of the great toolkits MBGH has that are available not just for our members, but for any employer or any stakeholder in the country. We just launched in December our hemophilia toolkit, and you might say, I'm not paying too much attention to that, and it may be that you don't have a person with hemophilia, but if you do, you know how much it's costing you. And this is an area that we focused on because there's a lot of waste by the drug vendors in this market, the PBMs, other players that are selling you a lot more product than you need to have, but more importantly, making sure that these people's needs are being met. That's critical. So all of these toolkits are on the resources section of our website. We have 3 employer reports. There's a little bit of information about it, and you will get all of these PowerPoint presentations via email. And I think, Lori, you sent the email out already? Okay, great. So you've actually got them in your inbox right now. We have a new report coming out in the next month or so on understanding the value of biosimilars, personalized medicine, and I haven't had coffee yet, pharmacogenomic testing. And that is a key area that employers need better understanding on. Which tests do you cover for specialty drugs to make sure that they work in your people that need those drugs? Here are just a few other things that we do with employers. In 2020, we're starting leadership summits, and these leadership summits will be a little bit similar to our employer-only roundtables, except we'll be inviting an expert speaker that is a leading employer to come and talk about what they're doing in one key area, and then we encourage participants to bring their problems, their challenges, or their own ideas to the table. It's going to be very interactive. I'll talk in a second about our partner activities. Do all the members in the room that know that you get a free membership in WellCOA? One free membership? Who's aware of that? If you're not, see a staff person, and we're going to get to hear from the CEO of Wellness Councils of America this afternoon or early today. And then finally, you'll see some benchmarking surveys listed. We did a lot more benchmarking surveys in 2019, but these are the ones that you requested. So if you're an employer member and somebody came to me this morning asking for a certain type of vendor, I said, let's send a survey out. It's not the same benchmarking survey, but if you have an issue or a challenge or a problem, or you're looking for a certain type of vendor, contact us. We'll put a survey together for you, but all of these survey results are also in the member archive for you. Over the last couple of years, we've developed partnerships with these prestigious nonprofits, and we are very, very proud on the business partner side, American Benefits Council, Catalyst for Payment Reform, and the list goes on. If you're not aware of these organizations, go check them out, but we are doing webinars and other activities with them, sharing their research, they're sharing ours with their members, so it really is enhancing the value of membership. Wanted to just say a couple things about our group purchasing services. Right now, we've got 2 things that we're focusing on. Employer RX Evolution, it took 6 years in the making, and it's focusing on getting rid of the waste in PBM contracts and the intermediaries on the drug benefit that are adding to your costs. Take a look at the information in your packet, and if you have interest, come see any staff person and we'll get more information to you. We also are going to hear from Tom Ciccati later today from Shortlister. Shortlister is an outstanding program where you can vet out vendors specific to your needs. and save a lot of money by not having to have your consultants do that for you. Here's an overview of the MBGH team. Myself, Denise Giambalvo, our Vice President, Judy Hearn, our Director of Membership Initiatives, Dawn Weddle, Director of Member Engagement, Lori Hurt, Director of Finance and Operation, Mindy McBee, Senior Manager of Marketing and Programs, and Christina Evans, Office Administrator. Christina is it Peru? Yeah. She's in Peru right now, so we had to put this program together without her, and that was hard, but we did it. And then finally, we have our medical director, Dr. Jan Berger, our media consultant, Carrie Conway, and Kathy Thompson, who is our researcher and writer, and she's actually in the front here with me taking notes. So before we get started, I briefly want to go over a couple slides. As you guys know, annually, we do our employer member survey. And you'll notice that a lot of the topics here are not based on industry trends, although telemedicine might be in there, but we're focusing, you know, some people would say, well, you don't have anything in there about what we're doing with COEs or ACOs or whatever acronym. And we said, we want to focus on the things that you guys are doing that you can control, because there's a lot of stuff that you do that you cannot control. So you'll see coming up at the top, and these numbers are based on a top priority or medium priority. 92% of you, when those numbers are merged, say that effective benefits communications is a top priority for you in 2020, followed by engagement. And, you know, we talk all the time about engagement. Engagement for us is not about how many programs somebody participated in. It's about a lot of things, but most importantly, did you positively change your behavior as an employee or a family member? And then are you as an employer able to track that? Specialty drug management comes in at 84% and is tied with culture of health and employee productivity. Many of you know that we have our National Employer Initiative on specialty drugs. If you're interested in learning more, you can go to our website where there's a great toolkit on this. Chronic condition management, 80% of you say it's a top priority. We have a number of vendors here today that can support your efforts in that. People with multiple chronic conditions is growing, and that's the group that a lot of your investment should be going into. Use of preventive services still remains high. And then you'll see a smattering of financial well-being programs at 76%, advocacy and navigation services, which a few years ago we weren't even talking about that. So it's relevant today. Certainly high-cost claim audits are important, and telemedicine services and tobacco cessation. So there's a lot of different things that you guys are doing that are setting the priority. And we're going to talk about some of those things today, and we have a few activities that will walk us through where your heads are at. Wanted to thank very much our forum sponsors, Inspira, Hinge, Quantum, and Omada, for coming to the table and funding this event so that we could have all of you here today. And we also want to thank our exhibitor and resource sponsors. Please visit our sponsors. I'm going to have Dawn coming up here in a minute to talk about some of the activities we have and the prizes that we have, because you know we like our prizes. So Dawn, come on up and you can share a little bit about how we're going to navigate this.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So I get to tell you about some of the fun and games that we'll be playing today. Again, thanks to our sponsors for being here today. They have lots of great resources and tools that they'd like to share with you, so please do visit them. We've got sponsor tables here in this room as well as out by the food. Each of you received a sponsor card as part of your packet, so when you're visiting your sponsor, the sponsor table today, have them check it off. Once you've completed your card, there is a basket at the registration table that you can turn in your card, and we have some fabulous prizes for you. Here are some of the great prizes that our sponsors have donated for the raffle, so certainly got lots of chances to win. We'll ask you to turn in your sponsor card by the end of our last break today. You must be present to win. We'll do our drawing at the end of the day. I also wanted to let you know about these engagement boards that we have at the front of the room. Today is all about interaction. We want you to share with each other. We want you to share best practices, what you're doing at your workplace. These engagement boards are going to give you an opportunity to share with us. We're going to take a little informal survey of what you're doing at your workplace. In your packet, you receive stars. Kind of feels like we're in kindergarten. We're doing a little sticker chart. But we would like you to take these stars and come up to the engagement boards during the break, at lunchtime. If you are doing the activity on that board, put a star in that quadrant. So there's things like walking workstations, blood drives, charity events, and we'll do a little tally at the end of the day and see what are the most unpopular engagement activities that you're doing at your workplace. And if you're doing something really cool and interesting and you want to share that, we've got an other board up here, so you can just write it in, and then others can go ahead and vote, and if they're doing that engagement activity, they'll get some stars as well. Just for participating, we're going to give out one complimentary pass to this year's annual conference. So when you're done with your stickers, Mindy, where are we putting our stickers? Oh, there's a basket right here at the front. So just put your completed stickers. There's a spot at the back of the card to put your name and your company. You might only use one sticker. You might use 20 stickers. But when you're done, go ahead and put it in there, and we'll do a drawing at the end of the day for that annual pass ticket. And we have another activity, but I'm going to let our keynote speaker tell you all about Happiness Happens, another engagement activity that we've got some great prizes for as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to Cheryl.
Thank you. And if you run out of stickers, we have more stickers. Okay, so I want to start by sharing a fun fact about Diana. Diana Sterling was a former film producer, so we want to know what movies you produced, all right? This background has contributed to her engaging and artistic flair that seeps into her work as a speaker, leadership coach, trainer, author, and business leader, COO at Moment Institute. In her 22 years in the personal transformation and professional development fields, she has taken her message around the globe. Diana is passionate about learning and helping people find meaning, success, and happiness, in their work and their lives. And I just want to say that when we were planning this program, we said, you know, it'd be great if we could get a happiness speaker. Several of us agreed to that, but we didn't know where to start. And then Denise said, I know someone. So let us welcome Diana. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Am I on the air? All right. Fantastic. Happiness. Who's responsible for coming up with that theme? That's a big theme. If you wrap up happiness around all of the wellness, well-being, thank you, and all of the engagement. So let's, there we go. Sunflower in my backyard, make me happy. I'm honored to be here because this is our tribe, right? We get up every morning to make a difference, to go out and preach our message. It's a big work. You hold a lot of space. 4 million people are impacted by what we're doing here, correct? That's a lot of horsepower here in this room. So I'm happy to be one of you. And we're going to do some experiments today to figure out what is this thing called happiness. And we'll just have fun throughout the day. Is fun okay? Fun and happiness? Okay, great, great. So let's go on to the next slide. And, whoops, not that one. So we're going to start with an idea. There's a lot of research about happiness. Have any of you taken a look at positive psychology or any of the new kind of things? Okay, it's out there. It's a big conversation. It's not only a lineage of 5,000 years of recorded literature, but it's something that's very hot right now, right? Thank you, Pharrell Williams. And we'll dance later. So what I want to let you know is that at the Moment Institute, the founder and lead researcher at Moment Institute has been working on the personal and professional development tracks for about 25 years. I've got about 22, 23 years into it. And we have discovered that in 2020, I'm starting to use 2020 as a verb. If it's not 2020, it's out of here, right? So let's all get into our 2020 genes and use what works today, not something that's outdated. And what we know today is that you have to have integrated development to make a difference. You've got to have both the personal development and the social development and the educational development all happening at the same time. That's a big load to carry. So we're going to frame up today around the topic of happiness and how do we move the happiness meter around the different layers of development that you're so committed to with all the people that you work with. So we're going to borrow from Buckminster Fuller, 20th century philosopher, and there's someone who recognizes that, and he gave us an idea. He said, rather than keep asking questions, why don't we address the unquestioned answers? I'll say that again. Let's today address the unquestioned answers. There are a lot of assumptions. There are a lot of judgments. There are a lot of ideas about what makes happiness and well-being and engagement. And today is an experiment. I'm going to give you some things to think about, rumble with, as Brene Brown would say, get your rumble on. And then we're going to spend the day flushing it out and see where we end up, if we can challenge some of the assumptions and the unquestioned answers. Fair enough? You with me? Great. So that's where we're going. So we're going to start with the premise that to even begin to maybe next year there'll be a program called the Happiness Program that some of you have started. I'm going to give you some resources for that. And then you can write metrics around that, right? You can take a qualitative experience and turn it into quantitative metrics. Wouldn't that be fun? So I'll give you a start on that. So what we know at the Moment Institute is that we need 3, what I'm going to call pillars, to even begin to question the answers. The first one, you all have heard of Tony Robbins, people like that raise the flag on the personal development. We could all go to all the personal development trainings. I've probably been to most of them. Spent a lot of money on that. And so what's the basic gist of our culture as it relates to happiness? Be the change you wish to see in the world, right? Start here with me. So I'm going to start with me. And I'm going to talk to you about my happiness story, and then we're going to hear about your happiness story. Because change, sustainable change, as we were talking about in the car over here, happens not through a checklist, not through external control, not through you must change, you must be happy. It changes through the evolution of yourself. So we're going to start with ourselves, and it changes through what story you are telling yourself about anything at all. So we're going to put happiness as our story today. So what's my happiness story? Well, that's me in San Diego on the beach. I went to San Diego State, so that's got a special thing for me. I'm happy. I'm just happy when I'm there, right? So think about where you're happy. Where's your happy place? We're going to start with thinking about ourselves as the catalyst for change in the culture. Hold that space. The second thing, actually, no, we're not going to do the second thing yet. We're going to do Eloise. So that's another happy place for me. That's my 4-year-old granddaughter. And this is her whole personality in that picture. Hi, Grandma D, how you doing? And so she calls me Grandma D, but it's not just Grandma D, it's Grandma D! So I get a lot of pleasure from looking at that picture every day. Isn't that cute? That's Eloise. So that's my happy story. Now, what does that have to do with work? Well, if I'm the catalyst for change, wouldn't it be great if I showed up to work as a happy person? Think about the ROI on that. If we had happy people at work. Wow. So hold that space. We're going to go on to the, actually, no, I changed my mind. I can do that. So let's stay here on this bucket. But let me give you a sneak preview of where we're going while we're looking at Eloise. She talks like that too. The personal development piece is the start, correct? We all know that. Starts with us. And you are in a position to be that catalyst. I know that for certain. The second thing is, in order to build a culture of happiness, we need a second pillar. And that second pillar is thee. We go from me to thee. We go from me to you, second person. So what I've learned about infecting a culture with happiness is that not only am I the catalyst, but my curiosity about Dawn, about Cheryl, about you, is in fact infectious, right? And we have to be the catalyst, not only to say, well, I'm happy, I don't care about you, right? This is the selfie world. It's all about me, it's all about me. Okay, great. It's not enough. The second piece is, how are you doing? What's your happiness story? Following me? So this is part of the engine of what you can create in your own culture. Throughout this presentation and the day, we're going to give you some tools to be able to do that. But it's not finished yet. That's not finished. Then we go over to the third pillar and we say, okay, if I've got me and I've got a dance between me and another person, a partnership with the people I serve, what's the net? The net learning is that it is we. What is our happiness story? What is our happiness story right here in this room? Everybody smile at me. Come on, I had braces last year, so I'm allowed to really kind of go for it. So look at that. I mean, just look around, and everybody's smiling. It looks better. So
take some pictures of this.
You look fabulous, darling. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about we need both the personal development, the interpersonal development, and the social development. And integrated development is here to stay. It's on its way to, a movie near you. We're actually pioneering some of that material on how to, as our kind of tribe, hold the space for all three pillars. That's a big load, right? We have a big enough load already. Time has come. The world is changing faster than we can keep pace. So we need to change how we address how happiness makes a difference in the workplace. You with me so far? More smiles, please.
You're part of your tribe now.
I'm part of your tribe.
Part of your tribe.
Yes, you're part of my tribe, and I'm part of your tribe.
That's right.
That's right. It is we. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is I'd like you to really quickly, I'm going to give you a whopping 1 minute, 30 seconds on the side, and you're going to turn to a buddy, and we're going to go back here and start with what is your happiness story? Now, you can say at work or anything, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds on one side. The person with the shortest hair is going to ask the question, what is your happiness story? So ready? Now, I was in the film business, right? So I'm allowed to say action. I have no penalty there. So ready and action. What is your happiness story? Go for it. Switch. Okay. Other person with other hair. Okay. There we go. Yeah, the bell isn't loud enough. Oh, you have a happiness story. All right, thank your buddies, thank your buddies. Thank your buddies. So, did everybody come up with just a snapshot of a happiness story? This room looks a lot happier now, wouldn't you say? Let's do that every morning, right? Okay, so we're going to keep moving. So we've got you locked into your own happiness story, yes? Yes or yes? Okay, totally, not just yes, totally. Now we're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to go to pillar 2. And we're going to say, gosh, I'm really curious about your happiness story. I'm really interested. I do a little experiment. Denise knows this tool. When I go around the world in the different 30 countries that I've been to, I ask them, have you been listened to today? What do you think they say? What? Yeah. So we're not listening. There's a new book called Ask, actually written by a film producer. And we don't ask. We're not curious. And so I say, well, what % of the time did anybody ask you how you're doing or really listen to you? 1%? Across the board, I get 98, 99%, 30 countries. So we're going to break that rule right here. And we're going to say, for now, it's 100% in this room. And I want you to turn to your buddy and say, really, what is your true happiness story? And then don't say anything. Listen for 30 seconds. Okay? And the person, go back to the shortest hair starts, and listen this time, rather than, oh yeah, me too, and all that. And see what you learn, and if it's any different. Okay? 30 seconds, come up with something else that you're happy about. But I want you to listen very deeply to the other person. Go. Okay, we're going to switch it up a little bit. This is called speed coaching, speed dating, speed coaching. I'm going to sing again. Okay, next question. Before you switch, I'm going to change up the question for the other side. What is your story about happiness at work? So the second person is now going to switch up the question. What is your story about happiness at work? You have 30 seconds, go. Wrap it up. Thank your buddy. Thank your buddy. Wow, the happiness quotient totally is like up to the ceiling here. We can leave now. We're done. We're happy. Wow. Just a little bit goes a long way, doesn't it? Did we just do happiness at work here? We're at work. We're happy? Yeah, so we check. Yeah. So before we continue into the third bucket, I'd like to see if there's any insight. One or two people can just share. What have you learned so far? What have you learned so far about happiness at work? What did we just do? Someone want to pipe? Infect others. Infect others, right. So if I take care of myself and I show up with my happiness that's genuine, that comes from the inside and the outside, is it going to be infecting others? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. So I become the resource. I am the tool for change. Not some book, not some list, not some speech, not some forced upon program. Yeah. Right. What else? What else did we learn? Someone else? So far. Yes?
A lot of the time.
Yes.
So you need to smile and act and genuinely getting along.
You need to be genuinely getting along with people, right? Gorgeous smile. More of that, please. Yeah, yeah. Yes, another one. Thank you. Yeah. Through an activity. It's kind of, some of the time I think of what you just said as a ministry. I get up in the morning to say, okay, another day, here we go. We're serving, we're blessing people, we're honoring people, we're empowering people. And that in itself is infectious. Yeah. Let me tell you a little story that happened to me in terms of my own trajectory with other people. So I started in professional theater and then moved into film, could make a lot more money, sold out. Not ashamed to say that, and became a producer. I didn't create any movies. I was on movies, but my claim to fame is a Super Bowl commercial on 35 millimeter for Solaflex. This is your body. Remember that? Yeah. So I produced that. My little 1 minute thing. It was on film, so allowed to say film producer. I wasn't the body, I was the producer. Not yet. So. In film production, you see movies where the film producer's kind of crabby, kind of bossy, kind of, sergeant-like. Yeah, so that was me. So I fell down a flight of stairs about 23 years ago and had a wake-up call and said, I'm going to be done with the film business. I discovered life coaching. And I said, I'm going to need a new personality if I'm going to do this. Because my cranky personality, my, project manager, doesn't work. So I actually trained myself to smile and talk at the same time. Yeah, through practice. Not because it was easy, but because I needed to soften. I needed to learn that I could be more of this kind of catalyst in a world with coaching and training, that my very strong, determined, feisty, was just not going to get the job done anymore. It was like my real wake-up call to change me. And so look around on movies and things, and just with each other, how many people are actually smiling throughout the day? And that's its own brand of happiness, is to change your countenance and even your posture for your own well-being. I'll just be it's okay if I just be completely open. I'm 62 years old and I don't have a pain in my body. That's because it's not in me. Yeah. Can I have an amen? Thank you, sister. So happiness, thank you. But happiness creates healthy people. And happiness is the catalyst for well-being, right? It comes from, happiness is not just an emotion. It's a mindset. It's a physical fitness kind of thing. We get ourselves in alignment, then it's infectious to the other 95% that don't have a clue about what we're talking about here, right? So we have big work to do. So there's one more. I'm going at a very rapid pace. Oh, you wanted to see Eloise again, I know. So there's happiness is us. This guy in the white shirt, that's our founder, Dr. David Drake, with one of our tribes in Melbourne, Australia. So we ask, when we talk about this third pillar, so what is one place at work where happiness would be appreciated by all? Now give that a thought. I'll say it again slowly. This is a Bucky Fuller idea. So if we can conclude that happiness is a good idea for well-being, and we can monitor it, we can monetize it, we can grow it, what is one place at work where happiness would be appreciated by all? So typically that kind of question would, we don't have happiness, kind of like the negative side. I'm not asking for the negative side. I'm asking you to stretch. So what is one place at work where happiness would be appreciated by all? So guess what you're going to do? Go back to your buddy and 30 seconds, whatever comes to mind. Whatever comes to mind. Don't even think about it. 30 seconds on one side, 30 seconds on the other side. Go. Action. Okay, just make sure, keep going for another 30 seconds. Just be sure the other voice is heard. Get all voices into this conversation. Go for it. All right. I tell you, if this room gets any more happy, we're going to raise the roof. This is awesome. What a great way. What a great way to start the day. What a great way. So one of the things I'd like to share with you, as you consider the workplace, I heard one person say, at the front door. Is that you? Yeah. At the front door. Wow. Get in touch with your inner Walmart greeter, right? Yeah, meet people with, what is it? Meet people with a brotherly smile or something like that. So in our research, the research by Dr. David Drake and with our team has been able to prove through research over a course of specifically the last 5 years, kind of putting a pinpoint on this, through his work called narrative coaching, is that you require 5 layers of integrative development happening all at the same time in one being to be able to create sustainable change. So this is the recipe. You're going to have a copy of the slides. I'm going to give you some other resources as well. If you do, just a little side note, if you do happen to look up our website, it's in transition right now. I'm working on it. But we're going to blow this up really big. Here's the deal. We've been able to isolate through the work of Mesereau and Freire, the 2 leaders in adult learning, that transformation actually is a learning activity. And it is our ambition to be able to correlate the personal development with the social development, and then actually drop that into a tribe or a community. So what has to happen to do that is, first of all, there has to be an identity other than one's ego to identify back here in bucket one with what is my happiness identity. What a random conversation that would be, right? That's what we've just done here. Rather than saying, everybody knows what happiness is, come on, get with the program. It's no, what is my own identity? What is my inner conversation around this happiness thing? Because it does start from within, but not all the time. The second one is, what is your mindset? Positive mindset, negative mindset. We go to work, how many people are exposed to toxic, negative mindset people every day? Yeah, hello, yes, we live in the same world, yes. So identity and mindset is what you can control. There is new literature out there that says you cannot create a changed human through all the work that we know and expect them to be sustainable with that transformation in an unchanged environment. Copy that? Therefore, your work, my work, wherever we go and import this infection of happiness has to be programmatized from an environmental standpoint as well. So then that begs the unquestioned answer. How do we create a sustainable culture of happiness? You're going to have to figure it out. I'm going to give you the tools to start that. And we know it doesn't happen by just a program saying do this, correct? Or else everybody would be happy, but they're not. So we have a lot of work to do. The third one is behavior. Now, behavior comes from psychology. Our work has a confluence between psychology and philosophy. And the behavior is one aspect where simply different practices like learning to smile with your, and talk at the same time, which I am currently doing right now, is a learned behavior, right? Can we all learn new behaviors to be that catalyst for change, right? Can we teach other people new practices, not just ideas? Absolutely. So it does come down to a behavior change. And aspiration, which means, what do I want? That's the ultimate coaching question for us coaches. What do you want? Have you asked anyone that you serve? The people who are really on the front lines, the people that you're designing your programs for, what is it you really want? Because I really think they probably just want to be happiness. Isn't it in the Constitution? The innate,
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That's right, and it is our birthright to pursue happiness. It was so important they put it in the Constitution. Wow, the right to search for happiness. That's what everyone wants. So these 5 things together, something you may want to write down. Again, you'll have the slides, but we think of it as kind of a waterfall. That's Multnomah Falls in Portland, Oregon. And that gestation of those 5 things are where the research starts. And we still have decades to go to figure this out because the world is blowing up and we say the world is on fire and we need different tools. You don't have to go very far to validate that. We cannot use the outdated resources and tools to build a culture of happiness where we've got so many constraints on our learning and our ability to change that we didn't have before. All right, keep going here. So, where do you see happiness in your workplace? So this is a different question. We said, where would you like to see, or what parts of your workplace would be better, like at the front door, that happiness would create a culture? So you've got a card on the table, yes? You've got a lots of colored cards. This is the colored card show. And on the one side of it, it says, where do you see happiness in your workplace? So we're going to have some fun. because what we're going to do is we're going to start moving this into real action for you. If you want to set up a happiness program, if you just want to be happy, if you want to start coaching people around happiness, you know, an open-ended coaching question is, what does happiness mean to you? You just coached each other. How'd that feel? I knight you all. Happiness coaches. Certified happiness coaches. There is such a thing, by the way. And I'm going to give you some resources on how you can pursue that. So this is what we're going to do now. And I'm going to ask you to talk to your partners, your buddy, with this question in mind. Where do you see happiness in your workplace? And this means already happening. What's happening now? What are the moments of happiness that you think already exist? One of my favorite project management skills is called leverage. What have I got in my back pocket that I can leverage to move forward? So I need to leave you with something that you can leverage. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a conversation about this. And then you've got all kinds of colored cards. There's a colored card up here on the wall, a green one. It was stuck with these little sticky things here. And the way this is going to work, we're going to have Don maybe give me some more horsepower around this. When we're going to do some question and answer in a few minutes. What we're going to do after we get ourselves rumbled enough here about this question, where you're going to actually start thinking about what you can leverage and then what you can do, is you're going to have the rest of the day to grab a few of these cards, grab just 3 or 4, there's enough for everybody, and you're going to walk around and you're going to talk to people throughout the day. You're going to get insight from all the sessions that are going to come next. The filter by which you're going to attend to those other speakers, other interactions is, gosh, where do you see happiness in your workplace? And you're going to collect 5 or 6 or 10, and then you're going to come and you're going to write them down, what they say. Because you're learning about what they say, so you now have their leverage as well. And if you want to write 6 cards for yourself, well, I see happiness in workplace and at lunch. I see happiness in the workplace when I get acknowledged or something like that. So you can make 6 or 7 cards for yourself. You're going to come over here and put it on this wall, and this is called Happiness Happens. So we're going to collect a wall of Happiness Happens. At the end of the day, we're going to take a look at you're going to come here and you're going to see all these great ideas as to where happiness is currently happening. Maybe there's a few you can borrow or use or import into your programs. And then we're going to take a look at, you're going to put your name and company on the back. We won't be able to see that because you're going to just put the answer here. And we're going to pick 5-ish, like really outstanding, totally cool ideas that you currently see. And then we're going to make a raffle. And the raffle has?
A complimentary pass to the annual conference.
Woo!
And a book. And your book.
And a book. And I brought a copy of our book, Narrative Coaching, and that would be a prize as well. So, how's that sound? Can you do that? Would that be fun? Colored cards throughout the day, something to do, something to talk about. So this is the filter, because the whole theme of this conference is happiness at work. How do we do it? So we will stretch, we will ask those unanswered questions, those assumptions, those judgments about the people who aren't happy. And we'll say, gosh, look at how this could explode, this repertoire of happiness things. And everybody is a genius at this point. So I'd like you to start right now. We've got about 2 minutes. And I'd like you to start talking to your buddies and just start your first card. Where is happiness? You can write your own. Where is happiness happening right now in your workplace? Or you can write down your buddies. Eventually, when we break here in 15 minutes, or at our first break, you'll be able to put it on the wall. Everybody okay with that? Cool? Action. Action. Here. Mm-hmm. How are we doing? Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah, great. I mean, really, I noticed. All right, we've got a good running start. Thank your buddy. Thank your buddy. Yeah, we got some good ideas? Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah, great. Cool. Cool. I see big ideas floating around over those tables back there, right? Great. So a couple more things, and then we're going to have just a little bit more of a different type of conversation. I brought in your packet, I brought a resource page for you so that you can start thinking about actually proactively doing something around the word happiness. You know, some people say, oh, can't I use a different word? That's way too strong. Like, no, it's okay. It's 2020. Let's get with 2020. We have people who will relate to the lack of happiness right there, right? So let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. So I'm giving you a couple of resources, of course, our material at the top, just because it's alphabetical. Some books that you might want to take a look at. I've read these books. The gentleman at the bottom of the books, Martin Seligman, there was in 1999 a summit by a number of psychotherapists that all had the letters MD in their credentials as well as PhD. And they got together, and this was at sort of the dawning of the coaching era, the personal development coaching era, the Tony Robbins thing, and all the International Coach Federation, which I'm a part of, all that. And they got together, and I'm not sure if they were in fear of losing their traction or their jobs, but they realized that there was something in the ethers globally about changing the conversation from sickness to wellness, right? You remember how that sort of began to happen. The people who wrote the early wellness books were starting to form them around this time. The voice of wellness was replacing sickness. So they got together, they went to Mexico, there were 6 of them, and closed doors, and they revolutionized the entire field of psychotherapy. Came back from Mexico and invented positive psychology. So positive psychology is based on a rubric of values and strengths. I'm giving you 2 of his books that codify the research that went into what is happiness. Literally, they started with the question, what is happiness? And they created positive psychology around that. So positive psychology isn't the be-all, end-all as nothing is, right? So this is why we customized it for you, because you have to create your own happiness wellness programs where you are, because you know yourself, you know the culture. There's always an applied version. But basically, in a nutshell, we've kind of wandered in and around positive psychology here. So the websites would support your efforts if you'd like to do more research. Yes, there are certifications. Yes, there are things that you can learn that are more statistical and metric-based that you can put into existing programs. These 3 are the very beginning. And the VIA character, that's one I like, because I would encourage you to go there. And for free, you can take your own happiness assessment. And it's based on finding your top 24 strengths. They identified 24 strengths that exist in all humans. And when you take this, it gives you your top 5, and then codifies them, and then your bottom 5. The cool thing about me as your coach here is that you want to pay attention to the bottom 5. Not the, wow, look at me, I'm awesome. But hey, I wonder if there's some work to do down there. Got that? And then if you build in the Strengths Finder and any other component of positive psychology, you will find a well of new kinds of resources to help people identify where they need to stretch and learn. And because it's research-based, it would be tangible, and you could turn it into your ROI. You could use your metrics to, imagine, what do you suppose your ROI would look like if everybody in your organizations that you serve was happy? It's astounding. Yeah. I don't know the answer. You have to go find out. Happiness happens. And I'll end again with the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, and that from the equal creation, we all derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Declaration of Independence, 1776. That's our call to action, is it not? To live what we've been trying to live for all these years. Start here, start right now. You've got a good start. When I'm in more of a teaching mode, which I was here, I'd like 3 people to tell me what their golden nugget takeaway from what we've just done here is. Yes, back in the room. Asking people what is their happiness story. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, who else? One more. Yes. Listening. Yeah, listening. I'm curious about. Yeah, good. Yeah, Deirdre.
That it starts with faith, to revisit my own happiness story and to share in the section of that happiness around.
Beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else burning to share? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Talk with a smile. You have a beautiful smile.
Diana,
Yeah.
you have to share that just in case we spoke on the phone. Diana shared the thing she does with her tongue.
Oh, yeah.
It helps her smile, and I've tried it, and it worked.
Yeah.
Diana, repeat that with spoke on the phone.
Yeah, it says, so I gave her a tip on the phone. It comes from a body of work called Qigong, and it's called the meditation smile. And if you can just do it right now. Everybody just sit up straight. Oh yeah, that's better. Now smile, and put your tongue up on your teeth. Just right behind your teeth. It's impossible not to smile when your tongue is on your teeth. There's a meditation practice where you would sit in a chair and just breathe with the inner smile. It's the inner smile. So if you walk around, yeah, and you've tried it. Yeah, it's good. So thank you all, and give your buddies just a thank you, a hug, whatever you need to do. Just be happy, and I'll see you throughout the day. We'll continue the conversation, and I look forward to the wall O cards. There you go. Good job. Please.
That was outstanding, Diana. Thank you so much. Thank you for starting this wonderful day with a reminder of what really matters in life. We have a little bit of time for questions. If any of you would want to ask Diana questions about ways that you can increase happiness with your employees, with your family, with your workplace culture, I will tell you that Diana came up to me while we were doing one of the roundtable sessions this morning and said, I looked at the programs that you've done last year and this year, and I don't see happiness anywhere on them. And I said, well, this is it. This is the program. And I think it's a reminder to us that it needs to be infiltrated in everything that we do, because it does trickle down. It trickles up, it trickles down, and we may not call it happiness, even though we know that's what it is. We talk a lot about well-being, and part of well-being is having a positive attitude that helps us physically, it helps us mentally, it helps us spiritually. So thank you for bringing that up, and we're going to work on that. Any questions for Diana? Any comments on what you might do as an employer, as an HR benefits professional? And we'll start with Paula's question.
So hi, Diana.
Hi, Paula.
I have a question. It was something that you just said, something, identifying your strengths, which if you all haven't done that, it is really cool. My husband pegged me, and I mean, he got 3 out of the 5 correct, but you said something about looking at the ones that were down at the bottom. And I've always been a person who, and with my team around me, I think the strength of a team is when you don't all have the same strengths, but you're saying for like inner happiness, then look at the ones that I scored lowest.
That's right. That's right. It's an interesting list because you can print it out. As a coach, when I work with an individual or even a team, I have everyone do it, or just the other person, and it's free, and it's, 20 minutes maybe, and it will calculate the 24 that show up and are present in your life currently. So one of the things we do in the narrative experience is we take a look at 2 questions. 2 open-ended coaching questions when you coach yourself. So we'll start with ourselves. What am I learning from this experience with these strengths, and what am I learning about myself? It's 2 different questions. What am I learning, and what am I learning about myself? So if you take the what am I learning about myself question, and you take a look at the entire list, you can do a self-audit on yourself and ask the unanswered question rather than assuming, oh, those are my weaknesses, or I'll never get around to that, I can't live long enough, or that's just not me. It's what might I do to shore up, to learn a piece of something else that I'm not showing as much. Because those 24 strengths are all strengths. They're not designed as weaknesses. It's just, it's not bad or good, but it's an audit to say, oh, what's my next stretch as a leader, as a program designer, as a mother, as a wife, as a person in charge of, you know, an event. So when I first did it, I noticed that some of my project skills, my producer skills were in the lower part. You know, it didn't say bossy, it doesn't say negative things, but in control, you know, things, you know, like I have a lot of horsepower and I can use it in a positive way or I can use it in a negative way. So it calls forth different insightful questions you can ask yourself. Gosh, why is control at the bottom? Or, you know, just something, you know, why is compassion at the bottom? Why didn't I score high on compassion? Because I'm too busy being, you know, in charge all the time. Sometimes I forget to be compassionate. So it begs the inner question. Does that make sense? When you turn it upside down, you better buckle up. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anything else? Okay, good, good.
Do we have another question?
Yes.
Back there? No? Let us thank Diana.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And as Diana shared, she will be with us for the majority of the rest of the day. So, you know, pull her aside, share ideas, talk to her about some of your challenges, etc. I am very pleased to introduce our next speaker. Sarah Bassler-Millar, is a partner in the Employee Benefits and Executive Compensation practice at Drinker, Biddle & Reith, which is based in this building, and this is their partner headquarters that they allow us to use every month for our educational programs. We are profoundly grateful, Sarah, to you and your team. Sarah counsels clients on a range of employee benefits and executive compensation matters. She frequently assists clients in developing strategies related to the impact of healthcare reform, and she is here today to provide insight into the ever-changing status of the rules and laws surrounding company-sponsored wellness programs. It's kind of a saga, isn't it? It's a saga and a story. Sure. So I wanna just say that she is a good friend of MBGH. She's a colleague, she's a friend, she's one of the most intelligent women I know, and we're always happy to have her come. But Sarah shared this picture of herself with her husband, daughter, and son as they were leaving Universal Studios. She said it was a fantastic vacation. She loved the sign posted at the exit of Universal Studios that says, "The adventure lives on." And it reminds her to cherish the important people in her life and carry a little bit of the fun times with her when she's back at work. I got a little verklempt. I did. I thought that was lovely. And let's welcome Sarah.
Do we have a lavalier mic?
You wanna,
If not.
Diana, are you in this room? Here. Oh, you're gonna stay up here for the, I meant for the, do you want the lavalier?
I like to walk.
No, I'm with you.
Walking is good wellness benefit, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm an audio technician in my other life. Not really.
All right, can everybody hear me? Yeah. All right, our recording is official. Are you, if I'm here, we're okay here, Mindy? Okay, great. Thanks everybody for joining us. We are very happy to have you. I see many familiar, friendly faces in the audience. I wish I had better answers for you. Where's our, here. On the status of wellness program rules. We got a lot of questions right now. We'll walk you through where we are right now.
But we got a lot of questions. As a reminder, wellness programs are generally governed by 3 separate laws: HIPAA, GINA, and the ADA. And of course, because of the way the laws were written, there's some overlap, but they're not identical. So it's really important to remember which law is being triggered by which aspect of your wellness program. Okay. The key issue that we have the debate about right now is, what does voluntary mean? Because if you have a voluntary program, you're allowed to provide incentives and to have enhanced wellness programs, okay? Under the HIPAA rules, we've got pretty clear definition of what voluntary means for purposes of permitted wellness programs. Those are those, really complicated rules. Are they outcomes-based? Are they participation only? You have to provide notices, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the rules that talk about the usual incentive limit is 30%, and you can go up to 50% if you've got a tobacco-related incentive. So those rules are unchanged. Those HIPAA rules are still out there. The problem is what's happening with respect to GINA Title II and the ADA. These are the rules that are within the purview or regulated by the EEOC, okay? So in 2016, the EEOC published regulations that gave us guidance on what voluntary means for both GINA Title II and the ADA, okay? The problem is there was some litigation, and they ultimately removed the rule that sort of created a safe harbor related to incentives. And so that rule that talked about limits up to 30% went away. How did we get here? Well, this is our saga, right? I mean, this has been going on since 2014, starting in the fall of 2014 with a series of lawsuits that came out of the Chicago Regional Office of the EEOC, where they sued a series of employers who had various types of wellness programs. Ultimately, the result of that litigation was that the judge kicked it back to the EEOC and essentially said, you need to regulate this. And so 2015, 2016, we got some proposed rules. It went through that comment and feedback period. We got final rules. And then in October of 2016, the AARP sued challenging the EEOC rules, okay? A lot of legal wrangling over the next 2 years. Ultimately, what happened in 2018 is the DC court, the district court in the DC circuit, said that 30% rule was vacated. It would no longer be given effect, okay? The judge also tried to tell the EEOC, you need to issue a replacement rule within a certain time period. And the EEOC said, thanks, but no thanks. We don't work that way. We have a regulatory process we have to go through. So ultimately, they did, in December of 2018, remove that 30% rule. And that's kind of where we sit. We've now been waiting for over a year for the EEOC to issue some type of a replacement. Why is this taking so long? When are they going to act? Well, the EEOC is made up of 5 commissioners, and you need a majority, 3 out of the 5, to take action. There was a period of time, about a 5-month period of time in 2019, where there were only 2 commissioners, because there were nominations that were made, and they were not getting through the Senate. So finally, in July, Janet Dillon was confirmed as the new chair of the EEOC, and so we now have 3 commissioners again. They've started issuing additional rulings. That leaves us with 2 vacancies.
It's quite possible, you'll notice Vicki Lipnick's term is set to expire in July of this year. So depending on what happens with these two other vacancies, and depending on whether or not Vicki is renominated for a third term, we could again have that situation where we're back down to 2 commissioners, okay? Weird little thing about how Congress works and the Senate rules. Although Keith Sonderling was nominated in July of this last year, there was no action taken on his nomination. And when Congress turns over, it's basically clean slate. And so he either needs to be renominated or the Senate needs to say, we're going to waive that rule and take his nomination forward. So that is very much TBD. We also finally have a lawyer for the EEOC. There was a long period of time where they were acting with an acting general counsel. So Sharon Gustafson was confirmed in, I think it was August of 2019. The other thing that's happening is across the board, staffing within the EEOC is down. There are a lot of people who are retiring. I think it was something like 20% of the EEOC sort of non-political staff is likely to retire in the next couple of years. So that's really a factor that's working against continued guidance in this area. So what will the EEOC actually do? In theory, they have suggested that they would propose new rules in December of 2019. Here we are in January, and we're still waiting. When we were planning this, I really hoped that we were going to stick to that December timeframe, but we didn't. We'll be sure to coordinate with MBGH about getting the word out to you about any additional updates. We've done some webinars and special sessions in the past for your group, so we'll be sure to coordinate with them on that. We do think that there will be a new rule proposed in this area. When I went on the website yesterday, they have a placeholder for the rule, and it says January blank blank 2020. So in theory, something is coming out soon. We just don't quite have it yet. It could actually be February or March, making no promises. What is it that they'll actually do? One of the problems that the court noted about the old rule is there was insufficient justification, essentially, for why they came up with the 30%. Noting, it wasn't exactly the same as the HIPAA rule, noting that there are differences in the way the laws work and the constituencies that are trying to be protected, et cetera. So one possibility is that we see the same 30% limit reproposed, but with more justification. It's possible that they'll just scrap the whole thing and start over. They might just issue a new rule just for that piece. They might change the incentive limit to make it more voluntary than 30%. There could be other more significant changes. We're not sure. Right now, they're doing nothing. Hopefully we'll move past the do nothing stage. In the meantime, litigation is continuing on these issues, and the DOL has pursued a number of lawsuits against employers. Some of them are good for employers, some are more mixed results, okay? Ultimately, this Dittman versus Quest Diagnostics case, this case was dismissed, but the court didn't address the underlying merits of the issues. So essentially it was like a punt, and they kicked it. So we really don't have good substantive guidance coming out of this case. This is just kind of really to illustrate that the litigation is happening. There's 3 other DOL enforcement actions I want to draw attention to. These bottom 2, the 2 Acosta versus Durrell juvenile group and the Acosta versus Chem Station, these 2 cases ultimately settled. The plan sponsors paid fines, essentially reimbursing the affected participants who were discriminated against under these rules. In addition, at least in the Dorrell juvenile group, the settlement officially included a breach of fiduciary duties penalty that was paid separate to the DOL. Usually what happens with those breach of fiduciary duty penalties is it's 20% of whatever the amount is that you should have paid to participants. So it's like you're basically paying 120%, essentially. In this instance, they negotiated with the DOL and got a 50% reduction. Both of these cases settled pretty quickly after the litigation was brought. One of the things to keep in mind is that very often these DOL investigations, you will have the opportunity to intervene before it gets to a litigation stage. Very often they are, you'll get a notice saying we want to look at these documents, we might want to interview some people. They will be telling you, we have concerns about X provision. We think you should be making changes to something to make this work under the law. And it's in those instances when you're not cooperating with the DOL and you're not, where you've got kind of a fundamental disagreement about the nature of the program and whether it is and is not compliant, that's where the litigation is going to move forward. The case to draw your attention to here, the Macy's case, this is a similar program to what many, many employers are offering right now. In this particular instance, the DOL alleged multiple failures. These are actually all essentially HIPAA failures, but it's to illustrate that the DOL is paying attention to this issue. Failure to notify, failure to offer reasonable alternative standards, et cetera. One of the things that's interesting here is that Macy's is taking the position that there was no violation on their tobacco surcharge program because there really is no alternative to quitting use of tobacco, is the position that Macy's is taking in their public filings. Macy's has requested that the case be dismissed, that those motions were filed and responses over a year ago. The case got reassigned to a new judge in December, so we're still waiting for an outcome on this particular case. This one could be significant depending on what the ruling actually is. Okay. Quessel versus Yale. This is where we come back to the AARP, and our dear friends there are also behind this particular lawsuit. This was a complaint that was filed in July. Yale offered a wellness program that they called Health Expectations Program or Healthy Expectations Program. Essentially, imposing $25 a week penalty or incentive, depending on how you want to phrase it, for those who don't participate in the wellness program. There was a coaching aspect, various screenings involved, et cetera. What's interesting is there are 3 unions referenced in this particular complaint. 2 of the unions negotiated with Yale and said to Yale, yes, we will have our union members participate in this program. The 3rd one said, no, we don't want our employees, our union members to participate in this program. And so one of the things that is happening is those union members who were forced into this program because of what their union negotiated are now suing various alleged violations, HIPAA and ADA and privacy and GINA, et cetera. And part of what they are saying is that it's a penalty on them because the other union, that 3rd union, isn't required to participate in the program. They have access to the same program, but they don't have the same financial penalty imposed on them. So it's kind of interesting how that is coming into play in terms of the confluence of the union negotiations involved and the different employee populations involved. Essentially, we don't have any substantive rulings on this, still going through procedural motions, et cetera. What's important here is, again, this case was not actually filed. The lawsuit was not filed until after it had gone through the EEOC process and the EEOC issued a right to sue letter. So the EEOC issues those letters when they don't themselves want to bring the lawsuit, and they're going to allow the participants to go through and bring that lawsuit. Okay? All right. ACA litigation. Just to keep you in the loop, there is some ongoing litigation in Texas about whether or not the ACA is constitutional. The individual mandate was held to be unconstitutional, and there's this issue of, does that mean you throw the rest of the ACA out? In what was quite possibly the longest punt, the longest legal punt I've ever seen, the Fifth Circuit in December said, we're kicking it back to the district court for further review. Okay? The Supreme Court was asked to review the case on an expedited basis, and just yesterday they declined to review it on an expedited basis. It's still possible they take it up in the normal course, but if they do that, it will not be heard until at least next term and likely after the election. So this particular case on the ACA, not likely to be resolved until after the next election. Why this is significant is because this calls into question the 30-50% rule under the ACA on the HIPAA side. So keep that in mind as to why you should care about that. What do plan sponsors do now? You got to look at your program, think about what your risks are, and what steps you might want to take to mitigate risk. It continues to be a very uncertain environment, certainly notifying employees of what's happening, how they can meet the expectations, the alternatives that are being offered. All of those are important considerations. Essentially, it's kind of business as usual. Pretty much what I told you last year. Unfortunately, I don't have a better answer. One of these days, we will get EEOC rules. I'm confident about that eventually. All right, we have time for a couple of questions.
Sure. Question?
Given the employer mandate or the employee mandate, given the employee mandate is no longer part of the anymore, do you see any possible holes in that going away?
So that's a great question. So with the individual
Could
mandate,
you repeat that for the phone-based people? Thank you.
With the individual mandate being found unconstitutional, is there any hope for the 1095C requirement going away? Right now, the employer mandate is still valid, and so it's business as usual in terms of the 1094 and the 1095 reporting on the ACA stuff. You know, it's possible if the whole law is thrown out at the end of this litigation process that that reporting requirement will go away, but as indicated, I don't see that happening until after the next election, and there's a lot that can happen between now and that election, or the implications of that election I think are quite significant. So.
We have time for one more question. Okay, great. Let's thank Sarah.
Sorry, one other quick thing. The next time you come to our offices, you won't just see Drinker, Biddle, and Reith. You will see Faegre, Drinker, Biddle, and Reith. We will be merging. Law firms merge just like corporations do. And so that'll be effective February 1. We are looking forward to being part of the larger Faegre Drinker team. The name is changing, but everything else is staying the same. We're still around, okay?
You know how long it took me to figure out how to spell Drinker, Biddle, and Reith, and now you're adding Faegre? Is it Faegre? F-A-E-G-R-E. Okay, all right.
We just, you know, we try to challenge you.
I know.
It's a growth
keep us on the
opportunity.
edge. Keep us, little off. Love it. Thank you. That was excellent, Sarah. Our next speaker is Stephanie Dodge Gorniss. Gorniss? Stephanie, is that yes. Gorniss, excellent. Who is also a partner at Drinker, Biddle, and Reith, and she represents management of all aspects of traditional labor and employment matters. She has authored numerous legal publications. She is a frequent contributor to DBR's blog posts and lectures, and both Sarah and Stephanie have been great resources to MBGH over the years. Last February, this dynamic duo provided a legal update on cannabis, including plan design and workplace policies impacting employers. And that was before cannabis was legal recreational cannabis was legal in Illinois. We are so fortunate to invite Stephanie back and Sarah back today. And Stephanie is going to provide us with an update on cannabis in the workplace and what we as employers need to be aware of. I also want to add that Stephanie shared a photo of her happy place. It was taken at her family's fishing shack in southwestern Michigan. She claims this getaway in Michigan is not at all glamorous, but it's the one place that she gets to really spend quality time with family and close friends without the chaos of our everyday lives getting in the way. And by the way, she's inviting us there next weekend.
Again, guys, it's not glamorous, so don't get excited.
Bring a tent. Bring a tent. Welcome, Stephanie.
See the big pontoon in the background. We actually got it for free, so there we go. That gives you an idea. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I have to give a little disclosure. When we had dinner last night, I was turning to my left to introduce myself to one of the other speakers, and very inartfully, I guess, said, "Hello, my name is Stephanie Dodge. I'm going to be, I'm doing a presentation on cannabis tomorrow." And to which he responded, "Are you actually going to be on cannabis when you're giving the presentation, or are you just giving a presentation on the topic of cannabis?" So, you know, you guys can choose to think what you want, but no, this is not a how-to as much as this is what we do now that we're here. And let me ask you as well, since, you know, I was driving in and fighting traffic, how many of you drove in on one of the interstates today? Yeah, and you saw the hash, do you remember what it said? No, it said, well, this, for us it said, on mine, hash and hashtags are both illegal behind the wheel. This is where we are in Illinois now. We have to put that up, you know, on all of the signs as we're driving on the highway. So it is a brave new world, if you will. And, you know, just like, you know, Sarah said, unfortunately, we as lawyers are always in the position of providing a lot of questions and not a lot of answers, but we'll at least kind of go through in it quickly some of the legislation, at least in play, the issues out there, the kinds of questions we're going to be dealing with as we in Illinois, along with other states, kind of wrestle with this issue. And so I think I have like 32 slides in 20 minutes. We won't cover everything, obviously, but wanted to provide you as much resource as we can. Just so you know, Michigan also is one of those states. So those of you in Wisconsin and Indiana, you've got it all around. You can probably smell it from where you sit, which, you know, we were talking at our table. It's probably the first thing that we've noticed in Illinois is now it smells like pot everywhere. So there we go. So cannabis in the workplace. All right. So I think it's important to kind of, you know, what this really comes down to, and I'm going to spend some time talking about Illinois' new law because we just, January 1st, became the 11th state to legalize recreational marijuana. And I know that many of you have facilities in Illinois, and some of you have facilities outside of Illinois. The reason why I'm going to spend a lot of time on Illinois is because, number one, it's the newest, and I think going through that law sort of helps us all kind of figure out what challenges you may have in other states as well. As I say that, it's with a huge disclaimer that in this area of talking about what's lawful and not and where you can come up with issues from an employment perspective or a wellness perspective, it's really going to start with your state law and really what that law says and then how your individual courts within your state interpret those laws. So what we're seeing, which makes it difficult for all of us, is a whole, you know, a whole myriad of different laws and interpretations and not a lot of things that we, you know, really have a lot of definitive answers on. And a lot of what really kind of drives even the discussion on the state side is not just what the state statute says, but how the courts interpret the state statutes as interacting with federal statutes. So it's important still to at least start with what the federal statutes provide and how those kind of impact what happens on a state level. So and again, this isn't covering everything, but just some kind of the hot topics. So we start, of course, with the Controlled Substance Act, right? And on a federal level, cannabis and all of its many forms is still a Schedule I drug, meaning that it has been determined that any cannabis over 0.3 THC is considered to have no accepted medical use, irrespective of what states say, and to have a high potential for abuse and physical or psychological dependence. So we talk about, from an employer perspective, because cannabis is still unlawful on a federal level, many employers are sort of seeking cover under that as they try to enforce, reasonable workplace rules, despite what might be happening within their states. And it is how that act is interpreted, as well as how some of these other acts interpreted, that makes the differences and variances between how laws are applied on a statewide level, and this will be something we continue to see courts wrestle with as to whether the Controlled Substance Act, making something illegal at all, gives employers kind of a right for greater enforcement under state law. Interstate Commerce Clause, I throw it up there because that's been interpreted to criminalize the transport over state lines of cannabis, because, even if it's between two states where medical or recreational cannabis is legal, if an individual tries to take that across state lines, now you've got a federal unlawful issue. The Cole Memo, the Rarbacher-Farb Amendment, those are ways that the government has tried to sort of wrestle this issue. The Cole Memo, if you remember, came in under the Obama administration, and basically it was a memo saying the federal government is not going to really interfere with states, and we're not going to really enforce some of the unlawful convictions against and legal standards against states that have decided that they're going to make lawful some use of marijuana. Now, that was, of course, rescinded under the Trump administration. So again, we've now, even from a federal level, got kind of this question of how aggressively is the federal government going to pursue legal claims against individuals where states are otherwise allowing them to lawfully use cannabis in some way. And then one thing that did change things somewhat significantly under the Trump administration was the passage of the Agricultural Improvement Act, which basically deschedulized industrial hemp from the Controlled Substance Act, and really also provided federally kind of a free pass on any cannabis-related product that had less than 0.3 THC. So that's our answer to the question of how we can have all of the cannabis oil, the CBD oil, and the like that's being used, because on a federal level, that's no longer unlawful. So again, there's a lot of things that are changing here that can potentially come at play. We have the drug-free workplace, which prohibits drugs in the workplace for federal contractors and like, and what we'll see really, it says is that employers that fall under this act or covered by this act have to make a reasonable effort to make their work environment drug-free. This has been one of those federal acts that states and employers have tried to use as a basis why they can continue to enforce reasonable workplace rules prohibiting the use of cannabis and products. And again, different states courts have interpreted whether or not the drug-free workplace is in conflict with state laws or not. And so we have different opinions across different states. Department of Transportation, that requires that any commercial driver's license, an individual required to have a commercial driver's license, is subject to certain testing requirements, including random drug testing and testing in regards to certain situations where there's some kind of accident. Obviously, that all remains. So to the extent that federal law puts certain requirements on employers, state laws can't interfere with that. And so in areas where it's clear, such as when you have employees that are covered by Department of Transportation requirements or some other kinds of very specific requirements, we certainly can enforce all those federal regulations. It's where the employees are sort of outside those regulations that some of the questions come up. Federal contracting, we already went there. There's a standard good faith effort to maintain drug-free workplaces. And then OSHA had to come in and really make things even more complicated. And they said, even though Department of Transportation employees have to have drug testing if there's been some kind of accident, OSHA has said, we think it's unlawful for employers to generally impose policies that require drug testing when there's some kind of accident or injury. From OSHA's perspective, that if you have those automatic kinds of policies, that employees are less likely to report injuries and accidents, and that instead you can only enforce a rule that allows you to do testing after some kind of accident if there's a reasonable possibility that there was some drug or alcohol use that may have impacted that situation. So again, a lot of different standards that were that we're trying to kind of wrestle with as we go through and consider this issue. Americans with Disabilities Act, we're starting to see that really have an impact. I mean, obviously, the ADA says we can't discriminate against people because of a disability. Where we're really seeing kind of the question come up is accommodations that require some kind of medical treatment involving the use of marijuana. And we'll also see then, if someone, if an employer is failing to accommodate the use of marijuana, the question is, are they also violating the ADA? And again, there's not an easy answer in regards to this, and we're going to see courts in different jurisdictions come up with different answers. Then we added all the states, right? And so again, I'm not going to go through all this, just to kind of give you an idea of where we are. Here we have just listed the states recognizing lawful medical use of cannabis. So Illinois was in that bucket, even before the year. We've got some states that are recognizing some kind of lawful medical use of CBD or low-level CBD, which again kind of is a non-issue now in that we did have the Agriculture Act that made that less complicated. States recognizing no lawful medical use of cannabis in any way. States recognizing lawful recreational marijuana. That's the list we just joined. States providing employment protections to employees for off-duty use of marijuana. That kind of combined with state lawful use legislation is kind of all over the place. I will say what's interesting, though, to watch is Nevada recently, just recently at the beginning of the year, passed legislation that's kind of the first of its kind and basically affirmatively said that employers cannot discriminate against employees based upon a pre-employment drug test. So that's kind of going the opposite way that we've seen courts going on that particular issue, and again, gives us kind of an idea of what to look for as states kind of continue to wrestle with this issue. And then across the states, I mean, certainly our lawful use statutes, those statutes that say employers can't discriminate against employees or applicants because of their lawful use or use of a lawful product off duty. The question is, how does that law sort of interact with state legislation allowing the lawful use of marijuana in some way? Again, these are all things we'll have to wrestle with. So that's kind of the chaos out there, if you will. Overall, though, what we know and what we've seen generally now outside of what we're seeing a little bit in Nevada is that no state is really requiring employers to accommodate on-the-job use. So, we're not seeing cases say, okay, because you've got a condition and your medical provider has, prescribed you medical marijuana, you've got to use that and the workplace. So we do know that. The question on the ADA side and the accommodation side really comes up in the realm of what do we have to do to accommodate off-duty use? So, is that meaning that we don't apply drug testing that would indicate that there was off-duty use? Because as we know, we still don't have drug tests that really indicate current impairment and the like. So, that's where we're going to see some more issues. Some states limit the circumstances in which employers can test for marijuana, prohibit discriminations. Again, we're all over the place in regards to this. Most states, quite frankly, are just silent on the whole issue of accommodation and the like, which again leads it to courts to kind of fill in the gaps where there's some silence. In Illinois, Michigan last year became the 10th, and Illinois became the 11th state to legalize recreational marijuana use. Illinois was the first state to actually do it through legislation. All the other states before did it through an actual ballot question. So, this is our state really taking an active role. And, here you see our state requirements. I mean, it actually defines, what is permissible possession and use of marijuana. Obviously, it's only for people that are under age 21, and it talks about what they can possess. If you're a resident of the state, you can possess more than if you're a non-resident. Again, very interesting for those of us in Illinois. Outside Illinois, I would just say recognize that each state law is different in regards to even this standard. What is acceptable? What is not? Is there a difference between residents, non-residents, and the like? And again, these things, this just breaks down the cannabis law generally. We'll talk a little bit more about the employment parts and what really impacts us in that regard. But all of this obviously impacts us as well. There's a definition of what cannabis is, and really, it talks more about that THC part of it. It talks about cannabis-infused products and cannabis paraphernalia being, incorporated within the protection. So, I can have the paraphernalia, I can have infused products and the like. Again, we've got to define all these things, and And it also is a reminder to all of you that have policies out there, even if you have policies that you've amended to incorporate use of cannabis as part of your drug-free workplace policies, recognize that you really should be defining some of these other issues. Okay, what are you going to do about cannabis-infused products? What are you going to do about access or storage to the paraphernalia that's used in regards to it? There are a lot of questions that kind of arise under here that make it even more complicated. Cannabis doesn't include certain things. Obviously, it doesn't include industrial hemp. We've seen, again, a lot of the CBD oil. So, again, policies that now restrict employees in regards to things that are completely lawful. Is it okay to have an infused product? Is it okay for someone to have their CBD oil, in the workplace? Those are all things we're going to wrestle with. I mean, generally, again, because federal law has said that the CBD oils and the like are no longer unlawful, those are things that I think employers are, going to be able to allow more. Employers generally would still have a right to say, we don't allow any other cannabis types of products in our work environment. And our law, I would say, in Illinois is probably the most employer-friendly because it does have words in the statute that provide us protections. But again, those words still, you'll find, are not enough to really answer some of the questions we have. But certainly there's a lot of stuff in there that employers can use as they embark on their own policies and say, well, look, we should be able to really enforce rules that make sense for our organization. So in our act, it specifically says that it doesn't permit undertaking any task under the influence of cannabis. When doing so would constitute negligence, professional malpractice, or professional misconduct. Kind of on par with this, the National Safety Council just in October, and again, National Safety Council is based out of Illinois, so that's probably why they were looking at it. They came out with an announcement that they said that they see that any employer that has employees that have safety-sensitive positions, they should have a zero tolerance for any use at all of marijuana. And so now we're having sort of federal guidance also impacting employers in their decisions as to, what kind of policies they're going to allow and what type of testing they're going to allow. Certainly there are rules in regards to possessing or using cannabis in certain areas, schools, correctional facilities, and the like, and what has to happen. Again, for those of you that may have specific, questions, it's there. It talks about the fact that, Cannabis Act does not permit cannabis in a public place, so people are not supposed to be smoking or vaping or eating edibles, any place that's public. The question becomes, what is a public place? It's illegal to knowingly use cannabis in close proximity to someone under the age of 21. Certainly, smoking cannabis in any place where smoking is prohibited is in violation of our Smoke-Free Illinois Act. That also, in case you're wondering, includes any vaping. Vaping also has been incorporated under our Smoke-Free Workplace Act. So that kind of gets to those issues as well. And again, is another reminder to update your policies to cover these kinds of things. Cannabis doesn't permit operating of vehicles or watercraft or snowmobiles or giving somebody that wouldn't otherwise have access to it, distributing that. Our compassionate use of medical marijuana law remains the same. And so all of us that were dealing with those types of issues, we will still get kind of issues coming up as to whether the medical use of marijuana provides some additional rights for employees in regards to accommodations and the like in Illinois. In regards to now the employment side of it, as we as employers are sort of wrestling with some of these specific issues, the Act specifically provides that, the law is encouraging sort of labor neutrality in the cannabis industry, so that's talking more about unions and the like and whether they have contracts or not, and that employee workplace safety shall not be diminished, and the workplace policy shall be interpreted broadly to protect employee safety. So that's the first part of the statute that gives us something to hang our hat on to as to how we enforce rules. The statute goes on to talk specifically about law enforcement officers, correction officers, probationary officers, paramedics, and firefighters to say that a public employer can have absolute rules that say that you can't use it either on duty or off duty. So again, that sort of can be inferred to say that everybody else not in that list probably can't stop employees from off-duty use of cannabis products. There's an exception for even that group of employees up there can't be prohibited for having someone in their household using the product. Nothing prevents a private business from restricting or prohibiting the use of cannabis on your property. So certainly, I always say, you know, in those states, Illinois being one of them, all of a sudden we had that little sticker that had no guns, you know, to say that we had a workplace that was gun-free. I think now we're going to have like the weed, no weed, you know, it's like a big cross through it too. I don't know, but we can say, you know, we can say at our property we're not going to allow use. The question is, though, again, the statute is somewhat silent on what that means in regards to just having possession. Certainly there's rules in regards to storage, but again, those are things as an organization we're going to have to kind of think through. Nothing requires an individual or business entity to violate provisions of federal law. Certainly that's what employers have tried to say, those that are required to be under the Drug-Free Workplace Act. I will say that states that have looked at that issue have been a mixed bag. Some states have said, well, yes, if you're a drug-free if you are covered by the Drug-Free Workplace Act that requires you to have reasonable rules, then you can enforce drug testing policies and the like. Other states have said no, because the Work-Free Drug Place Act just says that you don't allow people to come on. It doesn't require you in most situations to do drug testing and the like. So again, there may be many situations where even though one law federally makes the use of cannabis unlawful and states make it lawful, that there's not necessarily an obvious preemption there. Nothing we can have zero tolerance, and this was in the act before, shall prohibit an employer, nothing shall prohibit us from adopting reasonable zero tolerance or drug-free workplace policies or employment policies concerning drug testing, smoking, consumption, storage, and use of cannabis in the workplace or while on call. So this is sort of the meatiest part of the statute that we have. Of course, it begs a lot of questions, such as what are reasonable policies? Do these policies have to be in place before we try to enforce a drug testing policy? Do they need to be written? What does it mean when we talk about policies being applied in a non-discriminatory manner? Certainly we would interpret that to say you can't pick and choose. If you've got certain applicants saying we're going to test this person, we're not going to test that person, we're going to test this job, not that job. If there's not consistency in regards to that, then the protections under the law may not apply. Nothing in the Act prohibits an employer to permit an employee to be under the influence of or use of cannabis in the workplace or while performing duties. We have that as well. But one of the things that was really sort of an open question when we were looking last year at the statute going into effect was the question of what employers could do in regards to new employees, in regards to drug testing for applicants and the like. Because our state lawful use statute now says that recreational use and medical use of marijuana is lawful. So if we're testing new applicants, we would necessarily, be testing them for what they did off duty. And so that was a big question for many employers that were wrestling about whether they had to sort of eliminate pre-employment testing that would measure use of cannabis. We did have a literally last minute December amendment to the statute that provided us some additional protections in regards to that. But these were things already. So we know we can have policies. We know we have to apply them in a consistent way and the like. And it says nothing shall limit or prevent an employer from disciplining an employer, terminating employment of an employee for violating the employer's employment policies or workplace drug policies. So this means that we need to have policies in place that are very specific, and as long as we're following those policies in a very specific and consistent way, we should be able to continue to have our pre-employment testing, our regular employee random testing or suspicion testing and the like, and continue on. But how employers may find themselves in trouble under the statute based upon what their policies say or don't say sort of remains to be seen. The law does provide a definition of what is defined as impairment. So if you are exercising your rights under a lawful policy to take disciplinary action or to drug test someone because of impairment, the definition actually now provides you a definition of what that means. And so these are now the new standards we need to apply when we're determining whether we have a reasonable suspicion that someone may be impaired. Okay? And if we then take action because of that, So let's say not by drug testing, but we're going to take disciplinary action against an employee because we believe they might be impaired by cannabis on the job. There's a requirement now that we actually have to give that employee then a reasonable opportunity to contest the basis of the determination. Again, we don't know what that means. Does that mean, say, I require you to drug test me or not? But somehow to provide some information to be able to contest the basis. And then if the employee brings some information, the employer still can make a final determination as to that, based upon a good faith belief. So again, lots of lawyer words that have a lot of sort of unknown definitions that all of us are going to have to wrestle with as we go forward. As I said, there was a December amendment to the Cannabis Act that tried to provide at least a little bit more protections in regards to drug testing. You see the language up there saying that employers do not violate state law when enforcing reasonable drug policy would subject an employee or applicant, so now we can do the pre-employment, to reasonable drug and alcohol testing, reasonable and non-discriminatory random drug testing, and disciplined termination of employment or withdrawal of a job offer due to a failure of drug test. So again, that was the most helpful. It's the most employer-friendly provision that we've seen in state statutes in regards to that. Still a lot that we're not quite sure as to what that means in regards to reasonableness and the like. What we do know, okay, the Act, employers can enforce zero-tolerance policies for cannabis. We're not required to allow employees to be under the influence at work or while performing job duties on call or in any way related to the business. That's what the statute says. What we know is that we can have these reasonable workplace drug policies that provide for reasonable drug testing. So it allows us to do reasonable suspicion testing, random, pre-employment, all of that. Employers may withdraw job offers for applicants who fail that pre-employment testing. Employers may discipline or terminate employees for failing non-discriminatory drug testing. So we do know that. That's more helpful than we see in some states. Questions still left unanswered: how and to what extent we can prohibit the actual possession of cannabis, to what extent the state's lawful use statute impacts other employer rights, to what extent Illinois Cannabis Act impacts other employer requirements not specifically addressed by the statute. And this is an area that Sarah and I were talking about. What we're seeing now in other states that have had these statutes longer is that now the question becomes, how does this statute impact some of the other state law requirements? So unemployment. You know, if you are terminated because of something related to a possession or use or failure to accommodate based upon the cannabis policy, how does that affect your rights under our state unemployment law? What also comes up, and now we've seen 3 different states wrestle with this issue, is for workers' comp. So New Jersey just this week issued a decision, a state court saying, upholding a workers' comp decision that the employer had to reimburse the employee for medical marijuana that had been prescribed by the healthcare provider because of a work-related injury. And both now New Jersey and one other state, New Mexico, now say that employers in those states have to reimburse for those costs. Maine has gone the other way. So again, we don't know how Illinois would determine this particular issue. Certainly, this doesn't at all change rights under ERISA. We have no obligation in regards to our ERISA health plans and the like to reimburse or pay for medical marijuana at this point. We don't know if that'll change. But again, how the state laws interact are still sort of up for question. How formal specific must our policies be? How does this affect recruiting? I mean, I think this is the biggest issue. I think, we talked about before, most employers have not gone out and had a big change to their policies or enforcement. I think most people are waiting to see, what happens next. But the question is, at some point, are employers, particularly in certain industries, going to have to change their policies of whether they prohibit the use of cannabis, whether they do drug testing pre-employment, if it affects, their ability to recruit and to retain and the like. So again, as I end up, as we, these things we kind of talked about, what employers should be doing, certainly looking at their workplace policies, considering, where there may be issues, adopting, being very specific in regards to your policies for post-offer employment drug testing. For any of you that have unions in your workplace, workplace. You need to really be looking at the requirements under contracts. We already are having some unions in the states say they no longer are going to allow drug testing under existing contracts based upon the statute. Do they have a legal right to do that? I'd say no, but these are going to be the things that we're going to have to wrestle with, and certainly changing your drug testing policy would be something you'd have to negotiate with a union about. Training supervisors to know under the new standards, what is impairment, how do you recognize it, what do you do with it, and then developing procedures of what happens next in regards to the process to make sure you're being consistent. I know that was a lot of things, more questions than answers, but are there any other questions that you have that we hadn't raised here?
I think we have time for one question. And will you be around, Stephanie, for the break, during the break? Any questions about your specific challenges or opportunities? You've got a very expensive attorney standing up here right now that
may or may not be doing a program on cannabis right now.
Well, and I think what's significant is you've given the employers in this room a roadmap. And maybe you have internal counsel, maybe you have external counsel, but the reason we keep asking these guys to come back is because they're willing to share a lot of information that, you know, we otherwise wouldn't have. So this is a roadmap, and you can certainly ask them questions after this event. We've got a question in the back, and we're going to bring a microphone to you. Yep.
Can you hear?
There
okay.
you go.
All right. One of the slides indicated an employer had a right to action if an employee appeared under the influence, speech, physical, whatever. Does that mean that the employer can grab their cell phone and take video of the individual? Because how else at a later time, if you don't actually record it,
right.
Can you?
Very good question. And again, that shows kind of the interaction between different states, because we also then have rules in regards to recording of individuals and the like. And, you know, one person at least has to be in agreement for it. It has to, has to give permission. So what if the person doesn't give permission? I mean, again, this statute doesn't get to it, but that raises the question. What you would do is certainly if you had a picture, you had some evidence, or it was on your film in your safety, safety film, that'd be one thing. I mean, what we're really going to have to rely on are managers, right, being very specific with what they see. And this may be a secret, but sometimes our managers are not that specific when they're filling out, some of our action forms and the like. And so it really is important that they recognize exactly what do they need here. And I know some employers are literally adopting checklists so that a manager goes through and actually has to check what they saw and to provide additional information. So again, we're going to have to fill in the gaps, and those are going to be the things that we see litigation in regards to. Yes.
Quick questions, please. Hold on, let's bring you a microphone, and then we're...
A big mouth, come on.
You and me both. The phone people can't hear you, though.
Okay, sorry about that. What about odor? What about the smell? I mean, we always talk about the physical behaviors, but they may not be present, but the odor clearly is.
Right.
So do you videotape somebody else going, oh my God, you smell like a skunk?
Right. Well, and you notice on here that odor isn't necessarily on here, because I could have odor on me, right, that indicates that I had off-duty use. And so the question becomes, is that a reasonable basis, a good faith basis for odor? Now, certainly odor combined with some of these other things should be something that you take down. The question, though, becomes, if it's just odor, what does that prove? Again, if it results in, we have a reasonable suspicion drug test. So when we smell odor and see this action, we take into drug testing, and then that drug testing shows that they have a positive, that's going to be okay. But if you're not doing that drug testing and you're just going based upon odor, that's not going to be enough without some of these other issues here under the state statute.
That's where a checklist has value, because odor could be one of the things that you check because you're tracking that experience at that moment. So let's thank Stephanie for a great job as well. Seeing your ideas on the wall of happiness and visiting the exhibits. Great job, everyone. We're going to get started again. You will notice on the slide that I kept up during the break that we've added another prize. So in addition to the ones that you see up here, Wildflower is donating an iPad. So if that isn't an incentive, I don't know what is. They're all fabulous prizes. I feel like a game show host sometimes, but I'm not. So let me get to our next presentation and introduce our speaker. Give me 2 seconds. You want to see Eloise again? There she is. Diana, where are you? There's Eloise. Cutie patootie. Okay, almost there. Lots of information. I'm sure some of you are waiting for when we get the slides, which, Lori, we sent those yesterday in a link, right? Everybody remember getting an email yesterday with the link? Good, excellent. Because we are not killing trees anymore. Well, we're killing a few trees. Okay. I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker for the day. Tara Sherman is a member of the Health and Wellbeing Strategy team at the Boeing Company. In this role, she leads the U.S. and international long-term well-being strategy, including mental health and emotional well-being programs. That also includes eating healthy, leadership engagement, and we could probably learn a few things on that leadership engagement side, external recognition, partnerships with internal stakeholders. Boeing's well-being programs have earned many external awards and is a model for best-in-class, data-driven employee wellness programs. We are so fortunate to have, is it Tara or Tara?
It's Tara.
I thought it was Tara, and I said it correctly. I'm pretty excited. We are so fortunate to have Tara with us as today's keynote, and Tara shared in her photo, there are many things that make her happy. Her family, a sunny day. Girl, I am all about a sunny day. A little bit warmer than this, though.
Yeah.
She loves sailing, the mountains, to name a few. This photo was taken last week at a yoga and surf retreat. She came away from this retreat with an even stronger conviction that our minds and our bodies can do amazing things, even things we didn't think we could ever do, like surfing. She is now officially a yoga surfer. So let's welcome Tara.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Is this working? Okay, wonderful. It's really great to be here. I have learned so much from all of you over the years. Sitting here, I've come away with probably like 20 pages of notes in every meeting. So it feels good to be able to share a little bit back. I hope that we can have a dialogue. I'll definitely share our strategy, our program, some of the things that I think are a little bit more unique that we've done over the past few years, but I would also love to hear from you if anything strikes you and you've done something that you'd like to share that ties in with this, any gaps you see in our program, and definitely any questions. So I welcome any and all of that. And I have a phone. I don't intend to take calls, but I sometimes underestimate how much content I have and how much I talk, so.
And you have little things to remember.
Oh, wonderful, perfect, that's super helpful. Okay, so as Cheryl said, I work for the Boeing Company. We have 140,000 employees spread out around the world in 63 countries. We have 3 major business units: the commercial airlines, which you would probably be most familiar with and have probably seen a lot about in the recent past year and a half. Our defense group, which makes planes, helicopters, and also a lot of technology, satellites and other type of work. And then we have a services group, which services all of the aircraft in after the sale, so that's in the market, and provides everything from technology for crew scheduling, preventive maintenance, and any repairs that need to be done. So those are three major groups. We spend about $2.5 billion a year on healthcare. So that's why it's really important to us to do everything we can, along with all of you, I'm sure, to manage those expenses and do what we can to help keep our employees healthy, both for the cost side as well as productivity and their quality of life. Let's see. Our top condition, again, I think fairly common, is MSK. Our workforce skews to the mid to late 40s. Our MSK is our top condition for both occupational and non-occupational health. So we continue to work there a lot, again, on the preventive care, but work to impact that where we can. As far as health risks, our population, again, pretty similar to the general population: weight and blood pressure. So what we're going to run through today is a quick look at our vision and program objectives, an overview of what constitutes our program, a few metrics, they're mostly participation at this point, and then a few key programs for us, Boeing Moves the World, Industrial Athlete, and a new coaching program we've introduced, and then what we're looking at forward. Hopefully plenty of time for questions, but like I said, please don't hesitate to ask as we go through too. We'd love that. Okay, so our vision is to improve the lives of our employees and their families. I think family is a really key part here. We know that when there's support at home, individuals are more likely to succeed. At home is also where a lot of inspiration and purpose comes from. So we really want to do what we can to influence and support the whole family. We think that community is also very important in that area. And we know that well-being is a journey. So that's how that came together. Our mission aligns with our HR mission to anticipate, shape, and deliver global people-centric solutions. And then our strategy is focused in three main areas. And I will move to this where we can discuss them in greater detail. A consumer-centric design. So what we've seen over the past few years is with all the knowledge that's available through the internet, through the news, through social media, as well as the technology solutions that our employees can buy as consumers, their expectations of what we provide them have risen greatly. Not only in the mere fact that we provide them, but what the quality is and what that program is. And so we've worked really hard to find best-in-class solutions, which you'll see in the second bucket, that really meet and exceed those needs. Let's see, the other challenge I think that all of us face that I can say we continue to work at and have made some improvements but certainly haven't solved is simplifying the experience for employees. It can be really difficult to find the right program when you need it or even know that it's available. And so we have kind of I'd say a journey that ebbs and flows, and we continue to work on where we can make those improvements. We do see well-being as very holistic. Our three main pillars are physical, financial, and emotional. We work in community and purpose into the emotional side because we think that there's also a very big impact there. Global strategy and local approach. As I mentioned, we operate in 63 countries. The predominant number of our workforce is here in the U.S., but we do have significant populations in India, Australia, and the U.K., and then smaller groups in other countries. And what we found, and I'm sure most of you have that work with a global population, is well-being and health looks different in every country. The challenges, unfortunately, are getting more similar to ours. I think that some of the kind of the fast food nation and some of the habits that have maybe grown here in the U.S. have transferred to other parts of the world, and we're seeing more disease and more lifestyle challenges in those places. However, culturally, what resonates with people is very different, and so we can't take a program we have here in the U.S. and just put it in India, for instance. And India is a good example because we're working with them right now to create a country-specific strategy. So some things might make sense. So our annual physical activity challenge, for instance, that takes place in India. It goes over like wildfire. People love it. It's great. But when it comes to a financial well-being program or a mental health program, we really need to look at what those employees are looking for, what's culturally relevant, and so that we can make sure that it will connect and be beneficial for those teams. Let's see. Best in class, I mentioned, and it's driven partially by employee expectations and also very much so by our desire to have outcomes that matter. And so sometimes a program, when you're doing an RFP, might be more expensive. And so you might first look at 2 or 3 different suppliers and think, oh, whoa, I'm not sure about that one. But when you look at the outcomes, then sometimes we see that it can be worth it. It might be a little bit more expensive up front, but the outcomes that we see from some of the providers make it very well worth that best-in-class selection. And then a supportive environment. We know that we can do everything on the first 2 buckets, but then if we don't have the right environment for our employees, it's going to fail and we will not see the outcomes that we want to. Just like in any business environment, it's not perfect. there's challenges. We have pockets of excellence, and we have pockets where we really need to spend some more time and try to make a bigger difference. We have found that our business leaders are really key to our success in different sites. When they buy in or get directly involved, talk about health, we see a difference. We see a difference in participation. We see a difference in some sites. I can't claim it as an official result, but there are leaders who have discussed the productivity difference that they believe that they see. So the more that we can connect with the business leaders, the better. And then we have a lot of on-the-ground support too. So one thing that I actually need to add to a slide that lists all our programs, you'll see in a few minutes, but we have a role called a well-being focal. And part of their job, where there are fitness centers, is to run the fitness center. But the other part is to be out with our employees, to be in the cafeteria sharing programs, to be in team meetings, giving an opening, to meet with employees about what the right program might be for their needs. And they really are, I think, our secret sauce to getting the word out there to employees. We're all inundated, so we're all trying to figure out the right communication methods and how we can get these messages to employees. But these individuals are dedicated to the health and well-being of their teams, and they're trusted, which is a big help. Let's see, fitness centers. In a lot of sites, we have walking paths. We do have on-site medical at several of our sites, as well as we've added dental in a couple places. Let's see, I think those are probably the heavy hitters. And then the other thing we're doing right now that I think is important to address is, I mentioned that you've seen our commercial group in the news quite a bit lately. We're really working hard to provide emotional well-being support to the employees that are working on that specific plane program. So we've done some on-site things to help them make sure to stay connected to what their needs are. So we've done blood pressure readings, for instance. And you may think that that's not a really big deal. Once a week, some nurses are in there, they're giving blood pressure readings. But when you find employees that have an elevated blood pressure reading, it might be something new that they hadn't had before. It might be so significant that they need medical attention. We found it to be very valued by the employees and quite possibly life-saving in a couple of situations. So it's kind of a reminder that as busy as you are, as much weight is on your shoulders, please don't forget about making sure you're okay. We've done a lot with EAP, hosting a lot of employee sessions where employees can speak with confidentiality. They're being done with intact teams. They're voluntary, but it gives them a safe place to talk about how they're feeling. And we've brought in therapy dogs, which I think people thought I was a little crazy when I brought up that idea. But I do have to say there is a couple other employers who I've heard of do it, but it's been wildly successful, especially I think if you're not expecting a dog and all of a sudden they come walking by your desk. And it's not the big Labrador you'd expect. The ones that we've used in Washington are these little ones that you can hold even. And it has gone crazy in a great way. And we've had some comments shared and just the smiles. I took a few photos of smiles. So that is one that's actually pretty darn easy and pretty low cost to put in. Some organizations will do it for free. They like donations. Some kind of require them, some don't at all. So it might be something just to think about that's an unexpected happiness moment. Where's Diana? That can bring happiness to a lot of people pretty quickly. Okay, some recent accomplishments from our perspective anyway. One of the awards Cheryl mentioned was the National Business Group on Health Best Employers for Healthy Lifestyles Award. That was 2018. We apply every other year, so this is our year, and we achieved platinum status there. We have put in backup child care and elder care. A number of you may have that. That was a gap for us, and so we're really pleased to introduce that last year, along with a new health assessment provider. And I know health assessments are kind of hotly debated in our wellness world. Are they valued? Should we do them? There's been a lot of back and forth. We really appreciate the data that we get from it. It helps us quite often with the business case for programs that we have. It helps us communicate with leaders the need for some of these programs and the need for their engagement to help make a difference with their workforce. And so we made the decision to continue with the health assessment. we simplified incentives. So when we continued with the health assessment, we did remove the, I can't say the word requirement, we did remove the incentive for health screenings. And we used to have both the health assessment and the health screenings required for, there I go, not required, offered for premium reduction. And we removed that. Now, on one hand, it's wonderful because employees don't feel they have a number of boxes to check. The question and the challenge that we have, we did lose some data from those, and we need to make sure that our employees are getting their primary care visit. That was, our intention was, you don't have to do it here. Make sure you see your primary care doctor so that you properly have your wellness visit. And I think we have some room to improve there, definitely. Women and well-being, so we've started looking at targeted segments of our population, and women was the first one. So what are we missing? How can we better support women in our workplace? Along with backup child care, this supports this one is we also brought in a new parent coaching program. So employees can get coaching right before going out if they're going to have a new child, or as they come back and kind of juggle these new responsibilities. And we brought in a new coaching program. We've done a lot now that I'm sitting here mentioning all of it. We kind of got a little frustrated with the way that I would say traditional health coaching, virtual health coaching was. And it was kind of getting a bad name, in my opinion. And so we went out to see what was new and innovative out there in the market. And we're really pleased to find a provider that can cover lifestyle, chronic conditions, and very importantly to us, mental health. So we'll talk more about that. I have a few more slides about that because it's a pretty unique program. We're working on global minimum standards. So outside of the U.S., there aren't as many preventive care measures covered consistently. And so we have put together a list of minimum standards that we say are a line in the sand that is a work in progress, I will say, but a line in the sand on what we want to offer in every country. So regardless of what the social system offers, regardless of what is kind of customary, these are things that we think are important. And it can be challenges. There's some things, like in some countries, you wouldn't do HIV testing for certain reasons. In other countries, it might be hard to actually get a service. So there's some caveats to what I say, but we want to work really hard to get all of those preventive care services covered for our employees. We've recently started subsidizing healthy meals twice a week, so it's $2 off the well-being meal of the day, and it was one time a week last year, and we saw the uptake of those meals grow. So it was on Wednesdays, and all of a sudden on Wednesdays there was a spike. So you wonder if you can make a difference with a low investment, and the answer is yes. And so that data helped us secure the funding to be able to offer it twice a week, which is really wonderful. And the really cool thing is when I get to be at other sites and I happen to be in the cafeteria and I see the line for the well-being meal that day growing and see people move from the grill line over to that line, it's amazing. It makes my heart proud. We've done a lot with financial well-being. There's some student loan support now. This is not subsidizing student loans, but this is helping pull together many different loans sometimes and developing the plan to pay those off. So giving some support in an often confusing situation and helping hopefully individuals save some money with that work. Also, we have a full retirement checkup, and this is really interesting because I think I don't specialize in the financial well-being side, so I was kind of a recipient of the benefit, and I could not believe how in-depth that they will go, and it's free. It's a part of our financial well-being benefit. So it's really helpful to meet one-on-one with an advisor. We do them on-site, or employees can go to their office. We expanded eligibility for a couple of programs to broader populations and also spouses in a couple that weren't currently included. And I think that's the accomplishments from the past year or so. Any questions before I go on? Okay.
So as I mentioned, we tend to group things in physical, emotional, and financial. I have digital weight loss up here. This is actually a diabetes prevention program, but we had a big pull, this was about 4 years ago, for a weight loss program. So we communicated it more on those lines, but it is absolutely a diabetes prevention program that we have had great success with. So we are really happy there. We've had employees with consistent weight loss of about 4%. That they keep at a year. I think it's like 3.2%, which is really unique. And that is, I think, one of the benefits that we're all seeing from digital technology and digital programs is these wireless scales. I personally love it because I can track my weight. I can see where I went up, where I went down. So I like that. But the benefit for us employers is that data is still transmitting. And so before, when we offered weight loss programs, we didn't really know what happened unless you personally knew somebody that participated. But now we're able to see the data, big data, on how employees manage that going forward. And it's been really great, really great results. We're really happy about it. Boeing on the Move, I would call our signature program. It's a tough one to quantify an ROI on, but we see benefits far beyond an ROI side. It's about camaraderie. It's about a connection to the community and developing those healthy habits. So it's a physical activity challenge we do every spring, early summer. It varies between 4 to 8 weeks. And we do offer an incentive along with it. We do also do contests among the different sites. And the site who is most consistently tracking through the challenge gets to donate $15,000 to the charity of that site's decision. And we offer those both in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. There's 3 winners in that area. And that is where we get a ton of leadership buy-in and involvement. It's amazing what a little competition does to really get leaders to jump in. So we're really, really thrilled and proud of that one. Fitness centers, we own and operate the fitness centers on site. As I mentioned, our well-being focals kind of do a dual role with managing the fitness center and being out with employees. Industrial Athlete is a program unique to Boeing, but I have a few slides to talk more in detail about that one. We have on-site medical clinics, as I mentioned. We run those also. Healthy eating, I talked a bit about our subsidy. We also have our food marked in the cafeteria. We have very specific well-being standards for a food item or a meal, and those that meet those standards are marked with a green sticker. So it's easy for employees to make the easier choice. I haven't been successful in lobbying to get out the fryer or anything like that. I don't think that will ever happen. Flu shots, we offer employees 3 ways to get flu shots on site, at the doctor or at pharmacies. Health screenings, we do still offer on-site health screenings. I mentioned when this was removed from the incentive on premium contributions, we saw a drop, and we saw a major drop. We were in, I think, the high 70s or 80s percent employees having screenings, and we're into the high 20s now. I think we're about 28 or 29%. I show it on a slide in a minute, which is a little bit disappointing, but also from some peers that I've talked to, fairly consistent with what some other employers see. So I think, as I mentioned, our next move is going to be to really work with employees to make sure that they're getting into their doctors. So we don't necessarily care where they do it. We just want to make sure that they are doing it. Health coaching, I'm going to talk a lot more about that in a few minutes. Quit for Life is our tobacco cessation program. Best Doctors, this is the only one up there with an actual name. Sorry, this is our second treatment support, second opinion program. Really, really helpful, especially if you have ever heard a story of someone who used it or had a loved one use it. Gets me a little emotional because I actually did use it with a loved one. And it is where all the notes, all the tests, all of the medical information you have is submitted, and a doctor who's expert in that specific disease or case reviews it and provides a second opinion. They actually meet with the member, the employer, the spouse, to go through their recommendations. So it's and the stats on that, I think I saw my boss walk in the room, so he may know. I feel like it's about 40 or 50% of the cases that are reviewed have different treatments recommended. So it's huge, yeah.
So on the emotional side, we offer digital resilience. It's also more like brain health. The one that we're working with right now is games. It's got some meditation. We do some challenges in there, so it's kind of hard to get people to return all the time. So we run challenges. This year we're going to do 4 that are 4 weeks long. So we encourage people to get in there and meet a minimum number of points each week, and then they're eligible for a drawing. And we're giving away 2 gift certificates. And we have 140,000 employees, but you should see how our participation skyrockets during these challenges. So it's proven very effective for us with a minimal investment on incentive. Our employee assistance program is we have 24/7 telephone contact, and the phone is actually staffed and answered by dedicated Boeing counselors. They are licensed counselors that answer the phone versus a customer service individual. We also have, I think, 16 on-site EAP counselors at 12 locations. So employees can go and see somebody face-to-face, which has proved to be very helpful. I think people have different preferences as to how they access help. Some might prefer a phone because they're a little bit more anonymous, and some people really thrive on the face-to-face and seeing somebody react, and help that way. We also greatly benefit from where we have the on-site counselors. It's just very easy access for teams to access them. And then there is a lot of online solutions. Depression screenings is also an online solution that's done through our employee assistance provider. Emotional well-being coaching, I'll talk about in a little bit what we're doing there. I mentioned we just brought in backup care, which is very helpful in the parent coaching. Our partnerships is an area that I think is very important. We've been working on it for several years, and it continues to be a work in progress. We work with our safety department, and we've seen a lot of success there with messaging, especially during big campaigns. Going on the Move is one of them, and we incorporate some safety in that, safety when you're exercising. And also the connection between safety and mental health is growing and getting some traction with that group. It's not always easy, I think, to forge new relationships in some other departments where they're really busy. They have their key priorities. They have a lot of pressure on them to meet their goals. But we've seen by kind of keeping present and keeping connected, we have slowly started to make inroads, which has been great. And then financial, let's see, I mentioned the investment advice. We do a lot of on-site financial seminars as well as some on WebEx. We've also started in that group to target some of the business resource groups. So we'll do a financial session for veterans or for women. So that's been very successful. Very short videos, and then we've put in a lot of online income modelers and tools that employees can use to forecast and help them plan. Okay. These are just a few key stats. We are currently putting in a new data warehouse, and so I'm really looking forward to being able to do a little bit more connection between participation and outcomes, and we do have it in some places too. The things I pulled here are very much participation. So Boeing on the Move, we have seen some reduction in participation over the past few years, and there's a few things that we think come into play there. But at 44%, we're still happy. We were happier when it was 72%. So we'll continue to work to try to get back there. But we are happy with the large percentage of our employees that participate. I mentioned weight loss through our diabetes prevention program. Resilience, we've got about 60,000 of our employees registered. Our health assessment that is connected to the premium, 92% of our employees participate in that. So when there is something connected to it, that works for our employees. I know that's not the case everywhere, but it very much does work. And as I mentioned, our screening has reduced. We have a 2-to-1 ROI on all well-being programs, but I do need to caveat that it also includes things like best doctors and some of the ones that you might say are a little more health-related than necessarily prevention. But we have a big suite of programs that we put together in calculating our ROI. by people much smarter and technically skilled than me, I must say. So I just wanted to highlight a few of our programs. One is Boeing Moves the World. It actually now kicks off Boeing on the Move. And this is one day where we do a well-being walk around the world. And we've had fabulous participation. We had 88 US sites and 36 international sites do over 160 walks. The reason there's more walks is there may be different shifts. Our plant in Everett has about 30,000 employees there, so it's kind of difficult to do one. And they do them in all different ways, which is really cool. Here you see one on the flight line in San Antonio, which is one of our defense sites where they make these aircraft. Everett is where they make the double aisle, the really big planes that you're usually on if you go overseas. And in Renton, in a different factory, they wanted to do they wanted to participate, but they wanted to make sure that it didn't take away too much from production. Those of you in manufacturing facilities understand that, that push and pull. So they actually did a walk in the factory, which was pretty cool. They didn't have to go too far. They had the University of Washington band come and kind of kick them off and lead them through. So it's interesting because it's one of those things, like in the surfing picture, one thing they teach you is let go. And sometimes you have to let go of what you might have, the vision you may have had, and to get to success, because that was a huge number of employees that participated just by doing it a little bit differently. Let's see. Oh, and we also, sorry, I think it's also pretty important, we connect with nonprofits. And so the walk is to kick off Boeing on the Move. It's for our own health, and it's also in support of those around us. The first year we did it, we actually supported an international nonprofit that that provided artificial limbs to amputees in developing countries. So that's kind of where the name came from. Boeing moves the world, we move, we help others move, and it's stuck. And then the past couple of years, we have partnered with NAMI and International Medical Corps on mental health. So Industrial Athlete Program is something that we created within Boeing. It was created to help impact on work injuries and on-site issues that might take people away from the job. It consists of two things. One is job conditioning and then symptom intervention. So something very important is this is not medical treatment and it's not after an injury has occurred. This is all preventive. And it's pretty cool. If you go into one of the rooms, it looks like kind of like a college athletic training room, or physical therapy. But I like to I like to think more along the lines of the college athletic area. It's in 18 Boeing locations, including Australia and Canada. We have external providers, so exercise physiologists and trainers providing the service. And hourly employees are able to use these services on work time. And again, for anybody in a manufacturing environment where schedule is king, it's not always easy to have employees attend things on work time. And so that is something that we're really proud of. There is, in a minute, I will show you, the next slide after this has some results, which really helped our leaders buy in, and there's now a pull for this program, actually, instead of a push. So it's proactive services. The trainers you can see up there, they're in the factory. They'll visit crews. They'll do a crew talk before the shift starts, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. They might do a stretch with the crew. And they're also at orientation, and let's see, where else? And they do human mechanics coaching too for the actual job that employee is providing. Job conditioning is done with groups of employees. We target the groups with the highest injury rates, or where there's most risk of injury. They're 2 times a week for 7 weeks, and then employees kind of graduate. But this is another area where I kind of say our well-being focals become really trusted advisors to employees. They're not HR, they're not managers. Industrial athlete is another area where they're there just to keep the employees healthy and help them feel good. And so there is definitely a high degree of trust. And employees, it's very interesting to just see it. And I'm based here in Chicago, so I'm not at a factory, but when I'm lucky enough to visit one, it's pretty cool to walk in and see just kind of the positivity and the vibe and all the good work being done on behalf of both employees and the trainers who are providing the service. Let's see, we talked about job conditioning, symptom intervention, and then they support the whole production teams too. There are big rooms, like I mentioned, where these trainings take place. There also is what we call ship side, which is really on the side of the factory floor, where there's smaller rooms that employees can go to for help, or where the physiologist or trainer will meet them in the work area. So we've really tried hard to make it very accessible. So we've seen, for those that participate, we've seen lost workday cases in those groups reduced by 50%. This number I love, 98% of employees that use the symptom intervention have no injuries to that body part, to be specific, during the next 12 months. And then those that use the deep tissue get a significant reduction in discomfort. So then to tie it back into productivity and from a leadership perspective, the employees that use the service work 34 more hours in the 6 months following the IA program. So they're out of work less for whether it's pain, a sick day, something like that, which is really important, of course, to the end result for the business. Okay, I got to be fast here. Okay. So we were really happy to bring in an innovative coaching program earlier this year. What stood out to us is the ability to get behavioral health coaching. It's virtual, it's either phone or video, and it combines a lot of different technologies. So we have all these programs except asthma, COPD, and tobacco use right now. It's a digital first program, I would say, with the human intervention through the coaching, 1 time a week. There are digital devices for different programs that support those programs, as well as lessons, habit tracking, and goal setting. We've seen a really nice pickup. We did a soft launch in July, and then we officially launched in September. So we've had continued growth as more employees learn about the program. We're really happy about that. Where we need to do some focused work is with spouse. This is offered to employee spouses too, and as you can see, we've only got 4% of our spouses engaged, so we want to keep working there. Also, I think there was a myth out there that only new generations use technology frequently, and we've been working to bust that myth for several years, and I think you can see it here. Certainly in the 25 to 34 group, there's more uptake, but we're seeing great uptake at all different levels of both age and gender. Program enrollment, we still have the most in weight loss, probably not surprising to many of us here. We're working really hard to grow our participation in chronic conditions because we know that there's a very big ROI connected to that, and when we make a difference there, we make a big difference in the employee's life and costs we're incurring and productivity. Okay, we've seen meaningful results. This is a very low N and a very short time, but we have seen depression reduced by 44% by use of the PHQ-8 as a measurement, and very similar results for anxiety too. This program handles mild to moderate anxiety and depression, and there is a very strong referral in place if an employee is found to have more severe needs. Okay, so then what's next? Sorry, this is what I told you. I always think I don't have enough content, and then I end up getting very passionate about something and run out of time. So we're going to work to continue to do as much as we can to support our employees during our current business challenges, continue to develop their emotional well-being and make sure that we're listening to what they need, continue to work on personalizing and simplifying things for our team, continue to evolve our incentive structure. That's something that changes almost every year. Grow our partnerships, get some really strong data connections, more than just participation for our use as well as our leaders. Mental Ally program, I'm really excited about developing. Accenture and Target, and probably some of you in this room, have done some really great things by having allies easily identified in place so employees can ask them for resources, information, and they know they're a safe person to talk to. They don't have to be embarrassed. There's going to be no judgment. So we're really excited about that, and then continuing our global and local programming. All right.
Great, thank you, Tara. Very comprehensive program, obviously. We probably have time for one, maybe two questions. All right, we've got a couple back here.
Oh, hi. When you listed all the programs on that one slide, I was curious to know how many different vendors you're working with across all the programs, approximately.
A lot. Jason here? I saw. Oh, okay. My boss might know off the top of his head. That's. The last number was 54. 54. Wow. Okay, there you go. That is more than well-being, though. That does also include health, to be fair.
Hi, I'm Katie from Rush University Medical Center. I'm just curious, I'm not entirely clear on what was the rationale for removing the incentive from the screening. Were you trying to drive people to their primary care physician or some other reason?
Yeah, so great question. Probably the biggest piece was simplifying. I think it felt like we just kept asking people to do these things, check the boxes. And there is a strong belief through our leadership that people need to get in and have a relationship with a primary care physician. And I think probably most of us would agree with that. It's just now we have the job of working to continue to influence to make sure that that happens. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Tara. Great program. And I think, are you sticking around with us for lunch?
I am, 12:45.
Okay, so if you have further questions, maybe you can catch Tara at lunch.
Thanks, everybody.
We just really appreciate how open Boeing has been with sharing all this information. It's a lot of stuff. How big is your team?
Our strategy team is probably 12.
Strategy team is 12.
But we have an operations team and employee relations team, yeah.
Ops team and an employee relations. It takes a village. That is no lie. Well, you have a lot of employees, so thank you again for that information. Guess what? It is time to Okay, everyone, we're going to get started again. The happy music was playing when I said what I said a minute ago. There's still a lot of food in there and lots of cookies. And we're not taking it down yet, so make sure they don't take it down right away, the food. And so please feel free to get more food, and we're going to get started again. And I am going to introduce my colleague, Judy Hearn from MBGH. She is the Director of Membership Initiatives, and she's going to introduce our next speaker, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thanks for everyone coming today. One of the services that MBGH offers is an opportunity to do a search for a wellness program provider or a point solution or something like that, and that is one of our opportunities for members, and we use the shortlister platform database, which is amazing. You're not going to hear so much about that right now from Tom, but I did just want to mention that, and I'll just put in another tiny plug. We don't have any consultants in the room, so I can say this without feeling bad. If you want to run a wellness search through us using Shortlister's tool, we can do that for you for $5,000. When I was on the employer side, I did the same survey, or I did the same search, and my consultant used their platform. They charged me $30,000. So just putting it out there. So let's go to introducing Tom. Tom is the Executive Vice President and co-founder of Shortlister, a software solution used to simplify the process of researching and purchasing solutions in the HR and the benefits space. Shortlister is currently utilized by most of the top benefit consultants in the U.S., and recently Shortlister Connect was launched to help employers research the vendor landscape and privately share vendor experiences with other employers. And I know we've got some members in the room that have set up that option to use the Connect feature, so that's really good. Now let's turn to Tom's happiness photo. It speaks for itself. Check out the photo that was taken during the holidays. And if you can't read what's on her sweater of Tom's wife, it says, best present ever. Anyone confused about what's happening here?
I'm having a baby.
Yeah. So happiness for Tom is his growing family and the adventures that lay ahead. Baby is due at the end of next month. So with that, take it away, Tom.
So much, Judy. Make sure the mic's working. Can everybody hear me okay? So due February 28th, technically, I got a good shot at a leap year baby, which means a birthday once every 4 years. Really pulling strongly for that. So for anyone I don't know, again, Tom Sicati, co-founder and EVP here of Shortlister. Judy, thank you for the wonderful introduction. Many of you may be familiar due to selections that have been run through the platform. Judy mentioned Connect. There is a little handout, I think, left side of the folder towards the back, just describing what that is, which is really a resource for employers like yourselves to share experiences on who are the vendors we're working with, how are they performing, and then privately share those experiences just to make the most informed decisions. A little bit different topic for today. We'll be touching on our trend report. So we do this annually, and we're really taking two types of data. One, system-related information. We had about 10 million lives go out to RFP through the Shortlister platform in 2019 alone. So that's a combination of employer partners, that's a combination of the consultant clientele that use this. So really objective insights into, well, what are employers actually purchasing? What are they going out to market and not selecting? And when they do, what products and services, what vendors in question are being selected? What we complement that with in this particular report is a survey we do of top benefits consultants. Some stats here on that: 101 respondents this time around, 74% representing top 10 benefit consultants by premium, if you are familiar with those lists, 30 unique firms represented. And what we wanted to understand was, in addition to objective system data on what products and services are being bought, what vendors are competing against one another, what folks are actually implementing versus just kicking the tires, what is coming down the line in terms of growing demand or interest from their employer clients. So we take kind of that rear view, facing view of the data in the system, objectively understanding what has been purchased and selected, and then where do they think the market's going in terms of emerging areas of interest that their clients are asking about. So what you'll see in this is a combination of exactly that. Knowing that members differ in size, one thing to note is 58% of respondents typically are working with employers 5,000 lives or larger. That remainder, that 42%, working with groups below that threshold, just to kind of give you a reference point for where some of this data comes from. So as I go through this, I will take a couple minutes at the end in the time that remains for questions, but something strikes you based on the data on the screen, you want to throw a hand up, feel free to do that. I'll take it kind of as they come. One thing to, I would say, view this report as it's a step in the process where you've already done the foundational elements of, we have the right environment, we've addressed our culture, we have this workplace that is supportive of our employees, and now it's time for a particular vendor, product, or service that we need to outsource outside the organization. So look at this data kind of as benchmarking or a gauge for yourself to say, there are some things we're doing or considering. Is that just us, or is that the norm for the broader market? That'd be the most helpful way to look at some of this data. One of the questions we asked is, are your clients doing more or less of the following than in past years? Right at the top of this, what you're going to see is prioritizing wellness and well-being as a strategic business objective. So really using it as a tool to attract and retain the best talent. You're seeing wellness, as many of you know, move beyond just physical well-being, biometric screenings, health risk assessments, into mental health, into looking at their financial well-being, looking at caregiving services, women's health initiatives, really to round out and look at the whole person, and those perks and benefits are what they are attracting these best personnel with. Desire for mobile first or native mobile apps. Tara made a great comment about consumers basically requiring or having a feel for the consumer grade applications, think Netflix and Amazon and other things that they use, they expect the same in their workplace programs. So when they get access to a well-being platform or a digital coaching app, they want an intuitive user experience. They want something that can be accessed on their phone. So a lot of employers are looking to kind of replicate that same user experience while getting the personalization and access that really only that device in everybody's pocket can bring to them. The other pieces then are asking about a platform to combine everything. Part of that is just navigation to, I have so many vendors and resources, how are my employees finding the right pieces? And then finally, in the interest of having a diverse array of options for the employees, adding point solutions that target the areas that are most of interest to that population. So is it a diabetes management program because we know we have a prevalence in our population? Is it musculoskeletal MSK because we know, kind of based on the nature of our workforce, that's an issue that's presenting itself in our claims. So really prioritizing and then plugging in the point solutions that are most important and relevant to their populations. What we've seen stay relatively flat is using claims to make those determinations, coming from an objective place to say, yep, we know these are high, from a drug or claim perspective, these are our big problem areas, we want to address those first, and then implementing programming via third-party vendor. So what we look at there is really using a specialized third-party vendor that really focuses on that particular area, as opposed to something that may be embedded in another resource like the carrier or the health plan. And you'll see that as areas that are trending down. So year over year, what you'll see in just a bit, folks are utilizing less those embedded free or nominal cost options in the health plan. Biggest complaint you're going to see there is lack of customization. Certain things might be configurable, but you can't really customize the program to the way you want it. And then finally, the strong reduction in implementing outcomes-based wellness programs. Again, as you move away from more physically focused screenings and HRAs, those health contingent designs are focusing just the incentive on that aspect, starts to go away. Wanted to give you a visual. I highlighted in red, if you can see that on some of these slides, almost peak years for some of these areas, just to give you a feel for how this trends over time. It's the same data that we looked at on the previous slide, but as we said, well-being continues to be a priority, looking to attract and retain top talent, really peaking out. Those numbers rolled around, so it's 17, 18, 19 across the top. Peaking in 17 there. The desire for mobile-first apps, again, the big focus here is replicating consumer-grade experience and access. If you are near a pharmacy and need to refill your prescription and an app can send you a push notification to tell you that by geolocating you, that's incredibly timely and personalized information to the member that you can really only have when you have that native mobile app. Next piece then, of course, is the growth of point solutions and these hub platforms. Partially, this is to direct the member to the right resource at the right time, serving that up when it's appropriate based on preventive exams they've completed, claims history, and other factors. But also for the employer, many of you know reporting and understanding what folks are utilizing, what's working, what isn't, is a difficult task. So if you can pull that together all in one system, that overarching view of what is getting utilization and what isn't is extremely important. And then finally, the movement away from physical wellness is accelerating that decline in outcomes-based programming, really peaking here in 2019. Questions on any of this data so far? Okay. We asked questions about must-haves. When we think about this, what we were asking the consultants is, are there particular products and services that when your client moves forward and selects a program, it's an imperative component of that vendor's product suite, right? So understanding what are the must-haves. Number one was that platform. Again, as point solutions abound, they're trying to pull that together in a thoughtful way. Two is challenges. We talked a little bit about, and Tara, again, you had a great example of the challenges and how that competitive aspect gets folks moving. You can design a campaign around that and really have different locations or segments of the workforce compete against one another. And then the health risk assessment. Remember number three, because we're going to come back to that in just a second here. Last year's top three, challenges, biometrics, and the health risk assessment. We then asked, what are the top three components that are declining in demand overall? Health risk assessments is back, interestingly. The comment on this, just because that may be curious to some, a lot of these programs, when you see them as must-haves or requirements, is often rooted in, I have familiarity with how to buy a biometric screening, a health risk assessment. I know the price point, I know the questions to ask. If I'm asking about an HRA, I can say I want it to have kind of branch logic based on how my members are responding. Newer initiatives, financial wellness, mental well-being, folks don't really have as great an understanding of the price point, the nuance of how offerings differ from one another to really articulate the questions that allow them to differentiate. So you will see overlap in some of this where it could be a must-have, yet at the same time, declining overall in demand. Biometrics, in the number 2 spot, one thing to note as well, this will not add up to 100. Everyone was giving their top 3. So you're going to have numbers that exceed that. And then finally, wearable devices would be the third. Last year, health risk assessment, biometric screenings, and on-site exercise. So HRA and biometrics holding strong, retaining their top spots, unfortunately for them. Top 3 growing in demand then. So where do we see an increase in interest? Chatter with clients, but not necessarily placement of the client's business with a particular vendor. Again, that goes back to the newness, an inability to evaluate, an inability to have a comparative kind of reference point to say, I've purchased this before, I would expect X, Y, and Z, and know it will typically cost Y. So mental well-being was first with 53%, financial wellness was the second with 51%, and then finally behavioral health, which we segmented out in this particular question, looking more at more clinically diagnosed conditions, depression and so forth, was in third with 28%. Last year, you certainly can.
And then Rafid, how do you see mental well-being and behavioral health being different?
So the question is, how do you see mental well-being and behavioral health being different? So great question. I've seen kind of varying definitions. For purposes of this, the way we defined it would be mental well-being is more stress management, it's resilience programming, it might be some purpose-driven programming, just general day-to-day issues or stressors that folks encounter and how to cope with them. What identifying triggers might be, how you address that. The behavioral health component is going to focus on more clinically diagnosed conditions. Clinically diagnosed depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and other pieces. Yeah. So what point solutions do you expect to get the most traction in the future? And this is where some of that forward-looking data from the survey definitely comes into play. First and foremost, diabetes. This was general in terms of more preventive and management for folks with diabetes currently. We lumped this together. We had a large selection of answers for this. So in this particular question, Cheryl, we lumped both mental and behavioral into a category of its own, and then the hub platform. And this is really a product of all of these different point solutions, all of these different vendors calling on me. How, once I make these selections, do we get the highest utilization rate possible and make it as clear and intuitive to the end member or employee as we possibly can. Okay? Last year's top 3, MSK, weight management, and women's health. With that, we want to jump into a little bit of kicking the tires versus actually purchasing and implementing. This is another one of those areas where you're going to see some ebbs and flows and overlap based on just where particular employers are in their readiness to implement some of these solutions. So number 1 on the kicking the tires area, 14% of respondents, financial wellness. I think a big part of this is that reference point scenario I talked about before. Your financial wellness program historically may have been a 401k. And the programs that exist in the market today are very different from that. You have student loan repayment options that may be very attractive to a younger population. You have on-demand pay solutions. This is something where folks are still getting their bearings. And I will say part of it is the maturity of the providers in the market as well, where I'm almost come to believe they don't have an understanding of what your platform and other products cost because they're pricing themselves the same, and that can't possibly be the case. So they need to understand that they are a component of a larger offering, and how that fits in to your larger structure and program design is an important element, and just the maturity of the providers in that market just aren't really having that realization just yet. Okay? A lot of the venture funding and VC and private equity, they also want big revenue targets and exits. So that fuels a little bit of that price point to market aspect as well. Clinics, this was a grouping of both on-site and near-site, and number 2 spot at 13.5. Mental well-being at 13. MSK at 8.5, and then diabetes management and prevention at 7. Which takes us to an interesting transition up to what are they buying and implementing most aggressively. Diabetes leading the charge in that without question. Big part of it is there is a direct ROI. You can start to make some correlations. You're targeting a subset. It feels more manageable in terms of size of population. This is going to be relevant and appropriate for. Financial wellness is the next. We did see, this is interesting where the context of system data comes in. We see all of the searches through our platform that are either issued by consultants and employers. You see them go out, but you see declining rates of non-selection over time as they become more familiar with who are the vendors I'm looking at, what are their capabilities, what are the price points. So what I mean by that is early on, when new solutions are being introduced in the market, we'll see a spike in search activity. You'll go out to RFP, you'll get all those quotes and proposals, and it'll end in no vendor being selected whatsoever. That was the employer doing a market check, getting their bearings and saying, okay, I don't know what I don't know yet. Who are these players? How are they different? And how are their prices or their PEPMs or per participant fees structured? So I can budget appropriately next year to hopefully implement. Financial wellness, again, number 2 spot at 12.5%. Telehealth at 12. And the interesting part I'll call out in the end here, mental well-being, again, these are going to be your stress management and resilience types apps, but EAP programs. And these are traditional EAPs, but those that are starting to evolve more. It's not what's embedded typically in your health plan or through a carrier. It's a little bit more of a throw-in and a little bit more basic. Going to standalone EAP options, really looking for those that have innovated, added some mobile technology perhaps, different engagement structures for addressing members, physical on-site presence as well, to really up that as a means of stepping into, with a familiar resource in EAP, which have typically had very poor utilization rates, can they start to up their game a bit, be a little bit more comprehensive in how they're addressing our population, bringing technology to bear, and starting to incrementally increase those engagement rates over the population. Yeah, Dave.
Question I'm curious about people's responses here in the room on it.
Microphone.
Regarding telehealth, I mean, buying and implementing, but yet there's a demand for it, appears, but then utilization appears to be very low, and I'm curious if everybody here experiences the same thing, that the utilization is low. With video capabilities and smartphones, I'm surprised that people wouldn't gravitate toward that because they can talk to a doctor and actually show them their symptom.
It's interesting, and they're branching into areas like behavioral health where you can start to manage a different array of conditions. It's not just, I need an antibiotic, I have a sore throat, I have pink eye, something like that, as it was maybe in the very early days. I think what's interesting about that, and David, you're exactly right, is it boils more down to anything than the newness and maybe this wide selection of resources for the member, that as you add more elements, communicating those benefits and having stick in the mind of the actual employee for their spouses or dependents to know they have access to some of that. That's one of the hardest things that all of you struggle with, is actually communicating that to the members and getting it to stick and resonate so that when the time comes they can utilize that, they know they have it.
There we go. Something that we heard from employers that they're hearing from their members in regards to telehealth is it's one more platform that they have to sign on to.
Yep.
And so it's something that they access at the time of need, and at the time of need, they're not wanting to set up another profile. So that's impacting the utilization.
We have, I'm with US Foods, we have a telehealth program, and we saw low utilization as well. But the good news for us is when we signed up, I signed up about 3 years ago, the process was exhausting. And so now what they've decided to do is do a 3-step process. And then when you need it, when you call in, at the time of need, they will ask for additional information. I think that will be key.
Yep, that's a great point. The vendors kind of evolving how they bring that offering to market to reduce the friction, because people are going to bail on it if it's an arduous process for signing in and accessing that. That's a great point. One of the final pieces then is we targeted 2 areas, MSK and mental well-being, for just kind of market sentiment on how do you feel about these different products and services. For MSK, overwhelmingly positive, 70% giving positive feedback. really focusing in the areas of, we know this is a big cost driver, we see it in the claims, we see it in the pharmacy aspect of things. It's linked to workers' comp. We need to address this as one of our highest claim areas. The second being positive reaction to the use of technology, these innovative new resources that can remotely interact with the member to get them to walk through and remain compliant, because for MSK in particular, adherence to what they need to be doing and the regularity that they should is really a huge determinant of success and the outcome. About 30% had some negative feedback, the main things being with technology, I hope we don't lose the personal touch or the interactions with the clinician. The other being more solutions are needed for mid-market. This is a big theme overall. As newer areas are emerging, they're going to target the jumbo large employers at the onset, and what is available and the price point that's available trickling down to small to mid-sized groups comes from there. Finally, a lot of folks have an interest, but given the price point in certain cases, they're hesitant to invest. Bryn, I'll get that slide for you back up at some point. I saw a picture being taken back there. Emotional well-being. Again, overwhelmingly positive. Feedback there is this needs to be at the forefront, kind of to Cheryl's question. Not only does it need to be at the forefront of every employer strategy, there needs to be a continuum of those resources, from the day-to-day stressors and how I handle those in the moment to folks that have clinically diagnosed conditions that need a more substantial resource. Clients are moving away, as we talked about, from more basic or carrier-embedded EAP resources to some more robust, substantial options from those traditional providers there. Negative 30%. What we're seeing in this as well is, while the programs absolutely have good intentions, getting that utilization and uptake, there still is some stigma that exists around accessing a resource provided by the employer that focuses on your mental well-being. There are privacy issues around that. I think there have been a lot of strides recently in minimizing that and explaining your data isn't shared, this is private, this is how it's there, and the growth of consumer-driven apps around meditation and mindfulness and resilience makes that more familiar, and particularly younger populations are gravitating towards that. Again, limited solutions for small to mid-sized employers. So in closing here, maybe we'll have a minute or two at the end for questions. I'm not telling any of you anything new when I say vendor fatigue is real. You have limited time, limited hours, limited budget, and sometimes limited team size to address this. So what we're seeing kind of in response to that is this buyer fatigue is creating a lot of one-stop shopping. So whether it's the comment about telehealth and the utilization there, these point solutions or these targeted programs, you do see a desire for, can we create a single front door where employees will go to engage with all things HR and benefits, not just wellness anymore? Is there a place we can go to, what's my balance in my HSA? How do I find a new network provider? There is a race, and that's part of where this next part comes, the market consolidation that we're seeing. Groups like Bravo recently being acquired by Medical Mutual of Ohio, LabCorp recently acquiring both Wellness Corporate Solutions and Maxim. There are consolidation happening where we're limiting the number of options. You did also see groups like Virgin Pulse acquire, I would say, non-directly competitive, some more vertical acquisitions of diabetes management solutions in Blue Mesa, and then a benefit technology in Yarrow. So they're getting more comprehensive in what they do. They're kind of tackling the feedback that oftentimes they'll get when they just partner, saying, well, there isn't really true integration, it still feels a little clunky for my member. They're making those acquisitions in an effort to cover as much of that continuum as possible, because everybody wants to be the front door. So with that, I will open it up to questions and any time that remains.
It's time for one question.
Perfect.
Yeah. Lots of great information, obviously. And a different perspective, because if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sorry, I don't have the microphone, these were your brokers and the EBCs that were completing this based on their client portfolio, correct?
Correct. So they're responding to a survey based on their direct involvement in those selections, some that end up in a vendor being selected and some that don't, but we complement that with our objective data as well.
Right. Yep. It is a great tool. I've known Tom for a number of years, and when this first came out, I was like, we've been waiting for this I've been waiting for this my whole career. And that's why we continue to pilot some unique things like the collaboration of talking about, the confidential collaboration of talking about vendors. So let's thank Tom.
All right, panelists, I'm asking Sue, and Julie to come to the front. So this is one of my favorite parts of our session, when we get to hear from those folks that are boots on the ground, and go ahead and have a seat up here, that really have the experience in putting programs into place that can make a meaningful difference in the health and well-being of employees. And I don't think I have to tell anybody in this room that this is not easy to do. Finding the right program, the right approach, the right vendor partners to put it all together to have a good program. And you know, even if you get that part right, then you have to get members to participate. So you got to get the right members into those programs, keep them engaged in your programs. And then even if you get that right, there's still more work to be done, because we know that your workforce is ever evolving, needs an interest change. You've got to keep things fresh and energizing and exciting with your employees. So keeping programs fresh, interesting, and effective can be difficult. But these three folks have found some of that secret sauce and are doing some great things, and they're here to share their successes with you, but also some of the challenges and some of the obstacles that they've faced along the way, and kind of where they're going with next steps. So I get to introduce our panelists, and we're going to start with Sue Furlan. Just look at this photo that she sent us. She tells us that adventure brings her joy. When I looked at this picture, I think I actually responded in an email like, what? Yeah, you've got to be kidding me. But I guess jumping out of airplanes brings Sue joy. So we'll be anxious to hear more about that. And Sue Latang is also with us. Well, you know what? I need to give a little bit more. I'm backing up here. Sorry, Sue. What do you do in your real life when you're not jumping out of airplanes? You are in the benefits field, have been there for over 25 years, responsible for both U.S. and international benefits for Signode International or Industrial Group, located here in the northern suburbs in Glenville. And you like jumping out of airplanes. And Sue Latang is our next panelist. And Sue is manager of health and welfare plans at U.S. Foods. She's an HR professional with over 15 years of benefits experience. In her role, she's responsible for the development and implementation of wellness strategies, as well as leading the benefit communication strategy within her organization. She shared with me that she's made some pretty big inroads in her company in rolling out a new wellness program, including 70-plus employee wellness champions across the U.S. She shared this photo from a recent trip to Punta Cana this past Thanksgiving. Her family went on this really fun dune buggy ride. They went through the forest, down some dusty trails, and they ended up on the east coast of the island. And I have to ask Sue, like, how many takes did it take to get that picture? Like, we've tried this as a family, and I'm always the one that's flat-footed, you know, when the picture comes through.
We just did one.
Oh, that's it.
I noticed my lift is the least.
Yeah, well, you're still
you do it again, and I said absolutely not.
Yeah.
I feel all the gravity just pulling me down.
You're still off the ground, so that's impressive. And then our third panelist is Julie Mann. Julie has over 20 years experience in human resources and benefits administration within the healthcare industry. In addition to her academic degree, she holds fellow status with the American College of Healthcare Executives. She's also a very active community member. She shared with me that she is active in organizations including CASA, Rotary, and Junior Achievement, and she enjoys traveling, spending time with her family and friends. So it's very fitting that she shared a picture of one of her recent travels. This picture represents 50-plus years of friendship. So these are grade school friends, high school friends, and they traveled to a beach in South Carolina. And I'm sure this group has lots of fun stories that they could share with us. So on that note, I will turn it over to Sue.
Thank you. Is there a clicker? They asked us to do a quick slide presentation, so
This will be short, within the 5-minute time frame. That just gives you an overview of the journey that we've been on this past year and a little flavor of what we do. Our Live Well at Signode logo is something that we promote whenever we do wellness stuff. Which one do I do to make it go? Okay. And the happiness one, I actually gave her a collage because I couldn't limit it to just one, so you're going to get a few more pictures. Because it's hard to limit it to one thing. There's lots to smile about. And the following is just a few of the things because I still couldn't get it all on one slide. Otherwise, it would take way more time. So here we go. So happiness is, for me, adventure. And yes, I did hang off the side of that skyscraper in China. It was my daughter's idea, but she gets it from me. Spending time with family, whether it's doing leadership training and helping encourage them to grow or just being with them. Inspirational sayings. My favorite one is helping one person might not change the whole world, but it could change the world for one person. And I think all of us as HR people, that's what it's all about. If we can get one person to change, they'll help another person. Briar animals, my grandfather, watching him create those when I was a kid, it just, every time I see him, it still reminds me of how cool it was to watch. Arts and crafts, I get a little bit from him. Clearly not the same, but it helps me reconnect with my roots. Precious moments, I collected them before they were even statues. They used to have little buttons, and in high school I'd give them away to people who were sad. I have to go buy another one. Traveling the world, I love to travel. It's really fun to do. Dancing, and then reading my favorite author, Karen Kingsbury. So just a little bit more about what makes me happy. In terms of wellness issues, what we were really trying to do this past year was drive engagement with the health benefits program, but connect wellness to it. And we wanted to improve employee communication, the employee online access to consolidate and simplify, and people are tired of having to log into multiple different places. To help employees view that they actually got tasks done and have faster premium reduction for employees. We wanted to be able to turn around that. You did it, now we're going to reduce your premium. And then also HR support for screenings. What we were finding is we were doing the biometric screenings, but our HR team was the receptionist and doing a lot of support. They already had to do all the enrollment, and our HR folks are stretched in a lot of different ways. So we wanted the biometric screening to contain itself and handle the whole process. And we also wanted to make use of the resources that were already available in our health plan. There wasn't a need to continue to pay for a second platform when I already had it available. So we partnered with Quantum Health. What was cool about it is it was a really easy implementation. They made the flyers that we were able to send to the homes. We have a Spanish population, not a huge one, but my HR folks were like, it's important to them. They need to have it in Spanish. So I provided the Spanish translation. Quantum was kind enough to redo the flyer in Spanish, and we were able to deploy those to our Spanish folks. And the way they did the flyers made it so that we could even take the flyer and repurpose it, and I made some posters. Because this year we added doing your annual physical along with the biometric screening. So it was something out of the norm, but we needed to make sure everybody knew. The coolest part of the whole program, and the thing that's the most near and dear to me, is when the employee or their spouse logs on to the website, they can see who did what. So there's an extra accountability within the family where the spouse can be like, whoa, there's no green check mark. Did you schedule your physical? And it helps encourage additional communication within the family. And I'm going to show you the green check mark. So when they've done it, they get a green check mark. And the spouse's login shows both as well as the employees. This is a first time for us because people would do it, but they didn't know really they got all their credits until they saw the the reduction at the end, and then we got a lot of questions about why didn't I qualify, and there was no place to go for them to talk to someone. So partnering with MyQ Health solved a lot of that. The tobacco cessation also had the same thing. If somebody had signed up in our benefit program and said they were tobacco-free, they got their green check mark. If they didn't have their green check mark and they knew they weren't tobacco-free, it gave me the opportunity to get ahead of the problem instead of finding out 4 months into the year, I've been paying all this and I had no idea, I've never smoked in my life, because people didn't understand the question. So it just enables us to put it in front of them in a different format so they know they answered questions right in open enrollment. And then the folks who need to take the training, they know they've got to follow up and do something about it. The cool thing about the tobacco cessation program is we moved from online and telephonic to just telephonic. I expected that to be a little bit of noise from people, but the telephonic now supports what our medical plan provides for them to help them quit. So the interesting comments I got were, wow, I had no idea there was support available to me. Maybe I'll actually try to quit. And the big one that made me chuckle the most was, are my savings and participation tied to a grade? Are they going to give me a pass-fail? No, but you got to talk to them. So just have the conversation. And I didn't have any noise about dropping the online process. And I knew a lot of my folks were doing online because it was, I can get this done and be done with it. So I feel like there's much more engagement, and they're at least starting to think about, well, maybe there's a possibility I can do something different. And it really was good to hear that surprising employee feedback, because I didn't know what to expect when we made that change. Tips for successful change: logo and branding matters. You have to have some way to tie, we're talking about wellness, to the employees. And when we did some of the setup, I did it based on screenshots. This is what it's going to look like on the slides. Well, I found out sometimes that's not the best format, because I don't quite get the same experience if I don't see the flow of how the movement and the materials are working. I mean, it was an easy change once I saw it, but I didn't know what I didn't know. I won't do it that way next time. And then it's really important to get HR involved. As soon as you start thinking about a change like this, start talking about it. Because as you socialize them, it helps them get around the idea so that they can help socialize the employees. And as we all know, the more you remind them, the easier it is for everybody. They need to know not just what's changing, but what's staying the same. So there's a level of comfort there. And then communicate, communicate, communicate. Any different ways you can do it, the more you do it, the better off you are. And send mailers home. This was the first time we actually did that. We'd always been relying on word of mouth, and we do this every year. We actually sent the card home. It was a different format, and we found it was helpful. And then a lesson I learned we changed the calendar timing of our biometric screening for business purposes, so we moved everything up a month. So I moved the start dates up. Well, then naturally I'm going to move the end dates up. And what I didn't realize is I wasn't thinking about that end date and where it laid with our open enrollment, and how really that was an extra reminder for people to be successful in getting it done. So of course, we extended the end date. And I'll just make sure I keep it in line with open enrollment, because it is a helpful reminder for people. And the last thing is we added a health club membership. In the past, it was part of our medical plan, and I could only offer it to medical participants, but I partnered with Active and Fit. It didn't cost me anything to do it. So I didn't really have to ask for permission, because when it's free, who's going to say no? And I could make it available to all my employees. Employee costs, it's $25 a month. They have no long-term contract. They have access to over 10,000 fitness facilities, and it's growing all the time. And they can change centers at any time. So they're not like locked into, I made a decision, I'm stuck with it forever. So if they travel, it gives a lot of flexibility. And it was one of the easiest wellness benefits I ever implemented. They did all the posters for me, and again, they didn't charge me anything, so I didn't have to talk anybody into anything.
All right, Julie, you're next.
Good afternoon. KSB Hospital stands for Catherine Shaw Bethea Hospital, where in 1890s, Judge Solomon Bethea donated the 3 city lots in Dixon, Illinois, in memory of his wife, Catherine Shaw Bethea, who had tuberculosis and had to travel outside of the town in order to receive treatment. So Catherine Shaw Bethea is a private, not-for-profit, independent hospital, one of the few left in the state of Illinois. And we are located in Dixon, Illinois. For those of you who heard of Ronald Reagan, that has been tagged as his birthplace. And we are about 80 miles straight west of Chicago here, so we're not that far. We are residing in Lee County, which is primarily an agricultural setting. And so the majority of our population for employees are females. And females and husbands may be farmers, and they don't have a lot of options for health insurance. So we have a lot of families that come onto our health plan. We also, as a employer, we're the largest employer in Dixon, and we employ not only our employees who deliver the health care, but also our physicians, which drive up the cost of our salaries, as you can see there. We have over 950 employees, and then we do provide an economic impact into the community of over $300 million. So that's who we are. So what was the problem that we had? Early in the 2000s, we said, you know what? We looked at some trending on our health plan costs, and we said, if we keep going like this, we're going to be out of business. And so we said, we need to figure this out because we are number one. People look to us because we're in healthcare about how can we solve this problem. And so as we looked at that, we realized that we needed to provide a strategy, get some kind of strategy that not only reduced our healthcare claims, but we also wanted to make sure that we were taking care of our employees and the members of our community. If you look at population health, we actually look at trying to keep people out of the hospital also. So those kind of work at different, they don't really jive together a lot. So we did some deep dives into our healthcare claims analytics, and we found pretty much as we looked at our high-cost claimants, there's 3 types of high-cost claimants that we found. Number one, we found that some of our costs were due to traumatic incidences, preemies that were being born, accidents that we had, things that we had no control over. The second one was more of a single condition based, maybe it was cancer that somebody had, and that was the only thing that they had. But then we also found that there were individuals with multiple chronic conditions, and we chose to focus on that. Because when we looked at those 3 categories, we realized that the traumatic incidents and the single-based, we didn't have a good way of predicting those and then getting in front of those. But the high chronic conditions, we could look at and we could say, okay, what can we do to get in front of this, to slow that down, to reverse it, or to basically be able to predict who is going to be in that position in 3 to 5 years, and how can we get in front of that? So we were truly looking at a long-term approach that would help us reduce high claim costs. So a couple of insights that we had. As you look here, those numbers on the bottom, we have the annual cost per member by number of chronic conditions. And then you'll see if they had 0 chronic conditions, the average claim cost was $26.51. But when you traveled up more and you saw somebody with 3 or plus, you can see how that just jumped in terms of the claim cost. So up to 17 times more than our employees who had no claims, over 700% in terms of an average claim cost. Even if we took out those shock claims, it was still 10 times more, or 500% more in terms of the claim costs. So we sat there and we thought, okay, if somebody's got a couple of chronic conditions there, most likely we are finding that they're going to have acquired more chronic conditions as time goes on. And that was important to us because that additional chronic condition actually impacted claim costs by over 80%. So we're the focus for our company and for our health plan group to focus on. But we also knew, you know what, we didn't have the expertise in-house. Now, we are a healthcare facility. We know how to treat these things for our patients, and we know how to treat them also for our employees. However, we needed a more comprehensive approach that would help our employees. And I'm all about relationships, so I knew that if we got in front of that, we showed our employees that we cared about them personally because they were struggling. They're struggling with these chronic conditions, either through pain through the nose for their visits, through medication. And if they could understand that we care about helping them get better, that would have some unintended consequences of engagement. We had a great culture anyway from our hospital standpoint. Our employees were very engaged. They also had a healthy respect for the HR department. So when we introduced this program, we sat there and they felt comfortable. Even though the HIPAA wall was there, we didn't know who was going to be invited. They were bringing the stuff to us and say, hey, look, I got invited to this program. What is this? Or, gosh, I'm really excited about this. But as we look at the group that had 5 or more chronic conditions, they were individuals that worked for us that were generally an average of 51 years of age, which was higher than our average employee age. They also had a tenure of 11 years, which told us that once you get to 11 years and such, they weren't going to go anywhere else for movement in their career. So we owned them in terms of their healthcare costs. And so when we look at that, we sat there and we said, we've got to help these folks, and we need to help us in order to be here, to be sustainable, so we can be here for them for when they retire. So what kind of obstacles did we incur? Well, in order to be ready to transform your lifestyle, to transform your health, it's all about readiness to change. And so as we looked at the people who were invited, which was a select group of people, only about 10% were engaged in order to go through the program. And so as we looked at that, we sat there and we said, okay, from an HR standpoint, how can we get everybody, education, wellness programs, or whatever, be engaged in terms of a readiness to change? However, for those who went through the program and everything, we wanted them to have sustainable changes in their life. And how did we define that? We defined that as being a change that would remain in effect for at least 24 months or 2 years. So of those that went through the program, 80% were still engaged after a year, which when we looked at other solutions, that number was around 29% after a year. So we're pretty excited at the outcome of that. So when we look at this, when we look at what are some successes that we have, well, we've had a lot of transparency with the reporting. So we could actually see at both the plan level and the individual level that health has improved. And we did that through clinical biometric outcomes, independent instruments, and lifestyle behavior changes. So the population that graduate, and they graduate from this program with Inspira Health, they were the ones that talked us through this and provided everything we needed to be successful for this. They were the ones who helped our employees feel like, you know what, I really matter, and I can make these changes. And they were going to help them get the tools in order to make those changes. So they had an overall aggregate health improvement by almost 50%. And remember, that's on a population that has over 5 chronic conditions. Because we've worked with Inspira Health for long enough, we can actually measure our claims impact data. Looking at the claims spend 2 years before somebody's invited into the program. Once they get into the program and graduate, and we look at their claim spend 2 years after that, after the graduation, we recognize a reduction in actual claims for that group of 30%. So our executive team was pretty excited to see that also. So what's next? As we continue down this journey, because it works, we continue to encourage and help look at different ways to have our employees increase that readiness for change. We all know it's hard to make change. We don't want to change. And so as we look at that, what can we be doing as an organization to help the culture for those employees? Then also, we want to continue to address the other 2 categories for high cost claimants. You know, we know that that single condition-based and traumatic, what else can we be doing? We don't want to just disregard those. Then also in 2020, one of the initiatives we have is also reducing the stigma for seeking help for mental health issues. And we can do that in a variety of ways. We do depression screenings for all of our patients when they come in and visit their primary care physician. We're also putting on community programs that talk about the different things you can be doing to keep healthy from a mental health standpoint. Thank you.
All right, we've got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Any questions out there? Oh no, is lunch taking effect? Are we getting a little sleepy in our chairs? All right, so if there aren't any questions.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for Julie, because change doesn't happen that quickly, in what year did you realize the 30% claims cost improvement?
We've actually been in partnership with Inspira Health since 2007, but the 30% we actually took from our most recent 4 years.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Hey, I have a real quick fire question for our panel. We heard from Tom what the must-haves were in employee wellness programs at other organizations. I'd love to hear from these panelists, what are your 3 must-haves? Could be related to the program that you just shared or just overall wellness. What are the 3 things that you think are the biggest and the best within your organization?
1 minute. I'll give you 2 that I can think of right off the top of my head. And I would say, I know biometrics are on the decline, but they have value to our folks. We switched vendors for the biometric screening, and you always wonder, are they looking at it? Does it matter to anyone? Is it just something we're spending money on? And we left off 1 test. The men didn't have their PSA test. I can't tell you how many men called to say, where's the PSA test? But the good news is it means it mattered to them, and that they're getting value out of it. And I know a lot of our folks, even though we made them do the annual physical this year, most of them don't do it. And what I hear from them is that biometric screening is the way they get their at least check-in if they're not doing the wellness check-in. And all of a sudden the other one escaped me. So I'm going to pass it along.
How about you, Julie? What's your top 3?
The top 3 that I believe that we have, we still do the HRA. And so we actually have had success stories from that for people who have had a condition they did not know about and were able to get it treated because it would have led to some significant health changes for them. So the HRA, that establishment with their primary care physician, the mental health aspect of it, being in healthcare, as with, you know, you all have great employees and your advocates for your employees. In healthcare, sometimes we tend to be the unhealthiest employees because we're so concerned about other people's health. And so, and the amount of stress that goes with that also may lead us to some unhealthy behaviors. So the mental well-being, I believe, is a real critical issue too.
Right. And Sue?
Hi, for us, it's simply, it's diabetes, it's MSK, and it's mental health.
Way to bring it home. Thank you. All right, thanks, panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
I'd just like to do a quick commercial, and that is on February 19th, we're having a mental health education forum. So if you haven't registered for it, mental health's come up a lot today. It's definitely clearly important to all of you, and we're listening. So we have a nice program planned for that day. And we're also doing a workshop, Mental Health First Aid in the Workplace, in April. So that's for employers only. So keep your eye out for emails on that too.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is our afternoon keynote. Ryan Piccarello is the CEO of WellCOA, which is the Wellness Councils of America. He works with organizations and communities to create holistic wellness initiatives that improve the lives of working people in America and around the world. Ryan brings a deep interest in human connection, culture, and psychology to a career that spans human resources, organizational development, and wellness programs and product design. He currently serves as an advisor on the Healthier Workforce Center of the Midwest, a NIOSH Total Worker Health Initiative, and on the International Well Building Institute Advisory Group. In addition, he serves as treasurer on the board of directors for the Gretchen Swanson Center for Nutrition. Ryan has a Master's of Science in Industrial and Organizational Psychology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, and a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from Northern Arizona. So don't screw around with his brain, is what he's saying. WellCOA, under his leadership, is not your mother's WellCOA. It is a completely transformed organization that MBGH is proud to have a partnership with and offering a membership to our members. He's become a great colleague and friend and resource along with Tom at Shortlister. So let's welcome Ryan. Oh, wait, I have to talk about your girls. Come on up here. So here's the picture. Ryan shared a photo of his two beautiful twins. He believes there is nothing more precious and beautiful than to see his girls experience the wonders of nature. And man, they are cute, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for having me. It really is an honor to be here, and I appreciate all of your time today. I know it's after lunch, so if you need to stand up or move around, please feel free to do so. These are my two girls. I love that you guys are doing pictures. It's so cool. It's such a neat personal way to sort of bring this home, because this is what's important, right? This is why people participate in wellness, to do the things they love to do in life, whether it's adventure, whether it's kids jumping out of airplanes, whatever hobbies or things that we do. It's important that we're healthy so we can enjoy those. So I have twin daughters, and they're completely different, which is pretty wild to watch them grow up. The one you can't see her face, that's Ellie right there, and she's looking for bugs. She loves bugs. I'm surprised she's not been stung yet. And the one in the back is watching her pick up the bugs because she thinks she's a princess. And so she always wears the dresses. That's Luca. And Ellie's always picking up bugs. Worms are her favorite because they're squiggly. But it's fun to watch them experience life. And this is really sort of my inspiration to be well. And this is, not unlike many of you that have kids or don't have kids or just love to experience the world. So I want to talk about wellness today. WellCOA has been around for over 30 years. We're a 501c3. For those of you that don't know, we're a not-for-profit, and we are based out of Omaha, Nebraska. Our mission's pretty simple: to improve the lives of all working people. And so we've had the opportunity to work with thousands of organizations over the years. I've been at WellCOA for about 6 years. And we've been going through a lot of changes since I've been there, and my background, as Cheryl mentioned, is really anthropology. Culture is my passion. I think culture is a secret sauce to everything. And hats off for those that are doing the great programs, and that's clearly an indicator that you have a supportive culture, because if you didn't, your employees would not participate. The average participation in most wellness programs is about 20%, not very good. So I've got some other kind of startling facts that we'll talk about, but then I'm going to give you guys hopefully some inspiration and some ideas to how to do wellness in your organization a little bit differently. And we do have a great partnership with the Midwest Business Group, so I encourage you, if you're not actively using your membership, hopefully today will be an opportunity for you to do a dive in. And if you don't know about that, then speak to Cheryl, Don, any of the team here, and we can get you set up because you have access to all the resources that I'll be sharing with you all today with the partnership that we have. So how are we doing? How's wellness doing? What's sort of the state of affairs? So this is sort of the doom and gloom here. So I'll spend 5 or 10 minutes talking about this. Hopefully this is a bit of a wake-up call for all of us. The reality is that people's individual well-being is continuing to decline. It's interesting for those of you that are familiar with some of the Gallup Well-Being Index and sort of watching it, that this is really a global issue. This is not just in the States, that people's well-being and health generally is declining everywhere. Work is harming worker well-being in a lot of places. Work and businesses really are sort of the key, I think, the key to success for both our nation and to improve health and well-being. I think that the days of hoping that government was going to fix this or religion's going to fix this are over. Businesses are now the most powerful force or entity, if you will, in the world and really is the key. So I commend all of you for being here and taking well-being and wellness seriously within your organizations. The current approach really hasn't been working very well at all, actually. If you think about 20 years ago, the average incentive was probably $25. Now it's about $800 for organizations that have 1,000 or more employees, and we're still seeing a decline, not only in participation, but in health. The business case has changed. What was once the business case 10 years ago, promises of healthcare improvements, the whole cost avoidance model has been shown over and over again to not really work. It's cost avoidance. It's cost that you don't know, and there are ways to do ROI, and I commend you, again, those presentations today looking at some of the cost, but the business case is beginning to, and thankfully, change. People want to be well. I think this is sort of a fallacy that we assume that people don't want to be well, or that they're lazy, or they can't do it, that generally, most people do want to sleep well. They want to wake up. They want to have energy. And so it's kind of interesting that we assume that they don't want to be well, so we just keep pushing incentives and incentives and incentives to hope that they're going to be our version of their well, which typically doesn't work either. Wellness and well-being are a key driver of on-the-job performance and ultimately organization success. And this is really an important point here because I think this is really where the focus of this presentation is. Businesses need healthy employees to do well. If your business stays sick, ultimately that's going to impact the bottom line, and this is really the case for wellness. Much larger, more impactful, I think, than just healthcare cost savings. The trends here you could put up, and I'm sure many of you have seen these heat maps. We've been sort of beat to death with heat maps. But the important thing here is this well-being. And that obesity, diabetes, inactivity, all of these things, you could put mental health, you could put opioid use, you could put whatever you want to on here, and you'd see very similar patterns. It all boils down to stress is continuing to rise, well-being is continuing to go down, these symptoms begin to pop up. And so if we can create healthier organizations, healthier people, less stress, these things will also be affected by that impact. Why we need to evolve. Many of you probably been asked the question whether it's through a CFO, a CEO, do these work? You start seeing these headlines that it's a sham, that doesn't work, that wellness is a joke, that there's no ROI. Again, a lot of bad press around wellness. I think we can hopefully all agree, at least everybody in this room, that taking care of your employees, your people, should be a priority. And that maybe we just haven't been doing it right, or maybe we haven't been measuring the right things, and so these things pop up. I happened to be in Boston last year when this study came out, and it was one of the lead researchers was a guy named Dr. Zuri Song out of Harvard, and had the opportunity to sit down with Zuri, actually. And Zuri and I did a webinar together. For those of you that are WellCoa members, you have access to if you want to do that. But this study was sort of groundbreaking. They looked at BJ's Warehouse, 32,000 employees, I believe, and the conclusion, in short, was that workplace wellness doesn't work. Well, if you read the study and you see what they did, of course it doesn't work. And this is what Zuri attempted to do, in his words, that we wanted to replicate what they thought was a traditional program alone. So it was very simple. It was just some basic HRAs and some educational modules that the employees had access to, and that was it. And then they looked at it 6 months later, and again, you all know that you can't improve healthcare cost savings in 6 months if you could, and deemed that it wasn't very successful. So again, I don't think this is necessarily bad news. I think it's pretty obvious news, but also a bit of a way to say, you know what, maybe we need to be doing things just a little bit different. There's another professor that we've been working with wrote this book, and he basically said, his name is Jeff Pfeffer, that the workplace is the 5th leading cause of death for most Americans. And arguably, he said, it's more than that the workplace is literally killing people. So I guess you could look at this 2 different ways. Yes, that is bad. That's not good news. But if the workplace has that much influence or power, it can also be used for good. So if it can be the 5th leading cause of death, it can also be a cause of life and health and healing and happiness. So Jeff's interesting. He's one of the top leading sort of organizational management professors. He is out of California. Really kind of an interesting guy to kind of read his book, but he wrote a book called Dying for a Paycheck. And really the focus of a lot of Jeff's work is on organizational culture and how culture really is sort of the thing that can really make programs pop and be well and do all the things that you all hope that they can do, or the opposite, which gets very expensive, time-consuming, and ultimately doesn't get the results that you all are looking for. A few other kinds of things, and we've talked a lot about mental health, and this really is an important issue because there are countries now that are starting to keep track of death by suicide by overwork. And so this is really interesting. So karoshi is what it's called in Japan. China is starting to measure this. And why is this important? Well, the families of the deceased are now entitled to benefits if they can prove that their loved one died by suicide through overwork, through stress. That's shocking. That's shocking that we're at a point now where countries are measuring this, and I hope that we don't ever get to a place here where this becomes sort of a national statistic that we begin to monitor as well. Another kind of interesting sort of landmark case, too, is in France. 35 employees committed suicide. Will their bosses go to jail? The CEO and 2 of his subordinates were actually found guilty. I read that this morning, actually. It popped up on LinkedIn. I forget the official charge, but they are now holding executives responsible for the deaths of employees that died by suicide, if they can prove it. And in France, it set a whole new precedent because these executives are now responsible. If that's not getting you to sit up straight in your chair, it should be, because now businesses truly are being held responsible for the health and well-being, but also for the mental health of their employees as well. So I think we're going to start seeing things like this potentially pop up here. This was at a telecom company. It was just the article was in the New York Times, I believe, on December 20th, if you want to look it up. Really kind of interesting work. So where do we go from here? You all are doing great work, and I know every one of you, it's really cool to hear how much you care about your employees, how much you really want them to thrive, whether it's through pain or through everything else. And so if it's not working, we've got to find a better way to do this. And we've been working on this for a while. For those of you that are familiar with WELCOA, we have what's called our 7 benchmarks. And our 7 benchmarks is really a change management process that we've been refining for the last 30 years. I'm going to talk more about those as we get a little bit deeper into it. But I would invite you to sort of open your mind and let's talk about a new chapter or a new paradigm and how we approach wellness within organizations. The challenge, too, that I've seen, it's kind of interesting, is that we've been applying a lot of practices that actually go completely against what human behavior research and motivation would suggest. So we really need to start, learning the lessons that we know and closing the gap between real-life application. So here's an example. I think incentives, we could debate incentives all day, and I don't want to get into it. I'll be around if you guys want to come up and have a good incentive conversation. Can be important tools. At the end of the day, though, the over-justification effect is research that suggests that if you incent someone to do something they are otherwise naturally inclined to do, that over time that behavior begins to go down. So I can give you, a quick example. If I were to go up to Don and I have tea here and I would say, Don, I'll give you $20 to drink that tea. She might look at me at first and say she's in, but what's wrong with the tea? Did you do something to my tea? Because I like tea, I would drink the tea. The next time I give Dawn tea, she's probably going to ask for $20, and she would otherwise drink the tea. Again, oversimplified example of what the overjustification effect is. It's kind of the same adage that, if you start getting paid for doing something that you love, you don't love it as much as you did before. Whether you love to cook, all those types of things, that it sort of changes a little bit. And so this is where sometimes the incentive can go against, I think, the intended result when it comes to wellness program. The idea here is that we should be building these 3 things. This is sort of the foundation of self-determination theory. If you're not familiar with self-determination theory, the idea is that you need to be building intrinsic motivation in your employees to do these things, creating the conditions that they trust, that they feel supported, and that they can ultimately succeed in what they're doing. So in summary, the 3 sort of pillars of this are competence, relatedness, and autonomy. So what that essentially says is that I need to feel like I have the competence to achieve this, that I have the tools that I need, that I can do it, that I can achieve it. The relatedness piece is that I see someone that did it that I can relate with, and this is why testimonials are so powerful. Like the video of the gentleman that we saw earlier, showing that there might be somebody else that had a motorcycle accident or just an accident, and they saw that that gentleman could do it, so they feel like they can do it. Having cheerleaders or champions that have been to a place that most people want to get to can be really powerful. And autonomy, that we are not children in businesses, that I need the autonomy, the self-direction to do whatever it is that I want to achieve. We all, everybody in this room, I would argue, if I said, what is your wellness goal? Might be, it's kind of the new year, so weight might be a big one, but we're all different. Whether you're trying to run a 5K, whether you're trying to get financially stable, whether you're just about to have a baby, there's a lot of things that come with that. So we're all at different phases, and so our goals for being healthy and happy change and fluctuate almost on a day-to-day, if not monthly, yearly, and certainly throughout our lives continues to change. This is DC and Ryan. They have really a great approach to how do we build intrinsic motivation so people then participate in the programs, and ultimately it's sustainable. We all know that yo-yo diets, the Biggest Loser stuff, the step stuff, they'll do it when you have the challenge, they stop. It just sort of keeps going up and down and up and down. And the idea for all of this is that you create lifestyle changes that last within your employees. So often, this is a chart that a friend of mine named Alexandra Drain put together, and she calls this the unmentionables. That so often we jump to the top of the pyramid, that we jump to broccoli and treadmills, and we forget that these are the things that really matter on the bottom here to people. That if we're suffering from lack of safety or basic needs, psychological needs, that going to the gym just frankly isn't going to happen. If we're struggling buying food for our kids, if we're struggling trying to find transportation, any of these things matter the most. If we're in a troubled marriage, again, going to the gym might not be your first priority to deal with that. And so how do you do this? And I think Tom said it really well. It's hard to articulate some of these. It's really easy to buy an HRA. It's really easy to buy a biometric screening. Those things are tangible. It's really hard to gauge, to measure someone's state of psychological safety and understand how to do that. But there are ways to do it. But at the end of the day, those are the things that matters to most people. And if you can create a solid foundation, then people will take part in the programs. They will be more likely to eat better. They will be more likely to move more because they feel like they are taken care of as a human. That it's messy. Life's messy. People are messy. This is not easy stuff. Wellness is challenging. Health is challenging. It really is hard to understand the motivations for people doing things. But at the end of the day, all of these little stickies up here, whether it's a car loan, time, family, shopping, medical problems, sick kids, aging parents, all of this are things that need to be considered when really putting together and crafting a wellness strategy, because this is what people focus on that matters to them. We in wellness have gotten too tied to sort of the physical dimension of wellness, and actually that can do more harm than good. So if you're just focusing on weight loss, for example, fat shaming in the workplace, and actually obesity and fats, it's really kind of interesting. We're starting to do a lot of work in this because it is one of those folks typically have a lot more biases towards them in the workplace, and again, weight loss challenges, things like that can actually create a bad culture for a lot of folks. And so again, just looking at metrics and numbers and hard stuff isn't going to get you where you need to be. So WELCOA's 7 benchmarks, about 4 years ago, we looked at our 7 benchmarks, and what we wanted to understand was, what were we missing? And what really is the research suggesting that we needed to include in over 30 years and the thousands of organizations that we've worked with? How do we tweak? And so we came up with a new 7 benchmarks, not radically different than what we had, but to speak to some of the things that I've been talking about. The idea of the 7 benchmarks is to really shift away from programs, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying programs are bad, I'm not saying HRAs are bad, I'm not saying biometrics, I'm not saying any of those are bad. The idea is, though, that you've got to move from programs to culture, and then if you have the right culture, then the programs themselves can be the tools that help with the healthy parts. Caring cultures is really important, whether it's happiness or caring cultures, but it really is creating supportive environments for people to achieve their desired results. Wellness really should be, and I like to see that again, great stuff that it's now a business imperative, right? That wellness fuels all of this. And I did some research. I looked at what are the top sort of HR trends or HR priorities. I'm sure all of you have at least one of these, if not all of these, within your strategic plan, your HR roadmap, whatever, thinking about comp and ben, policies and organizations, management, career and development, facilities, technology tools. Wellness is the underpinning of all of these. If you're thinking about leadership development and training, wellness needs to be a part of that. If you're not helping your management understand if someone is, showing whether it's stress, burnouts, other sort of mental health things, and that's a problem. You're missing the boat. If you're not thinking about recruitment, talent acquisition, how does wellness sort of fit into that strategy? Facilities, a huge one. We spend 90% of our time in built environments, 90%, probably more in the winter, hopefully less in the summer, but we are in the walls of our buildings a lot. That has a big impact on our health, a big impact on stress, creativity, innovation, ultimately health. Even things like off-gassing, they're starting to see now, so new buildings have an impact on health and well-being. We have a relationship with the Mayo Clinic, and they have a really unique facility called the Well Building Lab. And they basically take their administrative employees, they put them in there, and they subtly change things on them just to see how it impacts behavior. Everything from light spectrum to chairs to ergonomics to sound, all of these things they're looking at to see how can it change performance, how can it change stress, and really impact health and well-being. All really cool stuff. We've got some expert interviews with Dr. Bauer, who's head of the Well Living Lab at Mayo. As Cheryl said, I'm an advisor for the Well Building Institute, which is interesting. So whether you're in an old building, you're thinking about ways, how do we improve the facility to improve health and well-being, or whether you're building something new, there are a lot of really fascinating ways that you're helping people get healthy without them actually having to do anything. So there's the CEO of a company called Delos would say it's the one program you can guarantee 100% participation in because it's the building that they're in. So some cool stuff to be thinking about as well. As part of our journey, what we wanted to do, and there's different definitions of health and wellness, and I'm sure if I asked all of you what your definition of wellness was, you might have a unique one. But at Wellco, we wanted to do something, for ourselves that we thought we could change. We can measure, we could change, and we're all an important part of being in the workplace. So very briefly, there are 7 sort of fundamentals to our definition. It's health, meaning, safety, connection, achievement, growth, and resiliency. So all of these things, whether you're looking at achievement, that people want to have the opportunity for growth and achievement at work, they want to feel safe, they want to have meaning and purpose in their work. So all of these things are really very closely related to work. So there's other definitions of wellness that might be broader, but this is sort of our stake when it comes to the definition for the workplace. 3 things that are absolutely critical for wellness to work within your organizations, that it has to be strategic, systematic, and compassionate and empathetic. So what does that mean? And so this really is, again, sort of a huge part of the actual 7 benchmarks. So strategic. So is health and wellness, is the well-being of your employees part of any goal or strategic plan? Is it a priority for your organization to have healthy people? Is it part of a strategic plan? Is it put anywhere? Do your employees know that it is a priority? So again, there's a lot of ways to do that, but it needs to be part of an organizational plan. The strategic plan, their mission, their vision, their values, whatever it is, however you articulate what's important to your company, it has to be part of it. Systematic. This is sort of the systems piece to it. What policies do you have? How is it built in? How has it sort of become part of the organizational culture that you do? If you're talking to your supervisors and they have 3 tips to share, are those about wellness? If you have policies encouraging people to take PTO or take paid time to do biometric screenings, other health activities, is that articulated? I'll give you an example. I was working with one organization that didn't understand why they couldn't get people to take the stairs. This particular company was 80% women. The dress code there was fairly formal. Most of the women there wore high heels and didn't want to go up flights upstairs in high heels every single day. And so it was a really obvious fix, right? You either don't encourage people to take the stairs or you change the policy and culture. And the CEO happened to be female, this particular company, and she started wearing tennis shoes with her suits, and then everybody started wearing tennis shoes. But again, it was a systems problem. They didn't understand why people didn't do it, but it wasn't comfortable. So it's again, a silly example, or not silly example, but just a way to sort of knock down the barriers to get people to participate. Another company, fitness centers. You put in a beautiful fitness center. Those aren't cheap. You want employees to use it. We've worked with a lot of companies that they don't understand why it still smells like rubber 3 years later. Employees didn't know that they could do it, on the clock or off the clock. And again, there's a lot of things with exempt and non-exempt employees that need to be thought through. That's really part of the systems piece, and it's important. And then compassionate and empathetic. Why are you doing it? And why do your employees think that you're doing it? And I've heard that, some companies have gone as far as saying, we're doing wellness because we have to lower costs. It's really not motivating for people to take advantage of a wellness program when you come at it from that perspective. It really has to be felt authentic, genuine, and that you actually care about your employees because they are part of the success of the organization. You're doing it, hopefully, because you want people to thrive every day, both at work and in their home life, not just because you see them as a cost lever. And so that needs to be part of whatever communication strategy, however you're communicating it in whatever modality, it needs to come off authentic and genuine and truly for the right reasons. So this, in a nutshell, is the 7 benchmarks. This really is sort of the foundation for all the training that we do at Wacoa. So I'm not going to go too deep into all of these. I will briefly sort of discuss these and then we'll move on. But if there's an interest, again, you all have access to hours and hours of training on each of these benchmarks. But benchmark 1, committed and aligned leadership, and I always use this one as an example. Benchmark 1 in the past used to be CEO support. Committed and aligned leadership is a little bit different because I'm sure many of you know you might have a CEO that is fully supportive of you and your wellness program, but when it gets to line management or supervisory management, that might be where the buck stops. And so really every leader, and we even talk about self-leadership, has to be on the same page. You have to have alignment, you have to have shared expectations, and so really how do you sort of get every leader on board is incredibly important. So yes, the CEO support is still just as important as it ever was, but as is making sure that everybody in the organization is kind of in line with the expectations is equally as important as well. Benchmark 2, collaboration in support of wellness. Wellness does take a village, as it was said earlier. It absolutely does. So how do you get all folks, sort of on board with this and collaborate? This is everything from, getting your facilities team, getting your HR teams to talk about how do we make sure wellness becomes part of all the touch points, as I call them, within an organization. It also talks about how do you get people of all levels, whether you have truck drivers or otherwise, saying, what do you all need? So they all feel like they have a voice at the table is incredibly important. And so building those ambassador programs, wellness champion programs, whatever it is your organization calls them, is incredibly important. Benchmark 3, collecting meaningful data to evolve a wellness strategy. So again, we all have, probably more data than we know what to do with, analysis by paralysis, so making sure that you collect the right kinds of data. How do you position your program in a meaningful way that's going to really appeal to your employees? All of you have very different cultures and very different employees within your organizations, whether you have the truck drivers, the hospital systems, the Boeings, whatever, so they all have different needs. So understanding, whether it's an engagement survey that you weave some of these questions in, but really making sure that everybody really has a voice and crafting that strategy is incredibly important. Operating plan. Wellness, like anything else, whether you're implementing a new piece of hardware or software within your company, you have to have a plan. You've got to have a 2, 3, maybe just a 1-year plan, but at least putting down on paper, what money do you have to spend? Who's going to be responsible for the implementation of that? What are the milestones, goals, the teammates involved? And again, this is all about putting together sort of the business case, if you will, or operating plan to make sure that you're going to be successful, you have something to stand on, and to make sure that you all are going to have the resources that you need to ultimately be successful is incredibly important. Benchmark 5 is choosing the initiatives that support the whole employee. So it's great. I think we're starting to hear, some different types of initiatives that are coming up, different types of interventions, if we can call them. And Tom, again, you're starting to see a lot of consolidation because there are so many aspects to wellness that it does get complicated. And if you're using 50-plus vendors, you think it's complicated, your employees aren't going to be able to figure out where anything is at. And so really making sure that you get thoughtful about picking the right ones and meeting employees where they're at to support the whole person. Benchmark 6, this is kind of back to the systems piece a little bit, but this is cultivating supportive health promoting environments, policies, and practices, everything from a focus on built environment to policies to systems to really make sure that you have sort of the right foundations to make sure these things are going to be successful. And then 7 is conduct evaluation, communicate, celebrate, and iterate. Do it again. This is a process. It continues to happen, whether it's every year, every couple years. And again, this is really making sure that you have the right foundation within your organization to succeed. We find that a lot of companies in organizations jump to benchmark 5 first, and they don't do the first 4. So benchmark 5 was the interventions piece. So just launching intervention after intervention. We've got lunch and learns, we got biometric screenings, we got flu shots, we got this, we got a STEP program, we got a weight loss challenge. That gets really overwhelming, and ultimately, you're probably not going to be successful in all those. So really making sure that less is more in a lot of times. So just having more activities and more things for people to do a lot of times isn't very helpful. So making sure that you do the homework first ensures that you're going to be successful when you hit benchmark 5, 6, and 7. It also helps make sure that you don't have silos within wellness. It's interesting to have a wellness sort of program that sits typically in a comp and bin area. You might have organizational development that's doing culture stuff. You might have an EAP that sits over here. You might have musculoskeletal that sits over in the medical area. And so again, it all needs to be at the table so that you do have a cohesive plan for all this, and that it doesn't become in a silo, which happens in a lot of organizations, and having that plan to go back to. The business case for creating these cultures, I think, is really compelling, and it's fascinating. And this is one study that I think was really cool, because this looked at caregivers. Many of you probably know that caregivers have one of the highest rates of burnout and turnover of a lot of job types. And what they did with this particular organization is they really focused on creating these caring cultures. And the cool part is not only did it improve the health of the caretaker, they showed that it improved the health of the people they took care of. And so you could even, sort of look at taking care of your employees, also takes care of your customers. I think there's a sort of a huge focus that, taking care of your employees first is the priority, not your customers first and then your employees, because this stuff spills over. Whether you have people in a call center, whether you have people in a caretaking environment, whether you're serving customers, which is what we all do. We are all in the business of serving customers in some capacity. And so however you treat your employees, again, I'll tell you a short story about what this can do. So my sister has been dealing with cancer for the last couple of years, and her husband is a pilot for Southwest Airlines, and she lives in Atlanta and goes to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester for treatment. And Southwest not only flew my sister and her husband back and forth, or does fly them back and forth for treatment, they would send her care packages on the days that she would have chemo. They'd send her to the spa before. And again, they not only took care of their employee, they took care of their employee's family, which is incredibly important and powerful. And I've told this story, a handful of times, but just think about the loyalty now that Tom is his name, has for Southwest Airlines. And we all know this organization is known for the work that they do in their culture and for really taking care of their people. It can be really powerful stuff when you go the extra mile to create these caring environments for people. This was a study that came out a couple years ago that looked at when an organization, this just said, do I think my employer cares about me? Absence of programs, absence of incentives. This just wanted to look at, and so for organizations, for employees that they felt like that their organization cared for them, they were 38% more engaged, 10 times less likely to be hostile, which is an important one, 17% more likely to be there in a year, 28% likely to recommend the workplace, and 18% more likely to go the extra mile for the organization. Again, pretty powerful stuff, and just looking at, I think my company cares about me as a person and will help me achieve my wellness goals. Another example in the construction industry, which is sometimes a harder one, this is Skanska. What they started doing was having their workers put pictures of their loved ones on their hard hats. So think about how powerful that can be. If I'm looking at you and I see the picture of your kids on your hard hat, you're looking at me, a couple things happen. One, you have that reminder every day why you're there and what's important. So it reduced their accidents by 50%, and you're more likely to take care of the people around you because it sort of creates that personal connection. So it builds a strong culture, it reduced accidents. It didn't cost them much at all, right? Just a sticker of the people they love put on their hat. It could be your dog, it could be you jumping out of a plane, it could be anything. Again, subtle reminders. There's a lot of ways that you could sort of take this example and apply it to your workplace. But again, a reminder that the people that we love are really first and foremost, and that's a very tangible number. A 50% reduction in accidents is a pretty impressive ROI, not even touching some of the other things that came as a result of that. The idea of all of this is that we're in a fast-paced environment. Someone once told me that as fast as we think things are going now, they will never go this slow again. it's interesting to think about, how technology is completely changing the nature of work. It's changing how we interact with each other. It's changing how we work together. It's changing the nature of businesses. I mean, we're creating flying cars now. I mean, think about some of the technology innovations that we're having. As Tom said, some of the wearable devices are starting to decline because there's much more interesting innovations that are happening. Actually, on Thursday, I'm doing a webcast with Validic, who's a technology company looking at some of the latest technology trends in HR and in wellness, if you're interested in tuning into that. But the idea is that we've got to stop just surviving, that we've got to create conditions for people to thrive, that mental health really is a huge issue and something that should be taken very seriously, that our sort of use of antipsychotic drugs continues to go up. We continue to be put in these fast-paced environments. Cyberbullying is an issue now that we've never had before, that people hide behind the veil of technology, and it's creating a lack of social connection, which has a big impact on health and ultimately success. And the idea for all of this is to create environments where we can thrive with each other. Metrics are important, and I think we all have to have the value story, the ROI story to do the work that we do. But I promise you that if you can create these conditions within your organization, that the metrics will follow. And there's a lot of ways to begin to look at some of these things, and you can start seeing the ROI sort of fall into place in other ways. I'll give you another example. There's an organization in Lincoln, Nebraska called Lincoln Industries that was focused on reduction in accidents. That was kind of their focus. It's a manufacturing company, started not only doing a lot of this work, but they started helping employees stretch before going on to shift. They showed a huge reduction in accidents, lowering of workers' comp, and then began to see some of these other metrics begin to start showing up, lowering healthcare costs, bending the trend, whatever's important to you, less days off work, all of these things began to follow. So what are the next steps? So it's a lot of stuff, and where do you begin? Fortunately, we've got tools and resources to really speak to all of these things, and even more fortunately is you all have access to all of these to take these within your organizations. So we call it the Well Workplace process. And this is essentially some of the bigger tools and sort of what falls under the Well Workplace process. We have the checklist, we have our awards, we have our institute, and we have hundreds and hundreds of resources speaking to all of these. And essentially, what it is, you begin with a checklist. And so the checklist is a 150-item organizational health assessment, if you will. And it really breaks down all the 7 benchmarks and sort of gives you an indicator where you're doing. And so it gives you a pretty cool in-depth analysis, subscales and scales, and then we'll actually target you to resources that it thinks will help you improve your result the next time. So and what's also really cool about this, we just turned this on, is benchmarking capabilities. So if you wanted to see an organization similar to yours in another state, you'll have that. So if you're a bank in Chicago and a bank in Florida, you can see how you're doing, relative to other types of like organizations in your industry, which is pretty cool. And this is really the first step in the process to apply for one of our awards. So we actually just turned on a whole new awards application 2 weeks ago. So this is pretty fresh out of the gate for all of us. And so the good news is, for those of you that are familiar with WellCOA in the past, if you did the checklist, you'd have to input a lot of that again for the awards. The checklist is really the first step. And so all the data that you put into the checklist, you're about 75% of the way of completely applying for the award, which is pretty cool. So we will recognize our new Well Workplace Award winners at our conference in August. But the criteria has changed dramatically. And so we put together a team of about 10 people, everything from researchers to academics to employee motivation engagement experts, HR people, that really look at all the criteria around the award in addition to the 7 benchmarks. So that is now available for you all to apply. In closing, I'd really like to give hats off to all of you. I think that one of the hardest jobs, most satisfying jobs, and you can tell when someone has these great videos or success stories, it really makes it all worth it. And it is creating that ripple of change, and that one person that you help sort of recognize how to live and be the example for your organization is a pretty powerful thing. So I know that wellness can certainly be frustrating a lot of times, but again, I think it's probably the greatest gift you can give somebody is the gift of health and thriving. So again, I thank all of you for working hard in this field tirelessly and not giving up. We hope to be a resource for all of you. You've got a great partner here with the Midwest Business Group and Cheryl and all of her team. So again, it takes a village, and together I know we can do this and begin to change the tide provide, because I think the world needs us now more than ever. So happy to be a resource around if you have questions. I think we're going to do a quick activity next, and we're going to abbreviate the activity a little bit, but how about we all just stand up for a second just to get our blood flowing a little bit, and then we can, I won't make you do a stretch or a funny dance or anything, so don't worry, that's not good. Well, Cheryl, you can come up and do it.
We meant to have a stretch break, we just didn't do it. Thank
Here
you, Ryan, for getting us in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can, keep standing for a minute, or we can sit out, whatever you're most comfortable with. I know sometimes I like to stand, so I always feel like I'm standing, so I don't want you to, whatever is comfortable to you, please do. So we were going to do an activity. This is going to be an interactive session. We're going to cut it short a little bit just in the interest of time, and we're running a little bit behind. But I'd love to hear from you a little bit about maybe some of the challenges that you're facing within your organization, and then collectively, I think maybe we can help address those or problem solve some of these together. Again, I think we're trying to make the shift from traditional wellness into a little bit of this new paradigm, and whether you want to speak to any of the 7 benchmarks or challenge that you've had in your organization, I'm happy to address those, and maybe together we'll have examples in the room. I think that's really where some of the most powerful learning comes from, is each other, not necessarily me. But maybe we'll just kind of open it up and take it from there. Does anybody have a burning question or issue that they would like to chat about when it comes to wellness or anything that I've mentioned?
You know you have it. You know it's there, you're just afraid to say it with the microphone.
You can whisper it to me.
Got one here, and...
Oh. So I think a lot of people can relate to this, but we have like a corporate headquarters, but then we have people spread out across the whole country. And I find with our wellness program, we tend to do a lot in office, and it's just hard to find things that can, accommodate both the virtual workforce and the office-based employees at the same time. And we get a lot of feedback about it every year when we do a survey. It's always like, we want more for the, non-office-based employees. So I don't know if you guys deal with any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you a couple different thoughts I have on that. So one company that we did some consulting with for about a year was an energy company, and they had people, linemen all over the state, and they had a corporate office, and so very similar. And what was interesting, this might not be the case, it doesn't sound like it from the example you provided, is that the corporate office thought that they knew what all these little satellite offices wanted or needed. And we sat down with a lot of the folks. They also had power generation plants too. All very different cultures. In a lot of the outposts, they were mostly men, and these guys were climbing electric poles during the winter, and were big hunters and fishers and lived mostly in rural places. What they wanted was very different, and we did. The corporate office was actually shocked. They wanted to build their own fitness center, and they wanted to do classes for their spouses, because a lot of times their spouses were the ones that packed their meals for the day. And then they wanted a different communication. It was about readiness for hunting and fishing for a lot of these. And so they changed the program kind of completely for these different, which is not easy, because if you're trying to do different communications and different types of resources and really sort of and gave them money to sort of spend a budget to spend however they wanted it. Now, it doesn't necessarily work, I guess, if you have people working from their homes, but even like the fitness center example, was that I think that you gave? Someone talked about the fitness center that was easy to do. Maybe that was Sue. Oh, the other Sue. Okay. I think which sounds like you've asked the questions. What can we do? And then maybe finding things that are more relevant to them, whether it's from a geographic perspective or just allowing them to have some flexibility. I think what's going to be important to them is that they are being open and honest and creating this trust that you feel like the organization still will help them. It's good to hear about EAPs. EAPs, man, they need to change, right? And there's some good ones out there, but they're great, right? Think about 2 or 3% utilization in most EAPs, but more than that has problems that the EAP can solve. And so I think it's making those resources and really finding EAPs and sort of a hybrid or whatever that is that people can have whatever they need when they need it, not necessarily creating lunch and learns and all the activity stuff, because from what I found, a lot of times that's not what's really important. Does that help a little bit?
Additions to that from others, Sue?
Just a quick one. With regards to what you said, so one of the things that we did is we have a wellness grant. And so that's where it comes into play, where all the distribution centers, they have different needs. So they come to us. So now they have US Fit. There's one that's a US Fit fitness center. So they ask for different things. Some ask for walking paths. So we have a budget, and then we'll allocate that towards what it is they need in terms of wellness. Some of them, it's the last one I got was for a dragon boat race. So what we're doing is we have employee resource groups. We have the Asian, the Blacks, the Latinos and stuff like that, and they're working together with them. So they're promoting U.S. foods in the community, and their employees are participating in wellness activities as well. So that's another way. Yeah.
The one thing I'd add to that, I think something that I know that a lot of remote workers struggle with is feeling like there's lack of connection, which is really important. So whatever you can do so they feel like they are socially connected. I know it's not feasible, but whether they come in quarterly or once a year or something, but a focus on making sure that there is some social connection that they feel plugged into is really important, so they just don't feel like they're on an island or isolated. Would be the one thing that I would say to do too.
And Dr. Jeremy Nobel will be talking about that on February 19th. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. I didn't even know that, so yeah.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay. You want to start the activity? Are you ready to
I think we're doing the activity. We're doing an abbreviated version of our activity.
So we're not going to use the boards?
No.
Oh.
We had to make up some time for everyone.
Okay.
So this is the way that Ryan has been kind enough. So we're trying to solicit thoughts and ideas.
Hi. So you talked before about incentivizing employees and how that actually could be a detriment in some ways. But historically, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room have already rolled out that incentive concept, right? Whether it's doing healthy habits or going to the doctor, whatever. If we were to scale back from that, and actually we've tried for various reasons, we've actually scaled back incentives, and the reaction wasn't necessarily obviously positive, right? You're taking away money from people. How long would you want an organization to kind of play that out, to kind of get back to the root of that whole intrinsic motivation and talking about your programs in a way that really is more about, we care about you, we want you to have something that will help you on your personal well-being journey? Because when you do it, it kind of feels more like a takeaway, and right, wrong, or indifferent. It's hard to kind of get back to where you're talking about that intrinsic motivation, which we would love to be able to kind of help instill, but how do you kind of go down that path without it feeling like a takeaway? Yeah, no, that's a good question. That was kind of like with the example of the water. Once you start paying people, it becomes very difficult to, stop paying folks. And I think how some organizations have dealt with that. I think one other organizations today mentioned that they stopped, paying for, screenings, for example, that it's still available to employees that want to do it. And I've seen in a lot of cases that but that money might be shifted or allocated to something else. So again, that the pot didn't go away. Just what was, the activity that they were being incented is what changed a little bit. And so I think, simplifying it. Sometimes when you start incentive programs, I'm sure some of you, might have inherited this or have this. When you start like points models, for example, and you have 85 different things, that you can get points for, and you got manuals about how to do it and tabulate all of that. So I think if there are ways to, maybe keep that money, start simplifying it, then over time, sort of graduating, out of some of those things or rolling that into, other types of incentives. The idea is that you pull it less off of. I think one of the best things that, Tom said that I've been kind of watching for years, like outcomes-based programming is going away. I think that is an absolute detriment to organizational culture. I thought it was a terrible idea from the beginning, and I'm sorry if you guys have outcomes-based programming here. I don't mean to be offensive, but I think that, and I'd love to stick around and talk with you, and there is success with them, but again, you're seeing companies that are moving away from, you have to have a BMI of 25 or less to get money, but that money is still available. So I think it's just shifting the money into something that is less activity-centric and less physical health-centric into other types of things, and then maybe building some of the intrinsic capacity along the way.
Another challenge?
Hi. So I work at a university where things are pretty siloed, especially accessing senior leadership. So do you have tips for, I guess, best practices to get in front of them and then how to gain buy-in?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we have tons of stuff because that's a whole benchmark. So I'll be brief, but if you're curious, we've got literally a whole toolkit that you can download to do this. I think what's important, so getting access to them, that might be, hopefully you can at least get a seat at the table or get somebody, but is tying their business objectives to how wellness supports that. And that's really the most important thing. So understanding, what is the focus of the business or the university for the year? Is it growth? Is it, recruiting new students? Is it lowering costs? Is it, whatever that is, and then being able to really articulate how your wellness program or strategy can help them, he or she, achieve their business goals. I think the good news is, wellness, healthy employees can literally be tied to anything. Stress, for example, when you have high amounts of cortisol in your blood, you're less likely to be creative, you're more likely to have accidents, you're more likely to not show up to work, you're more likely to be sick. So I think there's all sorts of different creative ways that you can say, okay, here's what you're trying to accomplish, and here's how wellness can achieve that over the years. The other thing I didn't mention about the checklist too is that it has year-over-year reporting, which is also nice. So as you start doing some of this, then being able to get back in front of he or she and saying, look, we've made improvements in this capacity. Ultimately, my goal is that we can show, and this is starting to happen a little bit, that healthy employees really does impact the bottom line of an organization. And so for those of you that, kind of geek out on this, like Firms of Endearment, it's a really great book, and it looks at companies that invested in their people and their culture outperform those that didn't by over 1,800%. So I'll give you an example, like a Costco versus a Sam's Club. So think about, Costco is killing Sam's Club. They're essentially the same store. Costco pays their employees better, they offer better benefits, and they focus on their culture, whereas Sam's Club doesn't, and you're seeing that reflective in the bottom line. And so I think if you can really, be clear about how what you're trying to do is going to improve their life, the university's life, you'll have a pretty good chance, hopefully, of success.
Hey, Ryan, just to tag on to that, I think after getting senior leadership support, and I've seen organizations that they have great support from upper management, but it's the mid-level managers that can make or break a program in terms of allowing their employees to participate, to encourage a healthy workplace, a healthy culture. Any suggestions that you have for getting the support of mid-level supervisors, managers?
Yeah, the best advice, and this is going to be, you're going to be like, this is not going to be possible. Maybe it is, but it becomes part of their job. It needs to be their responsibility. That, what's really interesting, a guy that I do some work with, his name is Jim Purcell. He's working with boards of directors, and the idea is that if you can get a board of directors to hold the CEO responsible for the health and well-being of their employees, they're going to start taking it very seriously. And the same kind of trickle down. If supervisory management feels like that, part of their job, whether it's their performance review, their compensation, their anything, is going to include some dimension of employees. And again, it could be built on engagement surveys, other types of stuff, but I think it needs to be, built into management training, leadership development, at a very minimum, talking about part of their role as a leader is to develop their people, but in addition to make sure that they are supported in achieving their wellness goals, they're encouraged to participate in activities, and there might be some metric that they can be held accountable to do that. I've seen companies that, again, if it's part of your bonus or your performance review, they're going to do it, or they just shouldn't work there anymore, really, at the end of the day. But I think those can be some pretty powerful messages to send to people. If the CEO begins to hold his team and so forth down to the organization, it'll happen.
Sorry, I don't need to hog the whole session. But one of the things that we've done, because we have a similar problem, we're a food company, and with food comes. Can you hear me? Yes. So we're a food company. So imagine me talking about losing weight when we're trying to sell food. It's not going to work. They're not going to like me. The leadership is not going to like me. So I have a difficult problem, just like you do, same problem, trying to get their buy-in, their sponsorship. So one of the things that I do is, you've heard of mice, right? You've heard of mice, right? Once the head gets in, the body fits, right? So once my head gets in, I'm in. My whole body gets in. So one of the things I've been doing is they're very much interested in FMLA. like, a lot of people are out, we can't get the jobs, we have to get, part-time people, blah, blah, blah. So that's one of the things, that's where I get them. That's where my head goes in and the rest of my body follows. So one of the things I do is I work with the person that handles the FML calls with the different distribution centers. And that's when I tag on the wellness part of it. What is that's happening in the distribution center, why folks don't want to work for you. So it's not just that they're just out on FML. There's a reason they're out on FML. And so that's one of the ways that you can do it that way. Another way is we have face-to-face meetings. And sometimes it's, it's on the monitors at the distribution centers. So we get testimonials. We get people like this guy, Gary, on the monitor. And the next step for me is to bring our vendor and the person, the ambassadors of these programs, which are employees, to come to the face-to-face. So that's some of the ways that you can get leadership to notice.
Hey, Ryan, can we end with one last question? So you talked about how important culture is in having a healthy workforce. What one recommendation could you give to employers on how they can have a healthier culture within their workforce?
Oh, wow.
It can be more than one.
Yeah, I think talking about it, I think, one of the things, that there are so many stigmas that exist in the workplace, and I think, like, we'll use mental health as an example, that there's a stigma around talking about, mental health issues, and I think the first step to a lot of this is to begin to have the conversation. So as you start building your culture, the one thing is you need to measure it somehow. I mean, what are you trying to, where are the issues that exist? So I would say, having some tool out there to begin to understand where there's gaps, and then also beginning to address it, head on. I mean, I'm sure most of you do an engagement survey in the room here, and I would bet that all of you, if I ask what your top 2 issues are, is probably trust with senior leadership. Communication typically kind of pops up. And so I think hitting some of the trust issues head on and beginning to kind of own that and understand it is really important. Trust really is part of the pillar of a healthy culture. And you guys know this, if you don't have trust in an organization and you ask them to do a biometric screening, I mean, that's going to fall flat. I mean, there's now genetic testing. You think they're going to want to give them your genes, when you have that, if they don't trust what you're going to do with them. And again, they can be interesting tools, but if you don't have that trust. So I guess if there's one area that I would focus on, it's that building that trust so that you can then layer on the programs and create the caring cultures that you all want to have. I know that's culture again. It's my jam. I really love understanding it. Every organization here has got a very different culture. So how you sort of attack it, if you will, would be very different for all of you. But I think the thing is just to measure it, own it, and then begin to talk about it. Have your senior leadership talk about, they care about your employees. That if I've seen some CEOs do some pretty vulnerable things, talking about, maybe tragedies or issues or triumphs maybe that they've had. And so, having an opportunity, or maybe you, are vulnerable and telling a personal story that, whether, again, an issue that you have, because if you do that and they see that, it's okay, it's a safe place. We've all had tragedies in our lives. I mean, all of us have. No one here has not, had a hard day, a bad day. And I think just when organizations begin to understand that and can really treat people as the humans that they are, I think, cool stuff can happen. But trust has got to be there first for anything else to really work.
So I have kind of a follow-up question. I'm asking for a friend. So, but right. But purely theoretically, honestly, I mean, what if you were working in an organization where the sense really is that leadership actually does not care that much about employees? So you've got your step 1 of trust and of changing the culture that's kind of a non-starter in a really substantive way. I mean, you can always do lip service, but what do you do then?
That's tough. And I wouldn't want to be as bold to say you should leave the company. I know that's not, a reality that a lot of people, have that choice or can afford to do that. I have seen some grassroots efforts, work where, the senior leadership isn't as engaged with that, and that there are sort of organic things that happen from the ground up that can work. I would say, continuing to find, I think if the senior leaders ultimately can see that their success depends upon healthy people, however you can get them to believe that, whether it's the board of directors that does that, or whether you kind of keep, getting the head in and the whole body in after that, at some ways, because truly, there are great examples of, I call it the Blockbuster moment, right? And we all remember the days at Blockbusters, every street corner, what happened to them. There's one left, I think, in the country. So I think, any CEO that sort of sees that as a possibility through, and who knows why, I'm not saying that they had sick employees, but, they weren't innovative fast enough. Kodak wasn't innovative fast enough, and, when they developed cameras, and, now you have Netflix dominating and digital cameras dominating. So I think if they can really start understanding that their success as a CEO, their legacy, you have to appeal to the ego, really is standing on top of healthy employees, that it's got to happen. But if you still can't do that, then I think just, try like hell with the grassroots efforts and continue to, show compassion, to employees. And we're all in HR. I'm assuming most of you are in HR. You are sort of you're the caretakers of the employees. And so even if it's just you out there on an island, if the employee has a problem, more likely they're going to come to you or someone on your teams. And so if they even trust you all, I think that will go a long way as well. So, yeah.
That's awesome. We're gonna, oh my gosh, that was awesome, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. I was very excited about us using the mini pads on the table, so I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance to do that, but we will bring them out at another meeting. But I thought this was nice, and we also got a chance to stand up so that you all have enough room for calories for the cookies that are left at the table over there. Hey, let's do a 20-minute break. We're back, a 15-minute break. My apologies. We're back on time, and don't forget, visit the sponsors. Last chance to do the card. Prize drawing box is up front. So are the prizes, your stars, your happiness happens. Don't forget the folks on the
Okay, I'm going to begin by introducing Paula Jimenez.
Good to see you.
I have had the pleasure to work with Paula for the last couple of years as Midwest Business Group on Health has been the proud recipient of some grants from the Illinois Department of Public Health with funding coming from the CDC. Paula is the Assistant Division Chief of the Chronic Disease Division of the Illinois Department of Public Health. Paula is a registered nurse with over 40 years of chronic and infectious disease experience in the public and private sectors. She currently serves as Program Manager of the CDC Diabetes and Cardiovascular Health 1815 grant. In this role, she manages all diabetes strategies, including those aimed at improving access to and participation in ADA-recognized programs in the most underserved areas in Illinois. Paula is a certified AADE lifestyle coach and leads the first diabetes prevention program, otherwise known as DPP, for state of Illinois employees. She's actively involved in other IDPH advocacy and public health policy efforts, such as increasing the utilization, sustainability, and reimbursement for community health workers in Illinois. Paula, are you ready?
Thanks, Judy. Can everyone hear me okay in the back?
No.
A little louder. I might need to move this up a bit. Yes. How's that? Is that better? No, not so much? Is it okay? Yep. Okay. Thanks, Judy. I'm really happy to be here. I have to do a disclaimer. I am not a benefits manager. I left those people back in Springfield, but I am here today because I do want to highlight the good work that our collaboration between the State Health Department and the Midwest Business Group on Health is doing. So currently, we're just right in the middle of year 2 of a 5-year cooperative agreement
with the CDC, and specifically this strategy A5, which is one of 10 strategies that we're working on surrounding diabetes and cardiovascular health, has to do about collaborating with payers, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector. And really the big push is to get the National Diabetes Prevention Program as a covered benefit. So Judy has been working tirelessly. She's got some funding. Remember, we are the state of Illinois. The state of Illinois gives no state funding for the prevention of chronic disease, with the exception of the tobacco program. But we do have a little bit of funding to help get these national DPP programs up and running in both the public and private sector. So stay tuned on that. An exciting part of this strategy is that Medicaid is finally coming to the table with us, and that has been a long, hard road, at least 5 years in the works. So we are hoping sometime in 2020 to get the managed care organizations to start covering this for our most underserved populations. So I don't want to bore you with research so late in the day, but the National Diabetes Prevention Program, the way it originated was based on a landmark study done way back in 2003, where there were over 3,000 participants, and some of the participants got metformin. You guys probably all know somebody who's on metformin. It's will help lower your blood glucose. And some of them just had a lifestyle change program implemented, and some had both. So the results of that study actually showed a 58% reduction while the metformin group, for the lifestyle change, while the metformin group only showed 31. So that's really statistically significant. Now, I don't like to cite old studies, and this is old, but there have been a lot of follow-up studies. This program works. It's a 52-week program, and the CDC is all over this program. And I know we've got some DPP providers in the room today, and there's all sorts of ways of delivery. So why DPP? So we don't really want to think of DPP, Diabetes Prevention Program, as strictly a weight loss program, because it's not. It's really a lifestyle change program. It helps, over that 52-week period of time, it helps the participants learn smart food choices. Most of all, I think a really great value is the strong peer support system that it has. So even though I'm a nurse and I'm a lifestyle coach, you do not have to be a nurse, okay? Some of the best lifestyle coaches I have seen are what we refer to as community health workers or patient navigators, where it's truly a peer-to-peer learning. And that is the 52 weeks is split up in between 16 weekly programs, and then as long as you get 22 sessions in at the end of a year, then you can submit your data. The other really key piece of this is the increase in physical activity. So we know a couple things to be true. If you increase your physical activity and you watch what's going in your mouth and you're actually physically attending the program, you're probably going to have success. So what I'm working with Judy and Midwest Business Group on Health Partners, and she's probably approached some of you in the room today, I know she has, because we look for employer-based DPP programs. And why? Well, number one, it's convenient, so nobody has to travel anywhere. Also, and we've talked a lot about this today, it shows the employer commitment to employee wellness, okay? So showing that the employer really values that they are healthy. And I can't say enough about the strong peer support system. In my group of 15 that I started with, the employees really become the champions, and they start telling others about the program. And so what do we hope we will see? This is a pilot project. It's the first ever program offered for state employees on the work site. So we are hoping that we will see reduced absenteeism, possible increased productivity. So this is just the way that it's set up in some of our preliminary results. We started this almost a year ago, so we are just coming to the end of the 52 weeks. But in the first 16 weeks, when we had to submit our first data to the CDC, one participant lost over 7% of their weight. And like I said, it shouldn't be considered a weight loss program, but what CDC, they want to measure stuff, right? So they consider success anywhere between a 5 and 7% weight loss. 2 participants lost at least 5% in the first 16 weeks. 2 participants lost at least 4%. So we did find, I will be very upfront and honest, we've had a heck of a lot more than 22 sessions, because when you start kind of falling off of that, you know, with your employees coming in on a regular basis, then, you know, things started happening, like weight started creeping up. So this program gives you a lot of creativity and a lot of flexibility, and it works. So there are different ways that this program can be delivered. Some of the providers are here today. You can do it in person, like I'm doing at IDPH. It can be an all virtual program online, distance learning, or a combination. There are companies out there that are doing a combination of virtual and in person. So very interesting delivery modes. So now, before we start with our 3 panelists, I want to show you what makes me happy. So happiness equals many blessings, and I have had many, many blessings in my long nursing career. I did time in the public sector, 20 years in the public sector, 20 years in the private sector. So I feel like I have a pretty good pulse on the issues that you're facing as benefits managers. My little dog up there on the left, licking my husband, was Eve. She was a poodle pointer, or is a poodle pointer. Sadly, she passed Thanksgiving week. And happiness means that we thought, you know, we're going to get rid of all our stuff, our pet stuff, and donate it. The following week, we found out that there was an 8.5-year-old male poodle pointer that needed to be rehomed immediately because the owner had cancer and needs a stem cell transplant. A little bit of digging, we discovered that TJ on the right is in fact Eve's litter mate. So we drove up to northern Wisconsin and we rescued him from northern Michigan and rescued him from a situation where he was living outside. Everybody in our household feels like they hit the jackpot. TJ feels like he did, we do. Now, so that was my Christmas story. So now go down to the Christmas picture, which is actually a year old. That's only 9, count them, 9 grandchildren. So little Tommy didn't make it in the picture because we couldn't get them all together this year at Christmas. And then you'll see the little sign up there, 10 grandchildren, and then 1 due in March. So I'll be flying out to Seattle for number 11. Which brings me full circle to Jupiter, Florida. It's my husband and my happy place. He's from St. Louis Cardinals, sorry, not a Cubs fan. St. Louis Cardinals spring training. I will be retiring from public service later in the summer this year, and we will be spending our time between grandkids in the Midwest and Jupiter. So wow. I've had many, many blessings in my life. I've had a wonderful nursing career, and I'm really, really excited about what the next chapter holds for me. So with that, we're going to get started with our panelists. So our first panelist is Heather Dankert. Heather is the Health and Wellness Manager at Dover Corporation based in Downers Grove. Suburb of Chicago. Heather has over 20 years experience in health and wellness program development and has served in leadership roles in hospital, nonprofit health, and corporate settings. She's got a focus on planning, implementing, and promoting health prevention and education efforts. She's currently overseeing health and wellness benefits for Dover's U.S.-based employees. You can see here that happiness for Heather is the long-awaited arrival of spring. Our second panelist is Katie Folzer. She's the Manager of Employee Wellness Programs at Rush University. System for Health, a Chicago-based academic medical center with over 14,000 employees. Katie has been with Choose Health at Rush for 8 years. During this time, she's been instrumental in developing Choose Health into a broad-based, well-utilized program with multiple intervention and strategies for the at-risk employees and their spouses, as well as programs designed to keep the low-risk employees healthy. So Katie shared this photo. I love this. This was taken at the end of a 5-day divine horse retreat. I've never heard of this before, but I think I want to do this. So during the retreat, Katie and a small group of women did deep spiritual work with the aid of the horses pictured in this photo. Katie's horse, Romeo, is the herd leader. If he's the herd leader, why is he the big brown horse at the back of the herd? Because he guides them. He goes to the back. Goes to the back. Katie and the other workshop participants were in the pasture running with the horses. Now, I don't know about that part that I would love, but we'll see. Happiness for Katie is running in an open field with a herd of divinely inspired horses. So I think that is very, very cool. Our third presenter is Jean Galovich. Jean serves as the manager of employee benefits for Cook County. She leads the strategy, design, communication, and implementation of group benefits plans, including health, pharmacy, dental, vision, life, flexible spending, and deferred comp, as well as a variety of voluntary benefit plans. Jean's experience includes prior roles in total rewards consulting and HR management positions in the healthcare industry. Now for Jean and I share this. Jean has this love of pets, or that's her happy place, specifically dogs. Jean finds happiness in their unconditional love and unwavering support and protectiveness, even the worst of days, which we all have. They're always happy to see you, aren't they? So this is Zoomer, who sadly, and I'm sorry for your loss, was a member of Jean's family for 15 years, but he recently passed, but his spirit lives on. And, pets add so much to our family. And Zoomer continues to inspire Jean and her family to always be the best that they can. So we've just got a happy group of women up here today.
Lots of animals.
So Heather, I'll have you open us up. And do you want to go to the mic? Okay.
I just want to start with a disclaimer, since I just noted my love of nice weather and being outdoors. I live for that in the spring, but if anyone hears about this or it gets back to my husband and my kids, they do make me happy too.
They were hiding behind the tulips, right?
Yeah, they don't need to know that I chose the tulips over them for this particular meeting. But yes, they do make me happy, but I do love to be outdoors, and there's nothing better than that first really perfect day in the spring when you get the sun and the flowers, and just having some nice months in the Chicago area to look forward to. I'm the Health and Wellness Benefits Manager for Dover Corporation. Dover has a worldwide presence of about 26,000 employees. However, our benefits here, our domestic benefits, are what I oversee. And we have about 12,000 employees enrolled domestically, about 22,000 enrolled total if you count the families and things like that that are on the plan. So sizable group. One of the things that's a little different about maybe than some of the other speakers we've heard today is we're just a very decentralized company. So Dover's a holding company, and we have a corporate office, but we also have over 20 operating companies. And those operating companies tend to operate fairly independently. So they have their own cultures, they have their own HR departments, and there are still functions of HR that they oversee themselves. So there's a little bit of challenge for us in delivering programs, and those HR departments and their leadership are one of my biggest stakeholders when I'm trying to do work in the company. We do have all of our health and wellness benefits centralized, but we do still depend on them to help us make those programs successful. One of the things that we've spent a lot of time on this year is looking in the past, well, really over the last 6 months or so, is reevaluating our kind of framework for addressing musculoskeletal problems. So we heard a little bit today from one of the other panelists about their efforts to address musculoskeletal through a digital solution. We wanted, and we faced some similar issues. We have a very male workforce. They're in heavy manufacturing. You run into workers' comp and safety issues and a lot of different kind of occupational-oriented injuries. And then just, long-term chronic pain issues. So we wanted to dive into that a little bit more and look at what we could do. So when we looked at that, we had a few things. Like a lot of people, it's in our top 3 in terms of claims, but I think what really jumped out to us is not only is it one of our highest areas of expense on our medical plan, but it's really growing fast, and it's growing faster than most of our, sorry.
It's over here. Sorry, next to the mic.
Sorry about
Sorry
that.
for the interrupt, Jay. Just made me realize.
Oh, wrong way? Sorry. Okay. So there, now you can see some of my statistics. So work-related injuries contribute to our higher costs and the frequency of claims, in addition to, being kind of an aging workforce too. We're beginning to see the impact of just aging and some of the osteoarthritis and some of the chronic pain issues you see from that. But what was really alarming to us is just the general trend that we're seeing in that area, more than even cancer and some of those other costly claims. Our MSK claims over about the last 3 years have been jumping by about 20% a year. So we're seeing growth in both the number of claims as well as the cost of those claims. So we knew we really needed to look closely at this and look for some solutions to impact that trend. The other thing when we looked at our data was that spouses are a huge contributor as well. So we knew that anything that we needed to do would need to address spouses. And in some of our locations, spouses have much higher claims even than our employees. So they're a really important part of anything that we want to do to address this. The other thing that we looked at as well is, with the help of our consultants, we had been able to do some really deep analytics this year that helped us in terms of really understanding our issues with musculoskeletal. And what really jumped out to us was the impact and the magnifying effect of behavioral health related issues. So when we looked at that, and this is Dover specific information, it isn't, a broader national statistic, but when we looked at this, we found that employees with behavioral health claims and musculoskeletal claims together had 3.2 times more costly claims with employees that didn't have the behavioral health component to them. So even more than just looking at, and it was a magnifying effect. So it wasn't just musculoskeletal claim plus, it was more, instead of 2 + 2 being 4, it's more like 2 + 2 = 6. So we're just seeing really a big impact from that on people who are suffering from chronic conditions. And then beyond that, looking at that, 33% of the people who had musculoskeletal claims also had mental health claims. So it's a very substantial portion of our population that are facing those as comorbidities. So when we look at solutions, we did start out, we had piloted some things. We'd done some on-site programs at a selected, one of our larger operating companies where we had the volume to support it. We do have a lot of rural locations. Some of them are pretty small. They're spread all over the country. So it does kind of limit some of the places where we can pilot an on-site program, because we really need a large number of participants for some of these things, especially if you're bringing and putting on a full-time person there to be able to give you the return that you need to see. But we had tried some on-site programs. They were well received, but it also was something that with staff change over there, it's hard to keep the on-site support that we needed for it. So we were looking to do something that would be a lot more broad-based. We have been looking at some digital solutions for that, but what we're hoping to see as a result is to, in general, see fewer surgeries. As Sue mentioned earlier, we know that with MSK that a lot of times surgery ends up being a solution that comes maybe into play a little too quickly, and some of those may be able to be prevented, and it's also an area of real large potential savings for us if we can cut out even just a portion of those. In addition to that, we're hoping to see an impact on mental health claims with that to address people's pain, to help reduce the depression and mood disorders that tend to often come with that, and also potential dependency from painkillers and opioids.
So as far as some of the potential solutions we are looking at, we want this to be accessible to all medically enrolled employees and their spouses. We're hoping to reduce the amount of wasteful procedures that we get and opioid use as well, although we think the spending stuff, the ROI on that is more easily measured. And then be able to find resources that help support the mental health issues even just independently. So some of the solutions we're looking at do have coaching components where people get some one-on-one support that is intended to help have an impact on, potentially some of the depression, but we're also trying to look closely at the resources that we also already have. So I know we've heard a lot about EAP today. We do have a really good EAP provider. We have decent participation in those programs, but are really seeing the need to circle back and do some training with frontline supervisors on identifying opportunities to promote that program with their staff, doing some additional training and things with that with HR leaders out in the operating companies as well. One of the things that we are finding with the EAP program is they really have stepped up with some new resources in recent years in terms of having telemedicine options for counseling, which to us is really nice because we have a lot of people out in locations that don't have real easy access sometimes to local providers. They're in rural areas, they may be further. Plus, it's more of a privacy issue for people as well in some of these smaller communities. So this gives people an opportunity to take advantage of those resources and maintain some privacy too. And then the other thing we have just to keep in mind with this program is maintaining, making sure that because we have a lot of independents out at our operating companies, just to ensure that anything that we put out there is a nice complement for local efforts. So safety initiatives, on-site, stretching programs, some of the things we've heard about from other employers today, we just want to make sure those things mesh well with those programs. So we have completed our assessment. We are looking to make some decisions by the end of the month, and hopefully in the next couple of quarters, we'll have that program underway. And that's it for me. Thanks, Heather. Katie Holzer, you're up next.
Is this on?
Yes.
I turned it on there.
You did,
yeah. Okay, can you all hear me? Is that good enough? Okay. All right, and which way do I go here? Okay, that way.
There you go.
So I'm Katie Folser, and I just have to say there's so many things I want to say that aren't in my slides. All day that I've been here, I've been thinking, oh, I got to say this, oh, I got to say that. So I'm going to try to dump it all out of my brain and stick to the plan here. But I do want to say one thing to start off with. That question I asked Ryan earlier, that really was for a friend. It was a conversation with a colleague in the profession. It was one of those like out of work hours, like, oh my gosh, what do we do kind of conversations. So Rush is a pretty big organization. We have about 14,000 employees. So we don't have an issue with, what do we think is going on with senior leadership as much as what's happening in my group. You've heard that saying, if you like your manager, you like your job. And so that's the cultures in the various silos at Rush are pretty different. We have our environmental services team, we have our clinical staff, we have our bed nurses, we have our researchers, our academic staff, we have our administrative people. And, the culture is very different in all of those places, which is its own set of issues. That's not really what I'm supposed to be talking about. But I just wanted to say that in the interest of full transparency. The other thing I feel like I need to do is maybe amend the introduction a little bit. Choose Health has been the identified wellness program at Rush University Medical Center and Rush System for Health for the past 8 years. When that program started, they were given a very specific mandate from clinical leadership and HR leadership, which is look for risk factors for cardiometabolic disease, because we are a self-funded plan and it's costing us a lot of money and we want to reduce those costs. So Choose Health is not really a broad-based well-being program in the sense of incorporating other little, oh, okay, was I scratching on that? Oh, thank you. She said, takes good care of me. So Choose Health is a physically based wellness program. So just to kind of put that out there, and I'm probably going to stray a little bit as I go along, but I'll try not to. So the question I was given is, what keeps us up at night? What is a frustration in our program? What do we worry about? What do we want to have be better? What just feels like a hump we need to get over? And the first thing that really came to my mind, specifically for the Choose Health program, is getting the attention of Rush leadership. So this mandate came down from on high. You know, before I started at Rush, this program was developed, and we were sort of left to our own devices to do what we do, which is great because then we do what we do, and we've been doing a pretty good job of it. But Rush is a pretty hierarchical organization, and that's good, bad, or indifferent. I could argue any of those things, but it is what it is. And so it's an organization that requires taking information up the chain of command to leadership. So I'm not going to call up the CEO of Rush and say, hey, I'm Katie, the manager, can we meet for coffee? It doesn't work that way. And so getting the information we need to get about our program up to the decision makers who can say, yes, this is important to our organization. Yes, we want to keep this program going. Yes, we want to continue to fund it. That has been sort of an ongoing question of how do we do this better. And the place where I'm going to stray a little bit, because I've been thinking about this more today, which is actually very connected with this, is the issue of siloing at Rush, that we have these departments that do their own thing, and we try really hard to talk to each other, but we don't necessarily have the processes in place to make that really seamless. But I will say one of the happy things that's happening at Rush, which is very recent, this is something that's all kind of come about since I turned my slides in actually, is that the other dimensions of well-being that are not a part of the Choose Health program have been popping up as mandates in other silos within Rush. For example, a chief medical director was hired to manage emotional mental health at Rush, which is not connected with Choose Health. The financial VP, or the VP of Finance, has decided that it's really important to be more robust in their financial offerings. So she's creating a financial well-being program. They've created a work group that incorporates people from all these silos, and our goal is now to become well-being at Rush with, and somebody said, I think maybe it was Tom, you need to have a front door, right? So we want to create a front door. We want to create a platform of well-being. So from the employee-facing perspective, it looks like a seamless suite of offerings that cover many different dimensions of wellness. Behind the scenes, we still got our silos because, let's face it, Rush is Rush, and it's always going to be that way. You know, I report up to the medical plan. The financial wellness reports up to the finance department. The mental health well-being reports up to the chief medical officer, and it's going to be that way. But so that's actually very exciting. So my sleep improved a little bit when that started happening. But so these two things are related, Rush leadership and the silo effect. But so the question is, in terms of getting to Rush leadership, to get their attention, really not just about Choose Health, but about well-being at Rush in general, you know, what really speaks to them? And the first thing they really want to know is, how is your wellness program impacting employees? And I'm going to broaden this a little bit just to talk about the mental health aspect. Things were a little bit different for the inception of a really robust mental health program, which is currently being developed. But the thing that got leadership's attention about that was when a few serious mental health issues spiked up. So it was not a question of ROI or, you know, research or any of that, but some real world events that were compelling enough that our leadership said, good Lord, you know, what are we going to do about this? And so it's not necessarily a great thing that it happened that way, but great to know leadership is paying attention. In terms of Choose Health, again, the physical wellness component, looking specifically at cardiometabolic risk, leaders want to know, how is it impacting employees? And I'm a little embarrassed to say this because, you know, hearing all of the great cutting edge things that are happening in well-being these days, you know, Rush is still kind of middle of the pack. We're still kind of doing the middle of the pack sort of things. And so ROI is still really important to Rush leadership. And I would love to be able to have the conversations about VOI and culture and all of that. And I think that we are moving in that direction, but we're not there yet. So the money is important. So, Joey Triviani to the rescue. We did a deep dive data analytics project. I'm not going to go into a lot of the details about it because my talk is not so much about what we found as it is about the process. So our vendor did a summary for us of 3 years of our screening data, so program participant data, combined with our claims data. So this was something we could not have done internally, and it provided us some great information. This is an executive summary. It talks about PMPM. Participants have a better trend than non-participants. Talked about $0 spenders. Our spouse participation is important. Spouses cost more to our plan, which I think is pretty common. People who meet their personal health goal they cost less for the plan. People who utilize preventive care cost less to the plan. Talks about gaps in care. And then our costliest wellness-sensitive conditions or out-of-control diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and high triglycerides. And again, this is based in the context of looking at cardiometabolic risk factors. So this is called data-driven next steps, and it's not quite data-driven next steps. It's some of the steps we've implemented before getting leadership buy-in because we actually are still in the process of using this deep dive info to get it to leadership. To get their buy-in to do some other things that we have in mind. I was talking to somebody earlier. I used to work for a very small vendor that had 12 full-time employees, and that was like driving one of those little two-seater motorboats. I mean, we were agile, you know, we could do anything. And Rush is more like a kind of an aircraft carrier. You know, it's going to move, but you may not notice it until you've actually shifted, you know. So it's a much slower process is really what I'm trying to say. So some of these data-driven next steps, we'll just see. Personalized diabetes management. We actually implemented in the process of doing this data analytics because it was really clear from us without even doing the combination of analysis with our claims data, just from our screening participation data, it was really clear that diabetes is a big problem for us. And really, we didn't even need to do a screening to know that because how different would our population be as a healthcare organization from the rest of the country? And diabetes is a huge issue in the country. So we have implemented a personalized diabetes management program. This is a little bit outside the purview of Choose Health, but this is something that's come under the umbrella of HR that they've gotten us involved in. As a part of the claims analysis project, this one little piece that HR pulled out is noticing that our environmental services team, our janitors, are at very high risk for musculoskeletal complaints and FMLA cases due to that. And so they wanted to talk about implementing an MSK program. I'm not sure how particular this is to Rush. This is maybe something that happens in a lot of companies, but you know, we're special. We are different. Our employees aren't necessarily the same as all those other people out there in the world. And so our leadership, they don't necessarily want to know about cost avoidance based on benchmarking of claims. They want to know what's specifically happening. And I was being a little facetious there, just so you know. It's the end of the day. So our leadership wants to know what's happening with our specific employees. And so we were in this situation where we had an internal sort of health coaching program that decided that their mandate was to work with really high dollar claims cost cases, chronic, complex, serious health conditions. And so they said all these people that have some risk factors, but they're not that bad, no diagnosed disease, we're not going to work with you anymore. we don't really have the bandwidth, you're not really where we want to go. So all of a sudden, Choose Health didn't have any programming for people that just had some health risk but not anything serious going on. And so leadership said, well, yeah, sure, you know, we want to give you the money to implement some programming, but first we want to see what's happening with our people. So we have just completed a pilot program with our people and our vendor so that we can go back to leadership and say, look, see, we were right that this helps. And diabetes is so important that I put it in twice. So lessons learned and still being learned. I think it just continues to go on. Leverage your vendors. The information we got from our vendor is so important, and it's information we couldn't have gotten ourselves. It adds to the information from the screening, but it just makes it so much more robust so that we can go to leadership and say, you know, look at all of this. Second of all, know what kind of information leadership wants. And again, with Choose Health, it being that physical mandate, the cardiometabolic risk, we know specifically that that's what they want to know about, and they want to know about impact to our self-funded medical plan. Again, you know, going a little further abroad about the mental health piece, the information they wanted was very different. The information they got that motivated them to take action was very different. And number 3, any ideas? Kiss? I know I need an audio. Right, keep it, and I hate to say stupid, so I like to say keep it simple, silly. Just, you know, don't overwhelm leadership with 50 slides filled with data. Give them a couple of bullet points like that executive summary. They can ask for more, then you come back with more. So that's my hope anyway, because as I said, we're still in process, so I don't have a, you know, I don't have it tied up with the bow, but that's where Choose Health is headed. That's where Rush is headed. And I think we're going in a good direction.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Jean, what keeps you up at night?
Do you want this?
No.
Or?
No.
Okay,
Jean,
I'll turn it
go to
off.
the podium.
I'll bring my water, though.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? So what keeps me up at night is the health and well-being of our employees. To give you some level-setting background about Cook County, we are the second largest county in the United States, approximately 6 million in population. Our governance is really mandated by a combination of state law and county ordinance. So our chief executive is the county board president. There are 17 commissioner districts. There are 6 additional separately elected officials. The recorder of deeds and the county clerk are combining, so that's reduced the number. We have over 21,000 employees. About just under 20,000 of those are benefits eligible, and 50,000 covered lives because our plans are relatively inexpensive and rich. We do have a lot of dependence on our plan. Some of the challenges that we deal with is we are, in government terms, pretty geographically dispersed. We go from the courthouse in Rolling Meadows and Skokie down to the courthouses in Markham and Bridgeview. Each of these separately elected officials and Cook County Health all have separate HR departments, so that's what we have in common with some other folks is there are these separate entities and perhaps differing cultures. The jobs that you'll see at the sheriff's office are not going to be the same as the jobs that you see at Cook County Health, and those are our 2 largest employers. So with each of those separate employers, separate HR departments with their own policies and procedures, there are also separate IT servers. And so if we are going to deliver a communication enterprise-wide, we do have to do that in a sequence of steps, although we may have a new solution that's making that a little bit easier. Our workforce is over 80% unionized. We have 15 different unions and 65 separate collective bargaining agreements. And so these really create some boundaries for us in terms of what we can do in terms of wellness solutions. The position of our labor team is if something has an involuntary cost or dollar value, or if it has historically been bargained, then it does have to be brought to the table again if we want to make any changes. We have 2 health plans, an HMO and a PPO, and those plans differ obviously in terms of plan design and network, but also in terms of cost. And the pharmacy benefit, though, is carved out, and so there is a single vendor for that. So part of the challenge that creates is even though those 2 benefit plans are with the same vendor, the wellness solutions tend to be only offered for the PPO plan and not the HMO plan. So employee benefits resides in the Department of Risk Management. This is something else that makes us a little bit unique. So we are actually in the Bureau of Finance. So we're with the Comptroller, the Department of Revenue, the Budget Department, and so Human Resources is in a separate bureau, and the office is under the President, and we are in the Bureau of Finance. All of the plans and programs that I'm going to be talking about also include the forest preserves, which many of you hopefully are familiar with because they're very cool. So prior to 2015, there had been some wellness initiatives that had been somewhat time limited. And so our office then was charged with developing a wellness initiative that would support a countywide culture of wellness. And so we branded a new wellness initiative called My Health Connections. We had some assistance from our communications consultant in doing that. We have a logo and developed 5 pillars of wellness: physical, emotional, financial, spiritual, and community. In addition, this has been put in a little bit more formal structure as part of the President's policy roadmap. So I put the link at the bottom of the page if you want to get more information on that. There are 5 strategic directions that are part of that policy roadmap. Objective number 5 has to do specifically with improving the health and well-being of the offices under the President's workforce by supporting a supportive, healthy work culture. And so the first 3 tactics that you see there are specific to what our department is doing in terms of augmenting wellness programs to support adoption of a healthy lifestyle, aligning personnel and operational policies with health-related and supportive best practices. That's really in collaboration with the HR Bureau, and increasing the awareness and capacity of the Employee Assistance Program and other supportive programs for OUP employees. So up until December of this year, we did not really have an official enterprise-wide EAP, which might be kind of hard to believe, but true. We have one person that was basically serving the entire enterprise. 2 of the unions do have EAPs. So in December, we did implement an EAP through our health benefits contract, and so now we are able to provide services enterprise-wide to 21,000. So another thing on the policy roadmap, in February, probably the end of the month, we will start reporting metrics on each of those, and so keep your eye out for those. So I've been advised that our time is getting pretty short. These are some of the tactics that we are utilizing through our wellness initiative. We do have a quarterly dashboard. Again, our well-being initiatives, disease management solutions, which I'll dive into a little bit deeper, and then a quarterly benefits newsletter with articles and interviews. So again, the vast majority of what we are doing is, voluntary and in terms of resources that employees can use. So the deeper dive is our diabetes population. So in our analysis of our health plans and also looking at our pharmacy spend, we estimate that approximately 10% of our membership does have a diabetes diagnosis. And so given the issues that I talked about earlier with solutions only being available through the PPO and not the HMO, it seemed as though the best avenue to achieve some resources for a diabetic population was through our pharmacy benefit manager. And so they initially offered one vendor solution that had a pretty complicated meter. And so the participation in that program really was not that great. And so they did make another vendor available in mid-2017. And so we implemented that solution in October. So it's basically a meter that will report results not only to the employee, but to a primary care physician, and also send alerts if levels are high or low, and provide coaching in those events. And the employee then receives free testing supplies for signing up. So basically, after 18 months, we've had 971 enrollees. That's approximately 23% of our population. We have seen a decrease in A1C readings from 7.5 to 6.8. We've also seen resolved gaps in care. They also do some surveys of the participants, and we have found that there really is very high satisfaction in terms of the people that participate. Where this is all going is the initial ROI data that they provided to us has really been pretty soft. And so we've asked the vendor to go back again and collect some additional information so that we can have some firmer numbers. And the other thing that I wish we would have done differently going into this is to identify really what the definition is of a participant. Is it someone who just signs up at the beginning, or is it someone who is actually taking readings and showing that they're doing ongoing testing, because that is affecting our cost. Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back to Paula for questions.
Thanks to all our presenters. I know we're in a little bit of a time crunch now, so I can't let the questions start before I point out what is in your packet, and that is a great resource of why employers shouldn't ignore diabetes. It's a great resource for all of you. We've heard a lot of talk about diabetes today. I want to start out, there's a slew of questions that I'm sure you all have, but one question I'd like all the panelists to respond to is, can you share any recommendations or lessons learned when you were going to choose your vendor? So Heather, I don't know if you want to start.
Does it sound like you're hearing me?
Did they pick us up there?
Turn it on?
We get picked up through here.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think for us, probably one of the main criteria that's become increasingly important to us is just looking for ways to integrate new vendors into kind of the existing ecosystem that we have, so that we're not layering on just new accounts they have to make and new places to go. So, we have in that selection process look for ones that, are in partnership with some of our other vendors, just to try to simplify as much as that we can.
I'll just talk right there. I thought you were going to ask me about the horse retreat.
Afterward.
I'll be available later. I have a really simple answer to that question. We've only, in Choose Health, the program was run internally for the first 3 years. I don't recommend that for a variety of reasons. When we decided to look for an external vendor to administer our program for us, we used Shortlister, who they were called Wellness Research, WRI, Wellness Research Institute. They had a Wellness Navigator, at the time. They're now Shortlister because they've expanded, but they were fabulous. So sorry, I know we're not supposed to give plugs, but it was the first time. Tom's like, yeah, go ahead. That was the first time that I personally have been involved in that type of process. So I don't know. I've heard about the pain that can be involved. I've never experienced it, but I just thought it was a really wonderful process. So that's what we did.
Yeah, and again for us, is this on? Again, for us, the choice was fairly clear that we needed to go through our pharmacy vendor if we did not want to do a whole separate procurement for this type of a point solution. And so I just wish that we would have identified more of the metrics for success from the get-go, and so hopefully we'll find our way there.
Okay, I want to turn it back because I know some of you may have a question. I've got a whole slew of questions, but what questions do all of you have? We've got time for one, maybe two. Oh, come
see the
on.
slide. Any questions?
If I'm not seeing any or hearing any, I'm going to ask one really quick question. If you had a do-over, or for golfers, a mulligan, if you had something you could do over for your program, what would it be?
For me, it is, I would have to say, my do-over would probably precede decisions that were made by me. So I feel like we've gotten a little addicted to some of our penalties that we had in place to incent people to participate. And we're a little bit victims of our own success here because it drove such high participation in the actual completion of activities that's really hard to give up. Our leadership is very used to seeing 85% of our employees participating in things. It's really hard to get away from what can be kind of a negative approach to the program that the employees don't like, but they do it. If I had to do it all over again, I'd probably design that a different way.
Okay.
I guess I don't have a really great real world response to that. I mean, because my do-over in a perfect world would be I would enter my organization about 2 levels up the chain of command so that I had decision-making power, more decision-making power, because honestly, I'm tooting my own horn a little bit, but I think I have the most passion for my program, but I have the least amount of say in what actually happens and the least amount of ability to get to the people that can make the decisions. So, sorry.
I think one of the great things about coming to a program like today is it really does stimulate your thinking about what you're going to take back to your office or your team. And I think that the idea of really finding out more grassroots about our different employers and what's really meaningful to their employees, and maybe having some more flexible funding if we can locate a source of that to do something that not only would improve wellness, but also some other things that really, make them happy in their workplace. So that's something I'm going to take home with me today.
Thanks. I know my wheels are spinning and I'm not even in the HR world. I'm a program manager, but I have learned a lot today, and you better bet I'm going to be going to the 4th floor tomorrow when I get back. So with that, let's thank all our panelists, and we'll close it out for today.
All right, thanks, Paula. All right, we are going to raffle, and I've asked Diana to come back up and just spend 1 minute. I'm going to give her 1 minute to just share some of her insights from today. She's had a chance to talk to you. She's had a chance to look at our very colorful window that we have over there, and when she's done providing some insights, we're going to pick one winner for a complimentary pass to the annual conference, and Diana has also donated a book from her organization, from the founder of her organization that we'll pick.
Wow. Give somebody a pat on the back, would you? Like, well done. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Someone else, someone else, someone else. Wow, I am floored. I am so amazed and know not what to say. So, wow, just beautiful, beautiful day. I noticed some themes, which is what I normally do as a trainer and a coach, and I picked up two themes. One is the systems of what you do, yes? And the other one is the people. And when I looked at those cards, I wrote down the most astounding collection of words that all came from you, because this is what happiness is every day of your lives. Put my glasses on.
Are you going to cry?
Yeah. This is what you say is going on in your world, which is worth celebrating. Community, fellowship, personal touch, social, co-worker, my team, I discuss it, I recognize them, employees, celebration, listen, rally to help, values, others help others, real people, involvement, cheerleader, recognize. Wow. That's who you are. And I could see it all day long. Can you see it? Is this who you are? Yes. Own it and show the world your mission and your purpose and your values. That's what I can say. I want to thank Denise for inviting me to come and working with the team. I'm really, truly honored and blown away by what you do every day and the passion and the commitment. But don't forget, there are two things at play here. There's the people side, which you already know because you're in it, but when you're in it, sometimes it's hard to acknowledge yourselves. I acknowledge you. The other thing is, on the system side, we have things that you like to be happy about in terms of workshops, projects, celebration, speakers, food, things. And so I just celebrate all of it, but I didn't pick up any other themes. So think about the themes, the rudder that governs all the things you talked about, the benefits and the struggles and the this and the that and the do-overs, and that's just the artifact. The real treasure is you. Just look around. Yeah, yeah. So can you buy that? Can you take that in? I received. Say, I received. I received. You give so much. This is your moment to receive. Just say it again. I received. I received. Thank you. Good. Good job. All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so Diana picked a few cards from the wall that resonated with her, and I'm just going to have Judy pick, and I'm not going to read them to you. You guys can come read them at the front if you'd like. So we've got one winner of the book that, whoops, sorry. Yeah, I'll tell her what I brought. So this is a copy of Narrative Coaching by Dr. David Drake that has the secrets, what I was talking about, the research secrets inside here. And the winner is?
It's actually a webinar participant, Melissa Del Vecchio from BMO Harris.
Yay. All right, and we've got one more winner of, she's on the
webinar.
Oh.
So we will send it.
And the winner of the annual conference pass?
Guess what, Karen Tan? You have an extra. You have a free annual conference.
All right, great, congratulations. All right, so our engagement boards really were to serve two purposes. We wanted to do an informal survey. We wanted to learn a little bit more about what you guys are doing in the workforce to engage your employees, but this is also data that it comes from the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans. They did a survey, and the top things that they found employers were doing were community charity drives, standing or walking workstations were over 60%, flexible work arrangements were 58%, and you can see some of the others. So in this group, I was actually a little surprised. By far, the thing that you guys are doing the most of are lunch and learns. Those are still alive and well. Tells me they must still be working. You're still getting participation. Tied for next in line, weight management programs, on-site exercise classes, and blood drives. So that's what's going on in your organization. So thanks for participating. We're going to pick one winner from this basket of stars, which is up front here, again, for another annual pass to the, or an annual pass, a complimentary pass to the annual conference. Anne Winnis from V-Line. Yoo-hoo! All right. You're coming. All right. And next, switch over. Our sponsors have been super generous with prizes. Pretty sure if you put a card in this basket, you are a winner. So we got that. So we'll start out with Hinge Health. They donated Sonos speakers. We need somebody to come pick. That's right. That's right. Somebody. All right, come on up, Denise. Okay.
Sorry. I just.
Oh, and I have to. Mandy Clay, University of Chicago Medicine. Woohoo! Sonos speakers. Can you help me? Can you help me find the gifts? Yeah. All right, that would be awesome. Oh, there it is. There you go. Congratulations. All right. Next we have yoga mat and water bottle. We'll do a couple of these.
Brianna Stern, almost tour.
And we have another one.
Sure. Sue Ferlin.
How about one more yoga mat and water bottle?
Okay. It's hard to like kind of mix this up. Bridget Schmidt.
We'll do a few more of those. But next, let's do the Fit HR from
John Butler.
We have a $100 American Express card from MetLife.
Oh. Sue Latang.
Wildflower donated an iPad. Oh my goodness.
Nice. I'm trying to make it.
How funny you are. Myron Chin. Is Myron Chin still here? All right.
Woo!
From Cook County.
We have a $50 Visa gift card from One Drop.
Miriam.
And a Power Beats Pro from Quantum.
Deirdre. Deirdre from Baxter.
She just left. Oh, too bad. Next. That's the way you got it.
That's it, you know.
Sorry, dear.
Dwayne Boyd.
All right, Berta very generously donated a $100 Amazon gift card.
Like a large deck of cards, trying to shuffle it. Katie Buring. Buring? Buring.
All right, let's keep it something else to watch. We've got two more water bottle and yoga mat.
Allison Friedman. Woo!
Justin Bajorek from Zurich. All right.
How do you say your last name? Bajorit. Bajorit.
Wonderful.
Okay.
2020, donated Ray-Ban sunglasses.
Ann Winnius from Uline. Yeah, nice.
So you want us to pick someone else? Okay.
Well, that was nice. Justin Haler.
Hales.
Hales. Sorry.
So
That's
I guess
it.
we lied. We do still have some other cards, but you'll have to come to another program. Another raffle prize at that time.
So let's give a hand to the MBGH staff. Well done on the Vanna thing, ladies. That was good. I want to thank you all so much for coming. To see this many people at the event at the end just warms my heart. And more than once over the years I've said, I wish I could give you a gold star, but guess what? You got a whole thing of stars today, right? That whole thing. I want to thank our speakers who were just outstanding today, all of you. I want to thank our sponsors. Once again, you had great tchotchkes. You help support this program so that we can not have to charge any employer in the room. I want to remind you about the upcoming program. So February 19th, about a month from now, is Mental Health in the Workplace. March 18th, Creating Effective Benefit Communications. If any of you have a story on either of those fronts, please see Dawn, Denise, myself, or Judy. And then finally, our annual conference. We gave out a few comp passes, which is really exciting. And the earlier you register, you're going to save a little bit of money. If any of you just do not have the budget at all, and you want to email us or call us and say, maybe we can try and get a scholarship for you. We never want, especially for members, we never want money to be in the way of you being able to attend. It's our most well attended, and that's what we're most well known for. And it's our 40th anniversary. Safe travels to all of you. Thank you so much for coming, and let's give ourselves a hand.